Chapter 1873, One Person Suppressing One Sect Part 2. Clang, clang. This time around, two clashing sounds could be heard. As for the remaining golden sword, it struck the chest of one of the Almighties without any hindrance. Although this Almighty's defense was not weak, while facing the attack by the golden sword, he still spit out a mouthful of blood. His aura decreased instantly, and his body was sent flying like a cannonball. Although he did not die straight away, he no longer had any fighting capabilities. As for the sixth sword formation, with the loss of one Almighty, the whole sword formation fell apart. Jian Wushuang's three Hongjun golden swords then attacked in succession. As the Sur gods faced the Hongjun golden swords alone, they absolutely did not have the ability to block them. Puff, 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 puff. 5 sounds of a person spitting blood could be heard at the same time. In just 2 face-offs, all the 6 Almighties had been seriously injured. Not good. Upon seeing that, the Emperor's Sword Sect Master's expression changed greatly. However, the speed of the Hongjun golden swords was too fast, and he had no way to stop them. Hence, he could only look on as the Hongjun golden swords dealt fatal blows to the 6 Almighties. The power and defense of the 6 sword formation is indeed not too bad. However, it's a pity that this sword formation required the 6 of them to activate it at the same time. Moreover, when activating it, the divine power and sword essence of the 6 of them needed to resonate with one another. Although this process would only take an instant, this instant was a weak point to my Hongjun golden swords, Jian Wushuang sneered. The most frightening thing about the Hongjun golden swords was their speed. He was controlling 3 Hongjun golden swords to attack at the same time. During the first attack, the 6 Almighties were still able to react in time and activate the Great Formation to block it. However, after blocking the attack, the Hongjun golden swords could continue to launch a second attack in close proximity, and there would not be any breaks in between the attacks. Since the 6 Almighties of the Emperor's Sword Sect had just activated the sword formation to block the first attack, they would need to activate the formation at the same time again if they wanted to block the attack a second time. In terms of speed, this was naturally a lot slower. Hence, this had allowed the Hongjun golden swords to find an opportunity to destroy the sword formation, and in no time, they dealt serious blows to the 6 Almighties. Moreover, the Emperor's Sword Sect Master was unable to react in time. Furthermore, if Jian Wushuang wanted to, he could absolutely kill all the 6 Almighties at that instant. Emperor's Sword Sect Master, it's your turn now. Jian Wushuang had a cold expression. After dealing serious blows to the 6 Almighties, his eyes looked in the direction of the Emperor's Sword Sect Master. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The 3 Hongjun golden swords shook slightly and were shot out instantly. Upon seeing the 3 brilliant rays of golden light which had appeared in front of him, the Emperor's Sword Sect Master revealed a furious expression. He then unleashed his sword principles in succession, while roaring with the intention to stop the 3 Hongjun golden swords. However, he did not notice that the experts who were observing the battle by the side had already revealed sympathetic expressions. What a joke. Jian Wushuang's Hongjun golden swords were famous for being frightening. Even though he had only used 3 of them, they were still extremely powerful. Back then, when Palace Master Wu Luo, who was ranked 25 in the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list, had faced the 3 Hongyun golden swords that Jian Wushuang controlled with his full power, he had only managed to block them with a lot of difficulty. The moment Jian Wushuang had activated the 4th one, he was completely defeated. Comparing both the Emperor's Sword Sect Master and Palace Master Wu Luo, they were at completely different levels. As expected, the 3 Hongjun golden swords merely attacked a few times, and its great amount of power sent the sword that the Emperor's Sword Sect Master was holding in his hands flying right away. Although the Emperor's Sword Sect Master had done his best, to the point where it could be said that he had used all his tricks other than soul burn, he was still completely defeated by the 3 Hongjun golden swords. Bam, bam, bam. The 3 Hongjun golden swords struck the Emperor's Sword Sect Master's body in succession. As the Emperor's Sword Sect had a great foundation, the Emperor's Sword Sect Master possessed a Chaos Divine treasure-level defense armor. However, after being struck by the 3 Hongjun golden swords head-on, he still could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and his expression turned pale. Jian Wushuang waved his hands lightly, and the three Hongjun golden swords did not continue their attacks. Instead, they returned to Jian Wushuang's front. Such a scene had caused the large number of experts who were observing the battle by the side to become silent. In their hearts, they were sighing lightly. As expected of the Sword Emperor, he is too powerful. This time around, in just a short amount of time, a lineup that was formed by the Emperor's Sword Sect Master, as well as the 6 Almighties of the Emperor's Sword Sect, were defeated instantly. How powerful! The Sword Emperor has only used 3 golden swords. All of them could not help but gasp. With him alone, he had defeated the large number of Almighties in the Emperor's Sword Sect and given them serious injuries. Moreover, they could tell that Jian Wushuang had shown them mercy. If not, these Almighties would definitely not get off so lightly with serious injuries. One person suppressing one sect. This is a typical example of one person suppressing one sect. A Sir God who was observing the battle could not help but murmur, "One person suppressing one sect?" The other people gasped in admiration. In the eternal chaotic world, abilities represented respect. As long as one was powerful enough, situations where one person suppressed the whole sect of the other party could be found everywhere. However, just then, Jian Wushuang had used his own power to suppress the Emperor's Sword Sect, a big powerhouse in the Sanctuary Alliance. The Emperor's Sword Sect, which was old and had a great foundation, had actually been suppressed by Jian Wushuang alone. Emperor's Sword Sect Master, are you happy now? Jian Wushuang's expression was cold, and he was looking down at the Emperor's Sword Sect Master, whose expression was ghastly pale. Happy? Haha. Jian Wushuang, do you think that by relying on your own powerful abilities, you will be able to do what you want? Don't forget that my Emperor's Sword Sect is a member of the Sanctuary Alliance. During the long years, my Emperor's Sword Sect has contributed greatly to the Sanctuary Alliance. Moreover, on the outside, many people owed my Emperor's Sword Sect favors. For example, there are no less than 3 Emperor Gods who are good friends with my Emperor's Sword Sect. If you were to be reckless, the Sanctuary Alliance would definitely not let you off. As for those Almighties who are good friends with my Emperor's Sword Sect, they would definitely not let you off either. Emperor's Sword Sect Master shouted with a heavy voice. Upon hearing that, the experts who were observing the battle by the side opened their eyes wide. Eyes that were filled with astonishment, then looked in the direction of the Emperor's Sword Sect Master. They were not shocked with regards to the contributions and favors that the Emperor's Sword Sect Master had mentioned. As the Emperor's Sword Sect was old with a great foundation, they would have definitely contributed greatly to the Sanctuary Alliance and made friends with quite a number of experts. As such, they were not surprised. What they were really astonished about was the Emperor's Sword Sect Master's stupidity. Was he not aware of the situation that was in front of him? Or did he have no idea who he was facing? It was the Sword Emperor who was known for his fierce name. A genuine, murderous god, a malignant star. He really thought that this murderous god would not dare to go on a killing spree? As expected. After the Emperor's Sword Sect Master had finished talking, Jian Wushuang's eyes turned completely ice cold. In the next moment, his body moved. As if it were teleportation, Jian Wushuang appeared in front of one of the Sir Gods of the Emperor's Sword Sect. Moreover, he had already extended one of his big hands like tongs. This Sir God's expression then changed greatly. However, as the gap between their abilities was too huge, and he had already been seriously injured by Jian Wushuang's Hongjun golden swords, which had caused him to not have much fighting capabilities left, he had no way of fighting back. Chapter 1874 Drowning Disaster. Wow! Jian Wushuang's hand grabbed the Sir God's neck as though he was lifting up a chick. He moved and returned to his original position. In the void, Jian Wushuang's face was cold. He held the Sir God and humphed coldly. Before Emperor's Sword Sect Master's gaze, Jian Wushuang exerted strength in his grip. Bang! The Sir God's head exploded from Jian Wushuang's grip. The Sir God expert instantly died. What? The remaining few Sir Gods from Emperor's Sword Sect came back to reality and they were in shock. Emperor's Sword Sect Master instantly became furious. Jian Wushuang, How dare you? How dare you? Idiot! Jian Wushuang roared and cut off Emperor's Sword Sect Master. He was then soaring with murderous intention and his gaze was extremely cold. Emperor's Sword Sect Master, if you say anything more, I will slaughter the entire Emperor's Sword Sect. Emperor's Sword Sect Master quivered. The 5 remaining Sir Gods from Emperor's Sword Sect had their eyes wide open. The surrounding experts who were watching the fight looked at Sword Emperor Sect Master in ridicule. They knew that Jian Wushuang was not a person that one should offend, but Emperor's Sword Sect Master wanted to believe in himself infallibly instead. It was true that Emperor's Sword Sect had contributed greatly to Sanctuary Alliance, and they were friends with many experts in Sanctuary Alliance. However, these things were merely things on the outside. What was the most important thing in this world? It wasn't assistance from the outside, but one's power. One's power was the true foundation. Jian Wushuang had believed in that all his life. So what if Emperor's Sword Sect were friends with experts? If Jian Wushuang were to slaughter everyone in Emperor's Sword Sect and destroy the sect, how much would the friendship cost? Among the almighties that were his friends, how many of them are willing to take revenge on Jian Wushuang for Emperor's Sword Sect that had been destroyed? There should be very few. Even if there were, what could they do to Jian Wushuang? Jian Wushuang's eyes were glowing. If it was any other period of time in Emperor's Sword Sect had made it difficult for him over and over again, Jian Wushuang would have started a massacre and kill everyone in Emperor's Sword Sect. It was unnecessary trouble. Then, Lineage of Star was at the heart of the struggle. Emperor's Sword Sect was a major force. Their foundation was solid, and they were associated with many. Hence, unless it was necessary, Jian Wushuang wasn't willing to tear it apart. Even if he was forced to attack, he wouldn't exactly attack with full force. Otherwise, during the fight earlier, how many of the almighties from Emperor's Sword Sect would still be alive? He believed that he had tolerated enough. He had never expected Emperor's Sword Sect Master to push to the current situation. After all, Lineage of Star is eyed by all forces, Emperor's Sword Sect is just one extra. Jian Wushuang had already made a decision then. If Emperor's Sword Sect Master were to say another word, he would instantly attack and kill all experts from Emperor's Sword Sect in prevention of future trouble. The experts from Emperor's Sword Sect could feel Jian Wushuang's billowing murderous intention and his determination. They knew that Jian Wushuang wasn't joking. He had guts, and he definitely had the capability to destroy Emperor's Sword Sect on the spot. Emperor's Sword Sect Master was dumbfounded. Because he had had a conflict with the Master of Star Palace before, he was upset, and he wanted to deliberately make it difficult for Jian Wushuang. He had never thought to have a fight with Jian Wushuang. After all, he had heard of Jian Wushuang's power and bad name. However, he had never expected that Jian Wushuang would come to Emperor's Sword Palace and would behave so humbly and courteously with him, to the point where he had thought Jian Wushuang wasn't as scary as rumor said. Hence, he had made it more and more difficult for Jian Wushuang. In the end, he had even had the thought of not letting Jian Wushuang enter Emperor's Sword Palace and forcing him to leave. But he had never expected this outcome. In other words, because of his thoughts, a Sir God from Emperor's Sword Sect had died, and the entire Emperor's Sword Sect was on the brink of death. His one sentence or one action could possibly bring Emperor's Sword Sect to a drowning disaster. Then, he only had two options. Either he continued to behave stubbornly and watch Emperor's Sword Sect be destroyed by Jian Wushuang. After that, Sanctuary Alliance and those experts who were friends with Emperor's Sword Sect would definitely take revenge for Emperor's Sword Sect, but he and the experts from Emperor's Sword Sect would definitely be dead. Or, he would lower his head and yield to Jian Wushuang. I, Emperor's Sword Sect Master muttered as he struggled in his head. However, as he struggled in his head, there was a figure that walked out of the crowd of experts who were watching the fight. The moment the person walked out, she immediately caught everyone's attention. Luo Xianzi. It's Luo Xianzi. She walked out from the crowd. Is she going to help Emperor's Sword Sect? Very possibly. Emperor's Sword Sect promised to let Luo Xianzi enter Emperor's Sword Palace. It is considered a favor to Luo Xianzi. She won't watch as Jian Wushuang presses Emperor's Sword Sect into a corner. The surrounding experts discussed among themselves. The people from Emperor's Sword Sect became excited. They were looking at Luo Xinzi as their final life-saving straw. As for Jian Wushuang, he squinted his eyes when he saw Luo Xinzi walked out. He said, "Luo Xinzi, are you trying to get involved? Today, Emperor Sword Sect did make it difficult for you at first, but Sword Emperor has already killed a Sir God from Emperor Sword Sect. It is already a heavy lesson to Emperor Sword Sect. It should be enough. Hence, I'd like to be a mediator. I hope both parties can just stop here. What do you think? Want me to stop?" Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. "I can, but Emperor Sword Sect must apologize to me, and they must give me 1,000,000 doctrine gems as a gift of apology. Then, they'll let this slip." What Jian Wushuang said stirred a commotion at the scene. The few people from Emperor Sword Sect, including Emperor Sword Sect Master, looked embarrassed. To apologize to Jian Wushuang? Although they had made it difficult first, Jian Wushuang had already killed their Sir Gods and injured them. They had already suffered a great loss. Then, they had to apologize? And also the gift of 1,000,000 doctrine gems. 1,000,000 doctrine gems, it was all a Sir God was worth. "Why are you unwilling to?" Jian Wushuang continued to look cold. "Sword Emperor," Luo Xinzi spoke again. "Why don't we make a bet?" "Make a bet?" Jian Wushuang looked at Luo Xinzi. "How?" "You and I are listed on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. One at the 21st place and one at the 22nd place. We are close in ranking, and we are both good with swords. As we have met today, why don't we have a battle?" Luo Xinzi smiled. Chapter 1875 Luo Xinzi. Luo Xianzi's words had caused everyone present to be stunned. Have a duel? One of them was ranked 21, while the other was ranked 22. These two experts wanted to have a duel? Could it be that this was really for the sake of the Emperor Sword Sect? "Sword Emperor, how about this? Let's have a duel with each other. If you win, the Emperor Sword Sect will apologize to you and give you the necessary compensation. I will not interfere anymore. However, if I win, I can still guarantee you that the Emperor Sword Sect will stop making things different for you. However, you must forget about the apology and compensation," Luo Xinzi said. "All right," Jian Wushuang agreed without thinking. "I heard your name a long time ago. Hence, I wish to see how strong you are." "Please go ahead then." As Luo Xinzi spoke, a purple soft sword appeared in her hands. Similarly, Luo Xinzi was an expert who was proficient in sword principles. Upon seeing Luo Xianzi's actions, the large number of experts who were observing the battle became excited. Although Jian Wushuang had fought moments ago, his opponent was merely the Emperor Sword Sect. Although the Emperor Sword Sect had 7 Almighties, which was inclusive of the Emperor Sword Sect Master who was a peak Emperor God, there was no room for them to struggle when they faced Jian Wushuang. However, it was completely different for Luo Xinzi. Comparing rankings, Luo Xinzi had a higher rank than Jian Wushuang. For the great battle between these two people, it would no doubt be unusually brilliant. "Luo Xinzi, please be careful." Jian Wushuang laughed nonchalantly. At the same time as his words left his mouth, the 3 Hongjun golden swords, which were floating in front of him, shot out instantly. 3 brilliant rays of golden light then appeared in front of Luo Xinzi instantly. Luo Xinzi merely glanced at the 3 rays of golden light, and she swung the sword in her hands randomly. A purple light which looked like a shooting star then appeared in front of the 3 Hongjun golden swords. Clang, clang, clang. The 3 Hongjun golden swords which had defeated the Emperor's Sword Sect Master were sent flying at that moment. Although the 3 Hongjun golden swords shook slightly and attacked again, Luo Xinzi merely swung her swords like before and stopped the 3 Hongjun golden swords easily. Be it power or speed, Luo Xianzi's sword principles were not weaker than the Hongjun golden swords in the slightest bit. "Sword Emperor, when you defeated Palace Master Wu Luo back then, didn't you use 4 golden swords at the same time? Why are there only 3 now?" Luo Xinzi laughed as she fought with the 3 golden swords. It was obvious that she was holding her ground without much effort. "As you wish." Jian Wushuang did not hesitate. With a thought, the 4th Hongjun golden sword was shot out right away. With the 4 of them attacking at the same time, their frightening speed was completely unleashed and the pressure on Luo Xinzi increased greatly at once. However, all of a sudden, Luo Xianz's body turned vague and a figure that was exactly the same as her appeared by her side. Similarly, this figure held a sword, and her sword principles were extremely powerful. However, in terms of power, she was slightly weaker than her real body. This is Luo Xianz's illusory god clone? Jian Wushuang's heart twitched. Jian Wushuang had some information regarding Luo Xinzi, and he knew that she had an illusory god clone. This illusory god clone had been created by Luo Xinzi in the past when she had obtained a special secret skill that was left behind from the ancient past while traveling in the ancient mystery land. For this secret skill, one must first pay a huge price to create an illusory god. After that, he would need to use a special way to insert his own blood into the illusory god, so that his consciousness would have perfect control of the illusory god. When he was about to fight an intense battle, he could split a small portion of his consciousness to control the illusory god, allowing the illusory god to unleash secret skills and attack moves that were similar to his own. Hence, it was the same as having two of himself. For example, Jian Wushuang possessed many Dao soldiers. Although these Dao soldiers possessed power similar to that of Almighty's, they were unable to unleash attack-type secret skills and other techniques. As such, their fighting capabilities were greatly decreased. As for Luo Xianz's illusory god clone, it could allow the illusory god to unleash the same sword principles as the main body. This secret skill was very impressive. Back then, quite a number of experts had cast their covetous eyes on it. However, after Luo Xinzi made the training method of the secret skill public, all those people lost interest at once. Because, in the eternal chaotic world then, there was no way to create new illusory gods. Back then, Luo Xinzi had been lucky. At the same time that she obtained the secret skill, she obtained an illusory god. As such, she had an illusory god clone. The moment the illusory god clone appeared, she unleashed the same powerful sword principles. Combined with Luo Xianz's real body, they were able to stop the 4 Hongjun golden swords easily. Moreover, at the same time that they stopped the Hongjun golden swords, Luo Xinzi and her illusory god clone approached Jian Wushuang continuously. Looks like the Hongjun golden swords alone are unable to do anything against Luo Xinzi. Jian Wushuang laughed, and he was not surprised. Buzz. A powerful bloodline aura burst forth from Jian Wushuang's body. All of a sudden, Jian Wushuang's body expanded and his skin changed to black jade instantly. Heads and arms appeared from his stalwart body. A total of 7 heads and 14 arms. Each brawny arm was holding onto a sword tightly. At the next moment, Jian Wushuang moved his body fiercely. Die! The swords in Jian Wushuang's hands, which were accompanied with fury and power, were swung out fiercely toward Luo Xinzi, who was in front of him. Luo Xinzi was filled with murderous intent. In an instant, the sword in her hands changed into an endless stream of waves and attacked. The sword that Jian Wushuang swung had struck Luo Xianz's soft sword. However, the feeling that it gave him was as though he had struck a pile of cotton, and he did not have a feeling that his force had landed. What a strange sword principle! Jian Wushuang's heart twitched. After that, his eyes glowed with a shrill light. He then swung his 14 swords madly. As for the 4 Hongjun golden swords, they were not affected in the slightest, and they continued to head toward Luo Xinzi crazily. It was a perfect combination of his close-quarter combat abilities and his 4 Hongjun golden swords. Jian Wushuang's abilities were completely unleashed. While he is controlling those 4 Hongjun golden swords with his full power, he can engage in a close-quarters battle with me at the same time. Luo Xianz's expression changed. The 2 battles that had made Jian Wushuang famous. One of them was the battle in the Deluge Fortress, while the other one was the battle with Palace Master Wu Luo. During those 2 battles, Jian Wushuang had used the Hongjun golden swords. However, when he was controlling the Hongjun golden swords to attack, his body stayed at the void by the side. This had created an illusion for many people and caused them to think that it was not easy for Jian Wushuang to control the golden swords. As such, he had to control it with his full power, and he could not divert his attention to close-quarters combat. However, then, while Jian Wushuang was engaged in a close-quarters battle with her, the 4 Hongjun golden swords still continued to attack continuously. It was obvious that these 2 attack moves could happen at the same time. In actual fact, Jin Wushuang's Hongjun golden swords had always been controlled by his soul power, and it was totally unrelated to his close-quarters combat. Similarly, it was extremely easy for him to activate his soul power even when he was engaged in a close-quarters battle. As such, he was not affected at all. Chapter 1876. Emperor's Sword Palace opened. Jin Wushuang and Luo Xinzi fought closely. The four Hongjun golden swords attacked continuously, and Luo Xinzi had to fight with her all. The surrounding people who were watching the fight looked horrified. Sword Emperor's close body combat is so terrifying. I heard long ago that he had Ancient God bloodline, and Ancient God is a unique tribe that is #1 in close body combat. Most importantly, when he was fighting at close quarters, he still could use the four golden swords. The golden sword's speed and power aren't affected at all. He is so scary. Merely with the attack of the four golden swords, he once defeated Palace Master Wu Luo. Now, he displays his fierce body combat skill. My goodness! The experts exclaimed. Of course, Jin Wushuang revealed fierce fighting power, and Luo Xinzi wasn't too shabby herself. Her swordsmanship was too powerful, too impressive. Jin Wushuang was good with swords. In terms of swordsmanship, he was slightly behind Luo Xinzi. Luo Xianzi's sword's movement was unpredictable, like an ocean, like a boiling volcano, like lofty, overlapping mountains. In addition to the assistance of her clone, she didn't have the lower hand even when she was dealing with Jin Wushuang's fierce attacks. The battle was extremely ferocious. The experts who were watching were burning with enthusiasm. The fight merely lasted for a short while before Luo Xinzi stopped. You live up to your name, Sword Emperor. Not only can you control the four fierce golden swords, you are also powerful in close body combat. I am impressed. Let's call it a draw for today's match, Luo Xinzi said. Draw. Jin Wushuang was surprised, but he nodded. He had to admit that Luo Xinzi was really powerful. At least she is much stronger compared to Palace Master Wu Luo. Her swordsmanship was amazing. He had gone all out to use the four golden swords, and he had given full play to his close body combat skill. But, in the end, he hadn't had the upper hand at all. Plus, he knew that although Luo Xinzi had given her all, she didn't exactly go all out. There were many tricks that she had never performed, such as in the fight where Luo Xinzi had gained fame. She had injured a peak emperor god with one stroke. That was Luo Xianzi's strongest stroke, but she didn't show it. Of course, Luo Xinzi held herself back. Same went for Jin Wushuang. After all, they didn't share any resentment, and it was merely a bet. A bet that didn't affect Luo Xinzi much, so it wasn't worth it for her to risk her all. Emperor's Sword Sect Master. Luo Xinzi looked at Emperor's Sword Sect Master. His gaze grew cold. I already tried my best, but in the end, you saw what happened. As for what happens next, you can decide on your own. Hearing what Luo Xinzi had said, Emperor's Sword Sect Master and the other Almighties looked bitter. At first, they had thought that with Luo Xinzi getting involved, they would be able to resolve the issue. They had never thought that Luo Xinzi couldn't take Jin Wushuang down. Then, they continued to face the two options before. Either they yielded, or they would endure a drowning disaster. Although Emperor's Sword Sect Master was arrogant, he definitely wouldn't take Emperor's Sword Sect's life and death as a joke. Then, Emperor's Sword Sect Master took a deep breath and bowed to Jin Wushuang. Sword Emperor, today, it's Emperor's Sword Sect's fault. We are willing to apologize to you. As for the 1 million doctrine gems, we will go and prepare them now. At least you're not that stupid. Jin Wushuang glanced at Emperor's Sword Sect Master. He could tell that Emperor's Sword Sect Master was unwilling, but there was more fear than that. It was obvious that his power had deterred Emperor's Sword Sect Master. Unless he was really on the brink of death, otherwise Emperor's Sword Sect Master wouldn't have the guts to attack him. As he had achieved such an effect, it was unnecessary for Jin Wushuang to continue to massacre. Emperor's Sword Sect Master, Emperor's Sword Palace would only open after some time. During this time, I will stay at Emperor's Sword Sect. I hope Emperor's Sword Sect Master can make some arrangements for me, Jin Wushuang said. Sure. Emperor's Sword Sect Master quivered, but nodded heavily. Jin Wushuang had killed one of their almighties and hurt a few of their men. Emperor Sword Sect had to apologize, and they had to even arrange Jian Wushuang's shelter and food. Emperor Sword Sect Master was naturally aggrieved, but he finally understood a principle. That was the principle where absolute power was enough to suppress any rule. Then, Emperor Sword Sect Master became wiser. He didn't dare make it difficult for Jian Wushuang anymore. Jian Wushuang only stayed in Emperor Sword Sect as he waited patiently for Emperor Sword Palace to open. As they waited, the news of what had happened in Emperor Sword Sect quickly spread in Eternal Chaotic World. One person had suppressed one sect. Emperor Sword Sect was forced to yield. Jian Wushuang hadn't had the lower hand in the fight with Luo Xinzi. At the same time, he had displayed his terrifying close body combat skill. Most importantly, when Jian Wushuang was fighting at close quarters with Luo Xinzi, his 4 golden swords weren't affected at all. Everyone in Eternal Chaotic World had a new understanding of Jian Wushuang's fighting power. Back then, there were many people who had been in doubt of Jian Wushuang's ranking on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. They had thought Jian Wushuang shouldn't be ahead of Emperor God Tianling. They had thought Jian Wushuang's 4 Hongjun golden swords were scary, but Emperor God Tianling could totally withstand it. The moment the 4 golden swords couldn't put him in an advantageous position, Emperor God Tianling would be able to defeat Jian Wushuang. But then, Jian Wushuang had proven himself to everyone with his battle achievements. He had more than one trick up his sleeve. Even if Hongjun Golden Sword couldn't bring him any advantage, he wouldn't be defeated by just anyone. Time flew past and a few years passed. It had finally come the day Emperor Sword Palace opened. In Emperor Sword Sect, in a lofty hall, the experts who had come for opportunities in Sword Principle in Emperor Sword Palace sat on both sides of the hall. At the front of the hall, there were 2 people seated on the 2 seats second to the hosts. The 2 of them were Jian Wushuang and Luo Xinzi. The 2 of them looked cold while the surrounding people stole glances at them occasionally. There was reverence in their glances. Luo Xinzi, Sword Emperor, and everything is ready. We can head to Emperor Sword Palace now, Emperor Sword Sect Master said politely. Chapter 1877-9 Emperor Swords. Let's go. Under the Emperor Sword Sect Master's guidance, Jian Wushuang, Luo Xinzi, and the remaining people headed toward the Emperor Sword Palace in succession. The Emperor Sword Palace was actually a giant standalone space. However, the standalone space was in a locked state most of the time, and it would only open once every 1 million years. It was a pitch-black wormhole, and the wormhole was filled with secrets. Sword Emperor, Luo Xinzi, and everyone else, this is the entrance to the Emperor Sword Palace. Now that this entrance has opened, it will close again after 1,000 years. As time is limited, please go in quickly, the Emperor Sword Sect Master said gently. Jian Wushuang shot a glance toward Emperor Sword Sect Master, and a puzzled expression flashed past his eyes. However, he did not hesitate, and he entered the wormhole with a step. Luo Xinzi and the other 10 experts, as well as the 2 real god geniuses in the Emperor Sword Sect who possessed the Sword Principle Inheritance Token, entered the Emperor Sword Palace in succession. In the vast space, the sky was dark red in color and the ground was dark yellow in color. This is the Emperor Sword Palace? Jian Wushuang looked around the surroundings, and he did not feel anything special in the space right away. However, all of a sudden, a few vague sword essences came from not too far away. Jian Wushuang spread his soul power immediately, and he saw that on a sacrificial altar that was not too far away, there were swords floating about. Looking at it, there was a total of 8 swords. Moreover, the most important thing was that even though the auras of the 8 swords were not released intentionally, they were still extremely powerful. Chaos Divine Treasures? Jian Wushuang's eyes squinted. If his eyes were not wrong, the 8 swords that were floating on the sacrificial altar were Chaos Divine Treasure-level attack-type divine weapons. Moreover, their power was considered extremely shocking among the Chaos Divine Treasures. At the very least, their power was a lot more powerful than Jian Wushuang's Blood Mountain Sword. However, what caused Jian Wushuang to be puzzled was the issue of why would the Emperor Sword Sect allow the 8 powerful Chaos Divine Treasure-level swords to stay in the Emperor Sword Palace. Logically, they should have taken them away a long time ago. Looks like the rumors about the Emperor Swords are indeed correct, A cold voice could be heard, and it was unknown when Luo Xinzi had appeared beside Jian Wushuang. Emperor Swords? Jian Wushuang looked at Luo Xinzi with a puzzled expression. I have only heard of them, Luo Xinzi explained. The Emperor's Sword Palace has been left behind by the First Era's Sword Emperor Dugu, who stood at the highest level. Sword Emperor Dugu has not just left behind many sword principal inheritances in the Emperor's Sword Palace. At the same time, he left 9 Emperor Swords behind. For those 9 Emperor Swords, each of them is extremely powerful. Among the Chaos Divine Treasures, they could be considered to be at the top. Moreover, the Emperor Swords themselves always contained shocking sword principles to begin with. Back then, due to the founder of the Emperor Sword sect obtaining an Emperor Sword, the abilities of his sword principles skyrocketed, and from there, he founded the Emperor Sword sect. However, the Emperor Swords cannot be obtained by any random person. From the day the Emperor Sword sect was founded to date, after so many years, it is unknown as to how many times the Emperor Sword Palace has opened, and many experts have come to the Emperor Sword Palace to comprehend to the point that their numbers are uncountable. However, it's a pity that only the Emperor Sword sect master back then obtained an Emperor Sword. Apart from that, no one else obtained a second one. Is that so? Jian Wushuang understood. 9 Emperor Swords. At that moment, 8 of them who were in one piece were still lying over there. At that moment, those experts, as well as the 2 real gods from the Emperor Sword sect, who had come in along with Jian Wushuang and Luo Xinzi, had already headed to the place that the 8 Emperor Swords were at. When they arrived at the sacrificial altar, all of them attempted to get the Emperor Swords to recognize them as their master in succession. However, in the end, none of them was recognized by the 8 Emperor Swords. As for taking the 8 Emperor Swords away by force, there was no need to even think about it. Sword Emperor, the power of these 8 Emperor Swords are inexhaustible. Why don't you have a try as well? With your talents, you might be recognized by the Emperor Swords, Luo Xinzi said. For the Emperor Swords to recognize someone as their master, they should be looking at one's understanding and comprehension of sword principles. As such, this is not related to one's talents and abilities. Therefore, there is a low chance of the Emperor Swords recognizing me as their master. As for you, Luo Xinzi, your level of understanding of sword principles is at a much higher level than me. Hence, you should be the one to try instead, Jian Wushuang laughed. I am not in a rush. We have only just entered the Emperor Sword Palace, and we still have 1,000 years' time to think of ways to raise the cultivation base of our sword principles. After 1,000 years, when I have made progress with regards to my sword principles, it will still not be too late for me to try, Luo Xinzi said. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. Let's go to the place of inheritance. Jian Wushuang and Luo Xinzi walked toward the vast land in front of them immediately. In the center of the Emperor's Sword Palace, which was its core, there was a sword sea. To be exact, it was a sword grave. Within the sword grave, there were countless swords. Be it long swords, sharp swords, soft swords, and heavy swords, there was each and every kind of sword. For these swords, their cutting edges were inserted into the ground. Looking at it, there were probably tens of thousands of swords, and they were inserted into the ground to form a circular shape. Within the 5 corners of the sword grave, each of them had a platform where one could comprehend, and the platforms had already been completely integrated into the sword grave around them. It is said that the sword principal inheritances that the Emperor's Sword Palace contained are extremely useful to cultivators who practice sword principles. Even if a great emperor who is proficient in sword principles were to come to the Emperor's Sword Palace to accept one sword principal inheritance, he would benefit from it considerably. I wonder what the effects are really like? Jian Wushuang laughed. Why not give a try and find out for yourself? Luo Xinzi laughed indifferently. Her figure then turned vague, and she appeared on one of the platforms. In no time, she closed her eyes. Jian Wushuang grinned. He did not hesitate, and he appeared on a platform as well. The moment he stepped on the platform, Jian Wushuang realized immediately that the platform had resonated with the sword principal inheritance token that he possessed. After that, the sword grave that Jian Wushuang was at became completely different. Buzz, 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 buzz. Countless shocking sword essences appeared at almost the same time. The whole sword grave had become a sea of sword essences. vast and majestic. These sword essences were too vast. Moreover, there were all kinds of sword essences, and it was as if they had covered everything. The sword grave contained tens of thousands of swords. At that moment, Jian Wushuang felt tens of thousands of sword essences. Among the tens of thousands of sword essences, Jian Wushuang did not dare to underestimate any of them. Gosh, all these sword essences. Jian Wushuang was filled with shock. It was not just him. Luo Xinzi, who was at the other training platform, revealed a shocked expression. Countless sword essences flooded the universe, and they gathered quickly to form many clear and powerful sword principles which appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. There were all kinds of sword principles, and they were extremely advanced. For example, there were sword principles that Jian Wushuang had once opened up and comprehended before. However, they were even more vast and majestic than before. Chapter 1878. Broken Sword, Too Vast, Jian Wushuang muttered. Compared to the vast sword principle that he felt before him, the sword principle that he had comprehended before was merely a drop in the ocean. There was not only one sword principle contained in the sword tomb, but various kinds. Jian Wushuang could feel the sword principles very clearly. With slight guidance, he would be able to grasp them. In turn, his understanding of sword principle would improve tremendously. Let's begin. Jian Wushuang settled down very quickly, and he started to comprehend the vast sword principle in the sword tomb wholeheartedly. Not only him, but also Luo Xinzi and the other two real gods from Emperor Sword Sect that had sword principle inheritance tokens started comprehending too. As for experts who didn't have sword principle inheritance tokens, they couldn't enter the sword tomb, but they could only find a place to sit outside of the tomb. Although they couldn't feel the vast sword principles in the sword tomb, it was far behind the few who had sword principle inheritance tokens. The effect might not even be 10% of Jian Wushuang's and the others. But even so, the experts weren't willing to miss the chance. Everyone seized the time and immersed themselves in comprehension. Time flew past. In the blink of an eye, 30 years passed. Every time Emperor Sword Palace opened, it opened for 1,000 years. It had only been 30 years. It was a short time, but Jian Wushuang opened his eyes again. Emperor Sword Palace deserved sword cultivators to be crazy about. I only comprehended here for 30 years, and I have improved tremendously in my comprehension of sword principle. In 1,000 years' time, I'm afraid it is insufficient for my sword principle to reach a brand new level. Jian Wushuang clenched his hand and his eyes were filled with excitement. Although he was thrilled, Jian Wushuang was still suspicious. After 30 years of comprehension, although the power that the sword tomb displayed was enough to surprise him, he felt that the sword tomb wasn't as simple as it looked in its appearance. It wasn't just his gut feeling. It was also a conclusion that he had got from comprehension for 30 years in the sword tomb. The sword tomb had boundless sword principle and sword intention. Although both sword principles and sword intentions were displayed perfectly, Jian Wushuang believed that Sword Emperor Dugu, who had built Emperor Sword Palace, would have more skills than this. What other mysteries are hidden in the sword tomb? Jian Wushuang creased his eyebrows and stood up slowly. Just as everyone was fully immersed in the comprehension of sword principles and sword intentions, he stood up and walked out of his cultivation platform. In Sword Tomb, Jian Wushuang casually walked as he looked around. With his naked eyes, he couldn't see anything strange about the Sword Tomb. There were many swords in Sword Tomb that had been stabbed into the ground. If there is nothing strange about the sword, then it should be the sword intention, Jian Wushuang muttered. His consciousness blended in the Sword Tomb, and he started feeling the countless sword intentions. He didn't comprehend, only carefully studied. It took a few years to study it. Jian Wushuang suddenly opened his eyes in shock. These sword intentions are strange. Strange. Jian Wushuang did find it strange. The strangeness was from the sword intention itself, but the direction that sword intention swept to. The sword intention soared, but Jian Wushuang could feel that the sword intention that had swept out was slanted in one direction. Yes, slanted. The slanting position was like it was intentionally drawing closer. If he were to describe it with the term, worship, pilgrimage of tens of thousand swords. Jian Wushuang stared, and he immediately felt every sword intention carefully. In his senses, The tens of thousands of soaring sword intentions were worshipping one direction. In the direction that the sword intention worshipped, Jian Wushuang came to a corner at the border of the sword tomb in the end. Then, there was a thick and heavy sword. Most importantly, the heavy sword was broken from the middle. A broken sword? The surface of the broken sword was blotted with rust. It felt as though it was a metal scrap. However, Jian Wushuang could feel that the sword intentions of the tens of thousands of swords were faintly worshipping the broken sword. In the entire sword tomb, only the broken sword had never let out any sword intention since the beginning. It seems that the broken sword is the true core of the sword tomb, Jian Wushuang thought to himself. The sword wasn't right in the middle of sword tomb, but in a corner at the border that was least noticed. There wasn't an aura or sword intention that was given out, and the broken sword seemed to prevent the probing of soul power. Even when he covered the range with soul power, he couldn't feel the existence of the broken sword. This broken sword, I wonder what kind of mystery it is carrying? Jian Wushuang was curious, but he didn't show it. Very soon, he returned to his cultivation platform and closed his eyes to continue comprehending. As for Luo Xinzi and the others, they were comprehending with full concentration. No one noticed him. Then, Jian Wushuang comprehension focused on the broken sword as his core. His consciousness followed the guidance of the sword intention and fixed upon the broken sword. At that moment, the ordinary broken sword with blotted rust made a drastic change in Jian Wushuang's consciousness. The blotted rust instantly disappeared. The originally thick and heavy sword transformed into a 1-meter-long sword in Jian Wushuang's consciousness. It gave out faint golden luster, and on the surface of the blade, there was a dragon-shaped secret pattern. The dragon-shaped secret pattern wiggled slowly, as though there was a real dragon that was sealed in the sword. Besides, most importantly, there was a brand new sword intention soaring on the golden sword. The sword intention was supreme. It was like the king of the swords, like the sovereign that rules the world. It was also like the ruler of heaven and earth. The sword intentions of the world took it as their focus. In the sword tomb, the sword intention was like the true prince, while the surrounding tens of thousands of sword intentions were like feudal officials that were worshipping and yielding to it. It was the king of the swords. Just as Jian Wushuang felt the sword intention, his heart quivered. In his head, there was suddenly an image. In the image, there was a middle-aged man in a golden dragon royal robe and golden dragon crown. He was holding the golden sword as his emperor aura swept out, and he wielded the sword. Chapter 1879. Emperor Sword Principle. Sword Principles. Jian Wushuang opened his eyes wide. He could tell that what the emperor had unleashed by swinging the golden sword with dragon veins in the scene was a sword principle with one move. Moreover, it was an extremely frightening sword principle with one move. With one stroke, all beings would submit themselves to the wielder. This was the stroke of an emperor. All the lands under the heavens belonged to the king, and all the people were the king's servants. His stroke represented the supreme power to control the universe. Emperor's Sword Principle. A message surfaced in Jian Wushuang's mind and allowed Jian Wushuang to understand that the move that the emperor had unleashed in the scene was the Emperor's Sword Principle. As for the process of unleashing it, it was replayed many times in Jian Wushuang's mind continuously. That emperor swung his sword again, and every stroke was exactly the same. This had caused Jian Wushuang to be delighted. Opportunity. A great opportunity. He finally knew the secret that was hidden in the sword grave. It was a shocking sword principle. At that moment, he had found his way into the sword principle, and what he needed to do was to do his best to comprehend the sword principle. Comprehend the sword principle and grasp it. This sword principle is too powerful. It is definitely the most unreasonable, powerful, and supreme sword principle that I have seen so far. Although I am not sure what kind of expert created this secret skill, there's no doubt that I would have another trump card if I were able to grasp this sword principle, Jian Wushuang murmured. Although this sword principle was in the Emperor's Sword Palace, Jian Wushuang knew that it was not created by Sword Emperor Dugu. Although Sword Emperor Dugu was an influential figure in the First Era, it was still impossible for him to create such a sword principle. Hence, this sword principle must have come from the ancient past. Back then, Hall Master Yuan had told him the reason why Sword Emperor Dugu was able to walk around freely in the First Era. Apart from the shocking sword principles that he had created, the most important thing was that he had obtained a sword principle from the ancient past. That sword principle was his most frightening and powerful sword principle. If he was not wrong, the sword principle from the ancient past was this Emperor Sword principle. I have already found an opportunity. Next, no matter what, I must comprehend this Emperor Sword principle. Even if I am unable to comprehend the complete Emperor Sword principle, to me, comprehending one or two sword principles is still considered a huge benefit to me. Jian Wushuang clenched both his fists tightly. Next, he sat down with his legs crossed right away and started to comprehend the scene where the Emperor unleashed his sword principle. At that moment, the Emperor merely unleashed one stroke, and that stroke was the first move of the Emperor's sword principle. What Jian Wushuang could comprehend then was that first move. The Emperor's sword principle was extremely profound and unfathomable. Although Jian Wushuang was extremely talented in terms of comprehension, his progress of comprehending the Emperor's sword principle was still extremely slow. Time passed by. While everyone had focused their hearts and minds into comprehending the sword essences and sword principles, Jian Wushuang was making the best use of his time to comprehend the Emperor's sword principle. In a flash, another 150 years passed. Atop the training platform, Jian Wushuang opened his eyes again, and his eyes were glowing brilliantly. I have finally comprehended the first move of the Emperor's sword principle. Jian Wushuang was excited. He had merely comprehended it, and he had yet to grasp it. However, Jian Wushuang was already extremely delighted. After all, as long as he comprehended it, he could take his time to grasp it in the future. At that moment, since he had comprehended the first move, he could continue to comprehend the second move. As expected, the scene that appeared in his mind had already changed. Similarly, it was the Emperor who wore a long robe with golden dragons, and his hands were still holding on to the golden sword with dragon veins. Similarly, he unleashed a stroke. However, his sword principle was completely different from before. Emperor's sword principle. Second move. Jian Wushuang glowed brilliantly. After that, he continued his comprehension. Time was not a concern in training. Out of the 1,000 years' time, 900 years had passed in the blink of an eye, and only 100 years remained. The Jian Wushuang then had stopped his comprehension of the Emperor's sword principle. For the Emperor's sword principle, every move is more profound and powerful than the previous one. Although I have only used 150 years to comprehend the first move, I used another 280 years for the second move. Now, 900 years have passed, and I have only managed to comprehend until the third move. As for the fourth move, the Emperor's sword principle still had the fourth move and fifth move. However, at that moment, Jian Wushuang had only comprehended the first three moves. Moreover, he could only comprehend those three moves. After all, a total of 900 years had passed, and only 100 years remained. As such, comprehending the fourth move was just an extravagant hope. Since I am unable to comprehend the fourth move, I shall make use of the remaining 100 years to comprehend those sword essences and sword principles. Jian Wushuang laughed, and he had already made up his mind. Next, he stopped using his time to comprehend the Emperor's sword principle. He did not attempt to grasp the Emperor's sword principle. Instead, he focused his heart and mind into the comprehension of those sword essences and sword principles. While comprehending, his level of comprehension and understanding of the sword principles rose with a shocking speed. At the same time, Jian Wushuang started to collate all the sword principles that he possessed then. Jian Wushuang was a genuine cultivator who cultivated sword principles. Sword principles were his root. At that moment, Jian Wushuang possessed three types of sword principles. The first and second type were the reincarnation sword principle and space-time sword principle that he cultivated respectively. These two sword principles were created perfectly from the reincarnation doctrine and space-time doctrine. Hence, when his sword principles were unleashed, they would bring about a vast amount of power of Heaven Wei. As for the third type, it was the Emperor's sword principle. However, Jian Wushuang had only comprehended it, and he had not grasped it yet. As such, he was naturally unable to unleash it. 100 years later, Jian Wushuang's level of understanding and comprehension of the sword principles rose greatly. Thus, his sword principles naturally made a huge breakthrough as well. In terms of the reincarnation sword principle, he had already created the sixth move. As for the space-time sword principle, as his level of comprehension of the space-time doctrine was higher, and it had achieved the standard needed to clear the eighth level of the Doctrine Palace, he had managed to create the seventh move. For these two sword principles, both of them had made huge improvements. Moreover, with the growth of the sword principles, the power of the Hongjun golden swords rose considerably as well. In other words, Jian Wushuang's abilities as a whole had risen compared to before. Of course, the most important thing was the Emperor Sword principle. However, it was a pity that he did not have the time to grasp it. The moment he grasped it for real and unleashed it successfully, his fighting capabilities would rise again. 1,000 years' time is almost up. My gains are extremely huge. Next, it's time to leave. Jian Wushuang laughed, and his eyes could help but turn to the broken sword which was at the very edge of the sword grave and was not eye-catching in the slightest bit. The broken sword, which was full of rust, was still stuck in the ground, and there was no movement at all. Only Jian Wushuang had realized what was different about it. As for the other people, from the start to the end, they had never noticed the existence of the broken sword. What a pity. If there were more time, I might have been able to completely comprehend the complete Emperor Sword principle. Jian Wushuang felt that it was a pity. Chapter 1880. Owner Recognition. The time limit of 1,000 years had passed. Those people who had immersed themselves in the comprehension of sword principle and sword intention opened their eyes simultaneously. In the past 1,000 years, regardless of Luo Xinzi and the few who had cultivated on cultivation platform and sword tomb, or those experts who could only stay outside of the sword tomb because they didn't have sword principle inheritance token, they had gained a bountiful harvest. Most of them were wearing smiles on their faces, but there were, of course, some that looked regretful. They were unhappy that the time was so short, and they didn't improve much in their swordsmanship. Sword Emperor, Luo Xinzi appeared next to Jian Wushuang. How did it go? Not bad. How about yourself? Jian Wushuang smiled. Not too bad. My comprehension in sword principle has increased by quite a bit, Luo Xinzi said. I heard that not only are there great opportunities in Emperor Sword Palace, there is also a terrifying sword technique. But it's a pity that although I comprehended carefully and tried to look for it, I couldn't find it. That sword technique must rely on luck, Jian Wushuang replied. That's true, Luo Xinzi nodded. Emperor Sword Palace has been opened many times. Over the years, only the founders of Emperor Sword Sect received the sword technique. I am confident that I am not much weaker in comprehension than the founder of Emperor Sword Sect, but I am not as lucky as him. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly but didn't speak. The broken sword was too obscure. Even the worshipping sword intention was extremely ambiguous. Jian Wushuang could find it not only through years of studies, but it also largely depended on luck. As for comprehension of sword principle, that relied on one's gifted talent. They didn't talk anymore and walked to the exit of the Emperor Sword Palace. When they arrived at the exit, Jian Wushuang realized that the expert who had entered Emperor Sword Palace together walked to the altar of the 8 king swords again. When they had first arrived at Emperor Sword Palace, the experts had already tried owner recognition once. After 1,000 years of comprehension, these experts obviously wanted to try a second time. It was a pity that their second try failed as well. Jian Wushuang. These people failed. Now, there are 2 of us left. You and I. Who shall go first? Luo Xinzi looked at Jian Wushuang. King Sword's owner recognition. Everyone who entered Emperor Sword Palace would give it a try regardless of the outcome. After all, even if owner recognition failed, they had nothing to lose. But once there was a King Sword that recognized one as its owner, the person would be gained abundantly. You go ahead first, Jian Wushuang smiled. Luo Xinzi didn't refuse and immediately walked towards the altar. When she came to the altar, Luo Xinzi started owner recognition with the first King Sword. When she failed, she continued to the second. Very soon, Luo Xinzi had tried all 8 King Swords. The end result was that none of the King Swords responded. Luo Xinzi bitterly smiled as she walked back. The surrounding experts saw and sighed emotionally. Even Luo Xinzi failed. It seems that King Sword's owner recognition isn't that easy. Over the years, besides the founder of Emperor Sword sect, there is no one who has gotten a King Sword. Although Luo Xinzi was powerful, she seems to be slightly behind from King Sword's owner recognition standards. Luo Xinzi already tried. Now, there's only Jian Wusheng left. I wonder if he has the luck to make one of the King Swords recognize him as owner. Him? I admit that he is powerful, but his understanding of sword principle isn't higher than Luo Xianzi's. Luo Xinzi couldn't do it. Jian Wushuang shouldn't be able to do it either. The surrounding people were whispering. Luo Xinzi already returned to Jian Wushuang. It seems like I am not lucky enough to get the King Sword. Emperor Sword, there's only you left who stands a chance to get King Sword to recognize you as its owner, Luo Xinzi said. Haha, Luo Xinzi, you failed to do so, and I will only be the same, Jian Wushuang said. Who knows if you don't try? Maybe you're lucky enough. Luo Xinzi said. Although Luo Xinzi said so, she obviously didn't think that Jian Wushuang could succeed either. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows, then he walked towards the altar without hesitation. In front of everyone, Jian Wushuang approached the altar. However, before he reached the altar, when he was still 100 meters away, Virum, there were 8 terrifying sword intentions that suddenly soared up from the altar. The 8 sword intentions had existed previously, but they were quite ambiguous and they weren't strong. However, at that very moment, the sword intentions intensified multiple times. Before the expert's eyes, the 8 king swords that were floating quietly at the altar suddenly shook vigorously. Such vigorous shiver was obviously showing of excitement and wild joy. Everyone was shocked at the sight. How did it? This is, when we went to try for owner recognition, the 8 king swords didn't even move. Now, Jian Wushuang merely got closer to them, and the 8 king swords are so drastically different, and they became so excited? How is it possible? The surrounding experts were astonished. Especially Luo Xinzi, she was shocked. When divine weapons recognize their owners, don't they rely on power and comprehension of sword principle? In terms of power, she wasn't any weaker than Jian Wushuang. In terms of comprehension of sword principle, she was stronger than Jian Wushuang. Even she didn't cause the 8 king swords to respond, but they shook vigorously at the same time when Jian Wushuang appeared. Could it be? Luo Xianzi's eyes dilated. She figured out a possibility. The possibility was quickly determined. Sword Emperor definitely received the hidden terrifying secret skill from the sword tomb. Yes, definitely so. Otherwise, the 8 king swords definitely wouldn't be so excited. Disregarding everyone's astonishment, Jian Wushuang continued to walk forward. Very soon, he arrived at the altar. When he stepped foot onto the altar, the 8 king swords were in a commotion. Every single king swords flew over from each corner of the altar and stood before Jian Wushuang. All of them were quivering as though they were trying to ingratiate themselves with Jian Wushuang. It seemed to be a battle among the king swords. The king swords are fighting to recognize Jian Wushuang as their owner? The surrounding people were dumbfounded. Even Jian Wushuang was surprised. He had comprehended King Sword principle, and he had already expected that the King Swords might want to recognize him as owner when he went forward for owner recognition. But he had never expected that the 8 King Swords would be that excited, and they would be fighting to recognize him as owner. Chapter 1881. Rejected. Jian Wushuang did not know. The 8 Emperor Swords were extremely intelligent, and they knew how to choose their master. Moreover, they were Emperor Swords which were born specially for the Emperor Sword principle. In the Emperor Sword Palace, they would not care about experts who practiced normal sword principles. Only people who had comprehended the Emperor Sword principles via the sword grave had the right to be their master. For example, back then, the founder of the Emperor Sword sect had managed to get one Emperor Sword to recognize him as its master as he had comprehended the Emperor Sword principle. However, the founder of the Emperor Sword sect's affinity for comprehension was limited. After spending 1,000 years of time, he had only barely managed to comprehend the first move of the Emperor Sword principle. Hence, he had barely achieved the requirement for them to recognize him as their master. But what about Jian Wushuang? Similarly, it had also been 1,000 years. To be exact, he had merely used 870 years of time. With that, he had managed to comprehend the first 3 moves of the Emperor's Sword principle. As such, his talents for comprehending were many times higher than that of the founder of the Emperor's Sword sect. Hence, those Emperor's Swords had fought amongst one another to recognize a genius like him as their master. The 8 of you! As Jian Wushuang looked at the 8 Emperor's Swords which were shaking crazily, he laughed indifferently. Since all of you are willing to recognize me as your master, why don't all of you leave with me? It was obvious that Jian Wushuang had the intention to take away all the 8 Emperor's Swords. It should be known that the 8 Emperor's Swords were 8 extremely powerful Chaos Divine treasures. However, after hearing Jian Wushuang's words, the 8 Emperor's Swords became vehement. Jian Wushuang's expression changed slightly, and he continued to communicate with the 8 Emperor's Swords. As for those experts who were not too far away, when they saw such a scene, they had puzzled expressions. Moreover, most of them were also looking at Jian Wushuang with envy. That's right. It was envy. They had done their very best, and they yearned for even one Emperor's Sword to recognize them as its master. In the end, none of them Emperor's Swords was willing to accept them. As for Jian Wushuang, the Emperor's Swords fought among one another to recognize him as its master. Such a difference was really extremely huge. All of a sudden, humph! With a cold snort, the expression of Jian Wushuang, who was communicating with the 8 Emperor's Swords, turned cold abruptly. He then waved his big hands, and he completely ignored the 8 Emperor's Swords, no matter how much noise they made or shook. After that, he turned his body and left without turning his head back at all. The 8 Emperor's Swords continued to make noises intensely. However, after that, they returned to their own positions in succession, and in no time, they quietened down. Such a scene had caused everyone present to become dumbfounded. Sword Emperor, what's going on? Luo Xinzi walked in front of Jian Wushuang immediately. Just now, those 8 Emperor's Swords wanted to recognize you as their master, right? That's right. They had planned to recognize me as their master. Moreover, I can choose any of them. However, they were all rejected by me, Jian Wushuang said right away. You rejected them? Luo Xinzi opened her eyes wide. The surrounding people were also filled with disbelief. Although the Emperor's Swords wanted to recognize Jian Wushuang as their master, they were all rejected by Jian Wushuang in the end. Why did he reject them? How could reject them? Just now, I communicated with those Emperor's Swords and I planned to take all of them away. However, it's a pity that the 8 Emperor's Swords are extremely arrogant. Indeed, as Emperor's Swords which stand at the top, they are naturally extremely arrogant. As such, they are not satisfied with sharing the same master with any other swords at the same time. Therefore, not only would they not recognize me as their master at the same time, the moment one of them recognized me as its master, I could only use it as my only weapon for sword principles. They are really unreasonable, Jian Wushuang sneered. He had seen unreasonable people and unreasonable sects before. However, this was the first time that he had seen unreasonable swords. The 8 Emperor's Swords were indeed extremely unreasonable and arrogant. As such, they would definitely not allow other swords to share a same master with them. However, for those Emperor's Swords to be so unreasonable, this also shows how powerful they are. Even if you were to use it as your only weapon for sword principles in the future, wouldn't it not be a loss? Luo Xinzi could not help but ask. The surrounding people nodded their heads earnestly. The more unreasonable a sword was, the more frightening its power was. Since the Emperor's Swords were so unreasonable, they would definitely be extremely powerful. With such a weapon on hand, why would they still need to use other swords? Hence, almost everyone present would agree to that condition without hesitation. However, Jian Wushuang rejected it. I already have my own weapon. Even if the Emperor's Sword were to recognize me as its master, it would still be in second place in my heart. Wanting me to abandon my own weapon and use it as my only weapon is just some nonsense spouted by an idiot. Jian Wushuang's eyes were ice cold. When he had communicated with the 8 Emperor's Swords moments ago, the moment he knew their request, he had become furious at once. There was no doubt that the 8 Emperor's Swords were extremely powerful. At the very least, among the sword-type weapons that Jian Wushuang had seen, none of them was stronger than the 8 Emperor Swords. Even when placed in the ancient past, the 8 Emperor Swords could also be considered first-rate treasures. However, although the Emperor Swords were powerful, his Blood Mountain Sword was not weak. Perhaps the power of the Blood Mountain Sword then was far from being comparable to that of the 8 Emperor Swords. However, the Blood Mountain Sword was an embryo sword, and there was still a huge room for it to grow. When it grew up completely in the future, it would not be weaker than the 8 Emperor Swords in the slightest. Moreover, it might even be stronger. Furthermore, the Blood Mountain Sword came from his master, and it was something that his master had bestowed upon him personally. Hence, it contained his master's feelings. The most important thing was the position that the Blood Mountain Sword had in Jian Wushuang's heart. It should be known that starting from the Green Fire World, Jian Wushuang had always fought with the Blood Mountain Sword side by side, and to date, it was unknown how many years it had been. Just like the King of Venomous Worms, the Blood Mountain Sword was a battle companion that he had trusted the most, and it was also his brother. Not to mention 1 Emperor Sword. Even if 8 Emperor Swords, 80 Emperor Swords, or even 800 Emperor Swords were used, he would absolutely not abandon the Blood Mountain Sword. As such, moments ago, he had rejected the 8 Emperor Swords without hesitation and left. Of course, to other people, it was absurd. It was to the extent that some people could not help but roar within their hearts. Although they had done their very best, they were still unable to obtain the big opportunity that was given to Jian Wushuang for free. Moreover, among the 8 Emperor Swords, Jian Wushuang could pick any of them. In the end, Jian Wushuang had rejected all of them? What kind of resolve was that? Also, how big was the gap between them and Jian Wushuang? When they looked at the comparison, it was really infuriating. The recognition of masters by the Emperor Swords has come to an end. Luo Xinzi, let's go out. Jian Wushuang looked at Luo Xinzi. Although Luo Xinzi had not completely calmed down yet, upon hearing Jian Wushuang's words, she nodded her head. Before she left, her eyes could not help but glance at the 8 Emperor Swords again. She then sighed lightly. After that, she left the Emperor Sword Palace via the exit. As for the remaining experts, although they had mixed feelings, they were also extremely upset. However, it was a pity that the Emperor Swords had chosen to recognize Jian Wushuang as their master instead of them. As such, they could not do anything and could only leave with dissatisfaction. The vast Emperor Sword Palace became peaceful again, and only the 8 Emperor Swords which stood upright atop the sacrificial altar proudly like before remained. Perhaps after many years, someone would comprehend the Emperor Sword principle in the sword grave and take some of them away. However, this person would definitely not be Jian Wushuang. Chapter 1882. Jealous. Outside Emperor Sword Palace, Emperor Sword Sect Master and the others were waiting patiently. After Jian Wushuang and the others came out from Emperor Sword Palace, they went forward to greet them. Not long after Jian Wushuang and the others had exited Emperor Sword Palace, the entrance to Emperor Sword Palace closed. The next opening would be another 1,000,000 years later. Gu Dang, has there been any incident in Emperor Sword Palace in the past 1,000 years? Emperor Sword Sect Master looked at a young man in a red robe. The young man in the red robe, real god Gu Dang, entered Emperor Sword Palace with Jian Wushuang and Luo Xinzi. During the 1,000 years of comprehension, nothing happened. But in the end, real god Gu Dang reported to Emperor Sword Sect Master in all honesty. What? King Swords recognized Jian Wushuang as their owner, and he rejected them? The people from Emperor Sword Sect were shocked. Emperor Sword Sect Master was staring into the void as unprecedented jealousy burnt. One should know that King Sword's owner recognition was a great opportunity. In the history of Emperor Sword Sect, there was only the founder, his master, who had received a King Sword. With the King Sword, the founder of Emperor Sword Sect was extremely scary. If it were to be in the current times, he could absolutely be in the top 20 in Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. He might not even be too far off from the number 1 Emperor God, Underworld God. It was a pity that the founder of Emperor Sword Sect had passed away because of a danger he had come across when he was wandering in ancient Mystery Land many years ago. Then, he took control of Emperor Sword Sect. However, in terms of power, opportunities, or even disposition, he was far behind his master. He had taken control of Emperor Sword Sect for so many years. The power of Emperor Sword Sect didn't get stronger but weaker instead. As for King Swords in Emperor Sword Palace, his desire to get King Swords was far higher than anyone else's. He wanted to reach the level of his master through King Sword's owner recognition, but it was a pity that he had failed countless times in Emperor Sword Palace. But Jin Wushuang, King Swords took the initiative to recognize him as the owner, but he had rejected them? Emperor Sword Sect Master was, of course, jealous. Of course, no matter how jealous he was, Emperor Sword Sect Master didn't dare to show it. Sword Emperor, Luo Xinzi, Emperor Sword Palace is closed, and it will be opened again in another 1,000,000 years. I wonder if the two of you would like to stay in Emperor Sword Sect, or Emperor Sword Sect Master asked humbly. There are many things to be taken care of in Lineage of Star. I shall not trouble you further, Jin Wushuang replied. I shall leave too, Luo Xinzi looked cold. If so, I shall send the two of you off. Emperor Sword Sect Master was extremely courteous. Jin Wushuang and Luo Xinzi didn't stay, and left Emperor Sword Sect as Emperor Sword Sect Master saw them off. In the void outside Emperor Sword Sect, Jin Wushuang and Luo Xinzi stood side by side. Sword Emperor, Emperor Sword Sect Master looks to be polite to you. But I can tell that he harbored hatred in him, Luo Xinzi said. Hee. I took action to corner the entire Emperor Sword Sect, and I even killed one of their Sir Gods. It'd be weird if Emperor Sword Sect Master didn't hate me, Jin Wushuang laughed. Not only Luo Xinzi could tell, but Jin Wushuang also saw through him. He was so readable. Plus, Jin Wushuang knew that Emperor Sword Sect Master was temporarily fearful of his power, and he didn't dare to display his hatred. Hence, his humble behavior. But in actual fact, he was dying to suck his blood dry and eat his flesh. Besides, Jin Wushuang was sure that when the Master of Star Palace's death was verified in no time, all forces and experts would launch an attack on Lineage of Star with all sorts of reasons. Emperor Sword Sect would definitely hit them when they were down. That was a definite. However, even though Jin Wushuang knew that for sure, he couldn't just destroy Emperor Sword Sect. Emperor Sword Sect, in Eternal Chaotic World, their foundation and power in Sanctuary Alliance are too solid. It's okay if I just teach Emperor Sword Sect Master a lesson casually. Sanctuary Alliance wouldn't care. But if I were to destroy Emperor Sword Sect directly just because Emperor Sword Sect Master made it difficult for me, it would instigate dissatisfaction in the higher-ups of Sanctuary Alliance. Plus, Emperor Sword Sect already lowered their heads before me, Jin Wushuang thought to himself. Lineage of Star was already at the heart of the struggle. Among the higher-ups on Sanctuary Alliance, there were some who were hostile towards Lineage of Star, or even to him. However, there were also some that anticipated and looking forward to him growing and becoming one of the major powers of Sanctuary Alliance. In other words, those who supported him. Between the two, there should be restrictions to one another. However, if Jin Wushuang were to destroy Emperor Sword Sect for trivial matters, although Sanctuary Alliance wouldn't do anything to him, it was inevitable that those higher-ups who were originally on his side would become unhappy. That was not something Jin Wushuang wanted. In Sanctuary Alliance, all forces are complicated. Like the saying, pull one hair and the whole body is affected. To Lineage of Star now, the most important factor is the higher-ups in Sanctuary Alliance. The standing of the great emperors, he couldn't let their standpoints waver. At least, not until after the danger period. As for Emperor Sword Sect, humph, they are just clowns. Even if I don't destroy them now, when the war explodes, I will destroy them if they dare to join the war. Jin Wushuang didn't care much about Emperor Sword Sect. In Eternal Chaotic World, among the major forces who intend to fight Lineage of Star, there were many that were stronger than Emperor Sword Sect. Even if there was really a war, forces like Emperor Sword Sect weren't too many if there was one extra, weren't too few if there was one less. It didn't matter. Sword Emperor, as you know clearly, I shall not comment further. Goodbye, Luo Xinzi said, and then turned to leave. Jin Wushuang watched as Luo Xinzi leave. Then, he waved and an ancient silver spaceship appeared in the void before him. Jin Wushuang entered the cabin and it started traveling at a terrifyingly fast speed to Lineage of Star. With the speed of the silver spaceship, he would arrive in Lineage of Star in no time. However, The silver spaceship only traveled for half a day before it ran into mishap. In the vast dark void, the ancient spaceship was traveling at a fast speed. However, just as the silver spaceship flew past a piece of void, the surroundings suddenly filled with blurry fog, and as the spaceship continued to plunge forward, the gray fog grew thicker. Jian Wushuang in the cabin instantly noticed the changes in the void outside the spaceship. His eyes dilated in shock. It seems that my journey back won't be smooth sailing. Chapter 1883 Boatman in Black. The void was filled with blurry fog. The huge, ancient silver spaceship vanished into thin air, while Jian Wushuang stood arrogantly alone. Jian Wushuang's gaze was like lightning. He stared forward with a tinge of coldness. In the void that Jian Wushuang was staring at, there were ripples spreading in the water. In the thick gray fog, there was a simple wooden boat. On the boat, there was an elderly paddling. The elderly was scrawny and tan-skinned. He was shabbily dressed in black with a bamboo hat. Judging by his looks, he was no different from an ordinary boatman. However, after the boatman in black appeared, Jian Wushuang's heart skipped a beat and his face grew solemn. The wooden boat emerged from the gray fog and continued to travel forward until it was 100 miles away from Jian Wushuang before it stopped. I wonder who you are. Why do you block my route? Jian Wushuang remained at the same spot as his voice spread. Hee, I am a nobody. My name, Sword Emperor, doesn't have to bother. I came here today for only one matter. The boatman in black smiled and said in a gentle voice. What's the matter? Jian Wushuang asked. Sword Emperor, what do you think about this fish? The boatman in black suddenly pointed in one direction of the void. Jian Wushuang suddenly looked and realized that the void filled with ripples while in the water. There was a huge carp that weighed about 3 jin that jumped out. It was so vivid, as though it was real. The moment the carp jumped out, Jian Wushuang became heavily guarded. Vroom vroom. Jian Wushuang's consciousness was heavily affected. As the image turned, Jian Wushuang came to an ordinary courtyard. In the courtyard, there was a young maiden in snow-white blouse. She was practicing her sword principle while a young man sat by the side and gave pointers casually. He pointed out the young maiden's flaw in her sword principle. The courtyard wasn't huge, but it was a great place to practice swordsmanship. Although it had been years, Jian Wushuang could determine with a glance that the courtyard was where he used to practice swordsmanship when he was young. It was Sword Marquis Mansion. The young maiden in the snow-white blouse was Jin Minger, who had once been entangled with him. The young man who was sitting by the side and giving pointers was him in his younger times. The familiar sight was replayed perfectly. Sword Marquis Mansion, Jin Minger. It has been a while. Jian Wushuang's eyes suddenly turned sharp. Only dreamland. How could it affect me? Jian Wushuang thought, and he instantly plunged towards his true will with unprecedented determination. The image of younger times that he had missed immediately shattered with shockingly fast speed. Finally, the image shattered completely. Jian Wushuang continued to stand arrogantly into the void that was filled with gray fog, while the wooden boat in front of him remained at the same spot. However, the boatman in black who was originally on the wooden boat disappeared. Psst! Extremely soft. If it was any other ordinary almighty, he wouldn't be able to hear the sound, but there was a chilly gleam in Jian Wushuang's eyes. Go! A low roar and Blood Mountain sword was out of its scabbard. Jian Wushuang wielded his sword and brought about boundless sword intention. Simultaneously, it shook off the space-time. The stroke was space-time sword principle that Jian Wushuang created through the combination of his studies about space-time doctrine and sword principle. In space-time sword principle, Jian Wushuang had already created the 7th move, and he was merely performing until the 5th move. Dang! Along with a loud clash, the boatman in black's figure flew backward. There was murderous intention soaring from Jian Wushuang's body. With his willpower, the 4 Hong Jun golden swords ascended and turned into 4 rays of resplendent golden light. They chased after the boatman in black at lightning speed. Hee, the boatman in black smiled maliciously. As he retreated, his figure instantly blended into the surrounding gray fog and vanished. Jian Wushuang grew distressed while the 4 Hong Jun golden swords immediately stopped. He glanced around and swept out his soul power over the widest range. However, his soul power couldn't see through the surrounding grue fog. He knew that boatman in black should be around, but he couldn't determine the boatman in black's exact location. King of venomous worms, would your secret skill be able to locate him? Jian Wushuang asked. His current power had already reached the top of Emperor God level. Although King of venomous worms had already transformed into full-foot plenilune, his scariest power was actually recovery power. In ferocious fights, it was difficult for him to assist Jian Wushuang. However, he had many auxiliary skills. For example, King of Venomous Worms knew a secret skill whereby whenever someone got close to Jian Wushuang, King of Venomous Worms would instantly be alerted and he would remind Jian Wushuang. King of Venomous Worms shook his head when he heard Jian Wushuang. I can't. Maybe due to the surrounding gray fog, my secret skill wasn't working when I performed it. I see. Jian Wushuang's gaze fixed. He could tell that his opponent was well prepared. For instance, the surrounding thick gray fog should be a formation. Who are you exactly? Jian Wushuang's voice was cold as it spread in the surrounding void. Ever since he had started cultivating, he had offended countless enemies. There were quite a number of them who wanted him dead. However, his power was on display. There shouldn't be many who had the guts to scheme against him. However, the boatman in black that he had come across, he had never heard of him, nor seen him before, but he posed a great threat. One should know that the magic skill earlier. In Jian Wushuang's view, it was definitely the most realistic and scariest magic skill. If it wasn't because he was an inverse cultivator and his mental state had been in training to the point that he had already reached the peak of the 3rd level of mental state, he wouldn't be able to shake off that dreamland forcefully. Plus, the boatman in black's assassination skill was really scary. He could say that the boatman in black was definitely one of the strongest assassins he had seen so far. Hee, Sword Emperor. I said that I only have one purpose for this trip. The purpose is naturally to kill you. His gentle voice spread from all directions, and Jian Wushuang wasn't sure in which direction the voice came from. Nor did he know the location of the boatman in black. Just then, Virum, a strange bolt of power charged to Jian Wushuang without any signs before. Soul attack? Jian Wushuang's face changed. Chapter 1884. Disperse Soul Attack was considered to be Jian Wushuang's weak point. Previously, he had spent a large number of resources to improve his soul. Then, he already formed a substantive soul, and substantive soul was extremely strong, far beyond any ordinary Sir Gods. Such a powerful soul was also sturdier. Besides, he had already found a soul ring in the ancient battlefield back in Green Fire World. Although the soul ring was damaged badly, it had great defense power towards soul attack. It was Jian Wushuang's soul's reliance. The power of the boatman in black that he was dealing with was unfathomable. The soul attack that he had performed, Jian Wushuang wasn't sure if he could withstand it. Hong. Terrifying soul power was like a sharp sword that tore everything and charged towards Jian Wushuang's substantive soul. At first, it was hindered by the soul ring, and its power was diminished by half. The rest of the power was also blocked off by soul walls that Jian Wushuang had put up temporarily. In the middle of the blurry void, Jian Wushuang clenched his teeth as he stood there. His face looked gloomy. Just as the soul power hit his substantive soul, his body quivered. There was a sharp pain that caused the veins on his forehead to pop up as though his head was going to explode. Fortunately, although there was a sharp pain, his substantive soul withstood the soul attack, and H was only slightly injured. Luckily, I purposefully spent a large number of resources to improve my soul strength. Luckily, I got a soul ring from the ancient battlefield. Otherwise, Jian Wushuang had yet to recover from the attack. He knew that if there were to be lack of the factors, he would have been killed by the soul attack directly. Suddenly, there was a shrill scream across the void. Jian Wushuang's eyes quickly dilated. He had barely withstood the soul attack earlier, but the boatman in black's attack descended again. The speed was too fast and too sudden. The most crucial part was that Jian Wushuang had no idea where the location of the boatman in black was before he attacked. When he realized, the boatman in black was already behind him. The attack was launched at a close distance. Moon-picking skill. A boundless divine power and bloodline power suddenly erupted. The strongest secret skill of ancient god, moon-picking skill, was performed instantly. Then, the moon-picking skill that Jin Wushuang performed was aiming at the void that he was in. Rumble. The surrounding sky and space-time instantly pressed down. Not only the boatman in black, but also Jin Wushuang himself, felt the pressing of the space-time and was greatly restricted. Comparatively, Jin Wushuang was far less restricted. Jin Wushuang slanted his body, and the black light that was swung by the boatman in black flew past. I dodged it. Jin Wushuang was surprised. Moon-picking skill was originally used to pressure opponent using space-time, while he launched a full attack at his opponent. Then, Jin Wushuang had used it to dodge the attack. Very smart indeed. The boatman in black was shocked. Just as Jin Wushuang was driving 4 Hong Jun golden swords and prepared to counterattack, the boatman in black blended into the surrounding gray fog again and disappeared from within Jin Wushuang's sensory range. D***. Jin Wushuang looked distressed. Jin Wushuang. This guy merged with the surrounding gray fog, and it is hard to trace him. As long as the gray fog is here, he can attack and retreat as he wishes. Only he could attack you, but you couldn't attack him. In other words, he is invincible. King of Venomous Worms said in Jin Wushuang's head. If so, I shall disperse the gray fog. Jin Wushuang fixed his gaze upon the fog. Ancient god unique skill, universal laws. Virum, 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 Virum. The void shook, and there were huge ancient god shadows that appeared behind Jin Wushuang. With one glance, there seemed to be more than hundreds of thousands of shadows. These shadows were substantiated by boundless divine power. Reincarnation palm. Jin Wushuang roared, and a palm containing boundless reincarnation power slapped. The crowded ancient god shadows behind him also gathered boundless divine power, and then they swung their palms too. They were all reincarnation palms. One should know that reincarnation palm derived from Jin Wushuang's comprehension of the shocking palm that one-star man left in his head the other day. In terms of power, it was also considered a fierce secret skill, and the divine power that required was not little. An ordinary Sir God could at most perform over a dozen palms after a vigorous fight. However, Jin Wushuang himself and also ancient god shadows that he had formed performed the palm. The expense of divine power. An ordinary Sir God wouldn't be able to withstand it, but Jin Wushuang could perform it straightforwardly. Hong, 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 Hong. Listening to vigorous explosions, the palms that seemed to contain the entire reincarnation attacked the surrounding void. The surrounding void shattered and broke. Only with one round of attacks, the tens of millions of miles void that Jin Wushuang was in had shattered into pieces. Even space was non-existent. The gray fog in the space was naturally swallowed up mercilessly. Without the hindrance of the gray fog, Jin Wushuang finally locked gazes with the boatman in black. The boatman in black was standing in the void about 10,000 miles away. Hee, you are truly an inverse cultivator. Your divine power is boundless. With such attacks, the required divine power should be huge, but you could perform it with ease, without any pressure, the boatman in black complimented. Even though the surrounding gray fog had dispersed, he wasn't in a hurry. Now, you and I can fight a fair fight. Jin Wushuang's eyes were cold. Just as he spoke, swoosh, 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 swoosh. The 4 golden lights instantly burst out. The speed was enough to strike fear into an ordinary emperor god. Jin Wushuang gave full play to his comprehension of space-time doctrine. Plus, from the increase in his understanding of sword principle, the power of the 4 Hong Jun golden swords was much stronger than before. Even without the assistance of the gray fog, I can still kill you. The boatman in black smiled maliciously. When the 4 golden lights appeared in front of him, the black saber that gave out dim light in his hand suddenly shuttled through the 4 golden lights instantly, like a poisonous snake. The 4 golden lights instantly moved to the side from the impact while the boatman in black didn't stop but appeared in front of Jin Wushuang. Wow! Boundless dim light flowed out and a black saber descended. Jin Wushuang could only feel that he had instantly fallen into boundless darkness. Chapter 1885 One High. Humph. Jian Wushuang harumphed coldly while his blood mountain sword let out a shrill whistle. The sword light instantly burst out, along with boundless reincarnation power. The stroke was Reincarnation Sword Principle, the sixth move. It was also the most powerful stroke among Reincarnation Sword Principle that Jian Wushuang had created. Under the trigger of Jian Wushuang's fierce divine power and bloodline power, the power of the stroke was extremely terrifying. Clang. The sound of metal clanged, and Jian Wushuang took a few steps back from the impact. Just as he retreated, Hong. A boundless bloodline aura spread and Jian Wushuang's figure suddenly increased in size and instantly turned into black jade colors. Simultaneously, there were heads and arms extending from his body. Ancient tri-body revealed itself with 7 heads and 14 arms. Jian Wushuang's fighting power suddenly reached its peak. Die! The 4 Hong Jun golden swords flew out with ferocious sword intention, while Jian Wushuang's 14 arms wielded a sword each and attacked. The boatman in black wasn't afraid and swung out his black saber continuously. Dang! 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 There were vigorous clashes of blades in the void. Jian Wushuang had already given full play to his swordsmanship and his close combat skill in collaboration with an intense attack of Hong Jun golden sword. Even so, the boatman in black was responding rather at ease. Sword Emperor, compared to when you fought with Palace Master Wu Luo from Abysmal Palace 1,000 years ago, your swordsmanship has improved tremendously. The boatman in black smiled and his figure suddenly became creepy. Just like the reflection in the mirror, he appeared in 3 different places in the void. When Jian Wushuang swept out his consciousness and located the boatman in black, the latter appeared next to him. Then, the black saber was swept at him again. The darkness was as usual and the power was soaring. Bang! Jian Wushuang was pushed out by the impact. After Jian Wushuang steadied himself, his cold eyes locked onto the boatman in black as his face grew solemn. This person is so strong. Strong. He was really strong. One should know that, 1,000 years ago, Jian Wushuang had collaborated his close combat skills with his Hong Jun golden swords, and he had matched evenly with Luo Xinzi, who was in the 21st place on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. After 1,000 years of cultivation in Emperor Sword Palace, Jian Wushuang had improved tremendously in sword principle and his overall power. Then, he was stronger than he had been 1,000 years ago. But in the end, when he gave full play to his sword principle, close combat skill and Hong Jun golden swords, he still had the lower hand. The boatman in black, who exactly is he? Jian Wushuang muttered. He was sure that the boatman in black wasn't a great emperor but an emperor god expert. He was definitely not on the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. However, his power among all emperor gods on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list should definitely be in the top 3, or even second to Underworld God. If the gray fog wasn't dispersed by Jian Wushuang forcefully, the boatman in black would be able to fight with Underworld God with the existence of gray fog. He was definitely a terrifying existence. He doesn't exist on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. Could he be from Holocaust sect of Acheron Palace? Jian Wushuang couldn't help but ask. Holocaust sect and Acheron Palace were hidden. Their experts almost never revealed themselves. Hence, Sanctuary Alliance didn't know much about the experts that the 2 dark forces had. If it was said that the boatman in black was from Holocaust sect of Acheron Palace, it was possible. Then, the boatman in black looked at Jian Wushuang. The infamous Sword Emperor is really not weak. Even I will have to pay a price if I want to kill you. Just as he spoke, the boatman in black suddenly flipped his hand and took out a creepy black pearl. Jian Wushuang's heart skipped a beat at the sight of the black pearl. The boatman in black had already squashed the black pearl. The pearl broke and dark energy that struck fear even into Jian Wushuang's sword up. The dark energy concentrated on the black saber under the control of the boatman in black. Die. The boatman in black took action. He swung out his black saber. Suddenly, the universe was engulfed in boundless darkness. In the dark, a resplendent light shined. The light was too bright. It was definitely one of the brightest lights Jian Wushuang had seen, and its speed was unbelievably fast. The moment it was swung out, it appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. He who wanted to withstand it by performing 8 divine mountain wouldn't have a chance either. Then, Jian Wushuang's face grew red while 4 out of his 14 arms flowed with billowing divine power and wielded the swords. The 4 sword shadows collided with the light. Clang! A terrifying power traveled, and almost instantly, the 4 swords in the 4 arms flew off. But the power of the light didn't decrease and hit Jian Wushuang's body. Poof! Jian Wushuang spat a mouthful of blood, while Jian Wushuang's body retreated tens of thousands of miles away before he regained stability. After Jian Wushuang steadied himself, he suddenly lifted his head. A great emperor's hit? Without a doubt, the power of the light earlier had already surpassed an emperor god's power. It definitely had reached the level of a great emperor. It was equal to a great emperor's hit. Hence, it could throw Jian Wushuang's sword away and continue to injure Jian Wushuang. The boatman in black squinted his eyes. He didn't die? A great emperor's hit was enough to kill an emperor god easily. That was definite. On heaven and earth's supreme ranking list, among all emperor gods, only 2 could withstand a great emperor's hit but not die. But then, Jian Wushuang had done it. It seems like your armor was no ordinary chaotic divine treasure. The boatman in black glanced at the crimson armor on Jian Wushuang. He knew that the reason why Jian Wushuang could withstand the hit was because of the armor. Jian Wushuang himself admitted that. His divine power could be compared to an emperor god's favorably, and in addition to his ancient tribe bloodline, his divine power was impressive. However, to block the earlier hit like a great emperor's hit with his defense body, it was impossible. But he had 5 gem armor. As the only treasure that ancient tribe expert from ancient times, Wu Hun, had left for him. Although it was broken, his defense power was still terrifying. Like the great emperor hit earlier, its power was diminished by 90% after 5 gem armor. With only the remaining power left, it naturally couldn't kill him. As a great emperor hit couldn't kill you, it seems that I can't do anything about you. Sword Emperor, you're lucky this time. We shall meet again. Just as he said that, the boatman in black floated to the far-off void. Chapter 1886, 200 Years. Jian Wushuang stood in the void as he watched the boatman in black leave. He didn't intend to chase after him. He was clear that, in terms of power, the boatman in black was still above him, and he had many tricks and techniques on hand. It was already great enough that he got to survive the attack. It was an extravagant hope to take down the boatman in black. This person, who sent him? Jian Wushuang thought to himself. Speaking of assassination, Jian Wushuang thought of Acheron Palace and Holocaust sect first. However, his gut feeling told him that the boatman in black should have nothing to do with Acheron Palace and Holocaust sect. After all, he had experienced the power of the 2 dark forces before. They either don't attack all, or there would be definite death if they did. Just like the besiegement of Acheron Palace last time. If it wasn't because he was lucky and he had met 1-star man, it would have been impossible for him to survive. Then, although the boatman in black was powerful and he could pull a great emperor-like hit, he couldn't corner Jian Wushuang to a desperate situation with that. Acheron Palace and Holocaust definitely wouldn't only reach such level when they attacked. As he wasn't from the 2 dark forces, those who could send someone so powerful yet with no fame definitely would only be the existence of the high above. The great emperor finally couldn't hold back and started taking action at me? Jian Wushuang looked gloomy. Among the great emperors in Sanctuary Alliance, there were quite a few that didn't wish to see him grow. Merely because there were some great emperors that were looking forward to his growth, they were restricting one another. Although there are quite a few great emperors that don't wish to see me grow, currently, only Abysmal Saint Master displayed his hostility towards me. Unless the one who wanted to kill me this time is really Abysmal Saint Master? Jian Wushuang muttered. Of course, he wasn't sure. Although, I don't know which great emperor did it this time. But luckily, as he still has scruples, he couldn't kill me personally but only could send the boatman in black earlier. There's a what-if in every situation. I'd better be more careful. Otherwise, it might be a great emperor who attacks personally next time. Power. It's power. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands, and he felt unwilling to yield. He knew that he was eyed by some great emperor. He had no other ways. He could only be defensive and take the hits. He could only think of ways to resolve the danger that he was in. It was the difference in power. Not until the day that he obtained the 7th step of inverse cultivation skill and truly became an almighty would he be able to stand side by side with the great emperors. Jian Wushuang didn't stay any longer in the void, but quickly returned to Lineage of Star. In the huge, luxurious estate that looked like a paradise. In the middle of the estate, there was a river, and the river water was as clear as crystal. There was a boat floating, and there was a lazy man in a purple robe fishing with a bamboo pole in the boat. The entire estate was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Suddenly, the boatman in black appeared at the corner of the boat. He greeted politely, "Master, am back?" "How did it go?" the lazy man asked casually. "I already used Blood Dynasty Pearl, but I still failed in the end." "The defensive armor of Jian Wushuang's body is unusual," the boatman in black said. "Oh." The lazy man raised his eyebrows, but he didn't mind much. "Forget it. Let Jian Wushuang live for a while longer." "Oh, Year, you didn't reveal anything to him, right?" "Master, I was in disguise during the attack. Besides Master, there is no one else who knows it was me," the boatman in black said as his appearance and aura changed at a fast speed. The original tan-skinned, scrawny, elderly in black suddenly became an extremely evil-looking lady in a purple robe. The lady looked enchantingly beautiful. Her skill was fair, and her body figure was curvy. She was a classically beautiful girl. Even if Jian Wushuang saw this lady, he definitely wouldn't associate her with the boatman in black. Not long after the assassination of the boatman in black, Jian Wushuang returned to Lineage of Star. He cultivated in Emperor Sword Palace for 1,000 years. In the past 1,000 years, nothing had happened in Eternal Chaotic World. Lineage of Star was rather peaceful. Ever since the fight between Lineage of Star and Abysmal Palace, Lineage of Star had displayed their fierce power, and it served as a deterrent to all forces. Plus, the news about the Master of Star Palace's death had yet to be confirmed. Hence, although the forces and experts had intentions in their heads, no one dared to take action against Lineage of Star at that moment. However, the date of the closing of Ancient Mysteryland was getting closer. There were only 200 years left. 200 years were extremely short. The time wasn't much left for Lineage of Star. In the lofty hall, Master Yuan, how did the expert recruitment go? Jian Wushuang asked. As of now, there is a total of 17 Almighties that have accepted our invitation. Among the Almighties, there are 2 Emperor Gods while the rest of the 15 are Sir Gods. Among the 15 Sir Gods, there is one who is on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. In addition to Emperor God Jiao-in who accepted our invitation earlier, we now have 5 people with the fighting power of an Emperor God in Lineage of Star. Plus, Palace Master yourself and Jian Yi. There are 2 peak Emperor Gods. Master Yuan sounded excited. Fighting power of 5 Emperor Gods. Among all sects and Sanctuary Alliance, any forces had yet to achieve that. However, Lineage of Star had achieved it. Of course, that was because the condition that Lineage of Star had offered was too tempting. Not only did they give them chaotic divine treasure, but the temptation of secret skill of Star Palace was also huge. These people in Lineage of Star, are they honest people? Jian Wushuang asked. Palace Master, don't worry. First of all, these people have good reputation. Secondly, they have yet to receive a secret skill of Star Palace. Even though they have gotten their chaotic divine treasure, they are still restricted. Unless it comes to the brink of life and death, they won't abandon Lineage of Star and leave, Master Yuan said. That's great. Jian Wushuang nodded faintly. Although the experts had accepted Lineage of Star's invitation, they had come merely for the benefits offered, and they didn't have any relationship with Lineage of Star, let alone a feeling of belonging. It was impossible for them to go all out for Lineage of Star. Hence, Jian Wushuang merely wanted to hang on to them through benefits. Wait until the war exploded. Even if these people didn't risk their all for Lineage of Star, they could at least be useful then. They could definitely increase the overall fighting power of Lineage of Star. Chapter 1887 Time limit is up? Oh yeah. On the way back from Emperor Sword Sect, I met a mysterious expert. Jian Wushuang briefly told him the story about the boatman in black. The boatman in black is extremely scary. He even took out a strange pearl and exploded a hit that wasn't second to a great emperor's hit. Hallmaster Yuan, you know more about Sanctuary Alliance than I do. Do you know the origin of the boatman in black? The boatman in black? Hallmaster Yuan creased his eyebrows slightly. In Eternal Chaotic World, there are some experts that are powerful but not famous. They have power that isn't second to Emperor God, but they aren't on Heaven and Earth's supreme ranking list. However, there are not many experts like that and the boatman in black that Palace Master was talking about. According to what Palace Master said, the boatman in black's power should be in the top 10 among all Emperor Gods in Heaven and Earth's supreme ranking list. Such expert, there are none according to the people I know. None? Jian Wushuang shook his head and he was helpless. He could tell that the boatman in black was most likely sent over by a great emperor. Which great emperor to be exact? He had no idea either. Forget it. I shall not think about him for now. As for now, I should be dealing with the upcoming danger that Lineage of Star is facing. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath. 200 years. Only 200 years left. 200 years later, the storm would come again. In the 200 years, Jian Wushuang never left but cultivated in seclusion on Sword Star. He was naturally cultivating the King's Sword principle that he had obtained from Emperor's Sword Palace. He had comprehended 3 moves from King's Sword principle, and every single move could split the heavens and break Earth. What Jian Wushuang needed to do then was to master the first move within 200 years. As long as he masters the first move from King's Sword principle, it meant that he had another extra killer move. Time flew past. During the 1,000 years when Jian Wushuang had comprehended in Emperor's Sword Palace, Eternal Chaotic World had been extremely quiet. Plus, as Jian Wushuang had returned, the forces and experts in Sanctuary Alliance naturally wouldn't dare to incite trouble. In the blink of an eye, 200 years had passed. The ancient mystery land that only opened every 5 million years and only opened for 10,000 years each time. Then, the time limit of 10,000 years was ending. In the huge ancient mystery land, there were a total of 4 entrances and every entrance was huge. As the time limit of 10,000 years was up, the experts who were wandering in ancient mystery land walked out from the entrance one after another. At one of the entrance, swoosh, swoosh, there were flashes of light. Then, there were 2 figures that walked out from the huge wormhole. The 2 people were Sir God Yun Suo and Sir Godly Quan. They were 2 powerful Sir Gods. During these years, the 2 had teamed up to wander in ancient mystery land. After wandering, they had gained a bountiful harvest. After the 2 exited the wormhole, Sir God Yun Suo suddenly paused and looked around in shock. Where are there so many people? Sir God Yun Suo could see a large number of figures gathered around the entrance. The figures were made up of strong and weak people. Plus, within the range of his soul power senses, he could feel many auras hidden in the void nearby. In the past when ancient mystery land closed, although there were some experts waiting outside, most of them were spies from intelligence organization. The amount was never this high, Sir God Yun Suo exclaimed in surprise. Li Quan, do you know what happened? Sir God Yun Suo looked at Sir Godly Quan by his side. I heard, Sir Godly Quan smiled. I heard that Vientiane Tower sent out a message not too long ago that the Master of Star Palace from Lineage of Star had passed away, and he passed away in ancient mystery land. However, the news is only Vientiane Tower's guess. It has yet to be verified. All these years, there were many forces and experts in Sanctuary Alliance that wanted to test Lineage of Star's actual situation. Even Abysmal Palace fought with Lineage of Star personally. Until now, no one was certain. Now, ancient mystery land is going to close. This is a chance to surely verify if the Master of Star Palace died. Of course, there are many who are here. I see, Sir God Yun Suo was shocked. The scary Master of Star Palace passed away? No one knows if it was true or false, but wait till ancient mystery land is closed entirely and see if the Master of Star Palace walks out of ancient mystery land. Then, we will be able to tell. Why not? Let's wait here too, Sir Godly Quan suggested. Sure, Sir God Yun Suo nodded immediately. At the entrance, there were more and more experts gathered. and there were many spies sent by various forces. Not only that particular entrance, but the other 3 entrances also had a large number of spies keeping watch, and they had been doing that for a very long time. Ever since the news of the Master of Star Palace's death, the spies had been keeping watch at the entrances. No matter which exit did Master of Star Palace took, all forces in Sanctuary Alliance would receive the news at the first instant. Until then, they didn't see the Master of Star Palace. The time continued to fly past. It was getting closer to the time where Ancient Mysteryland would be closed entirely. There's only 1 hour left. In another hour, Ancient Mysteryland will close. The experts who wandered in Ancient Mysteryland all these years, those who are alive has come out from Ancient Mysteryland long ago. However, the Master of Star Palace has yet to show himself. It seems that Vientiane Tower's assumption is true. Humph, I could tell long ago that the Master of Star Palace had passed away, but I couldn't be certain about it. But now, I am definite. The experts from all forces locked their gazes upon the entrances. The closing time was getting closer, and the Master of Star Palace was nowhere to be seen. The experts were certain. 1 hour was ending soon. 10 breaths, only 10 breaths left. The Master of Star Palace is not coming out. It is definite that the Master of Star Palace has died. The experts from all forces were sighing. Very soon, with the experts' countdown, the 10 breaths time ended too. The time limit of 10,000 years was up. Theoretically, as the time was up, the 4 entrances of Ancient Mysteryland should close. However, there were no changes to the 4 entrances. The 4 huge wormholes didn't move an inch, and there was no sign of them closing. What happened? The time is up. Why are the 4 entrances not closing? Did we remember wrongly? Is it not time for Ancient Mysteryland to close yet? Chapter 1888 Great Shock. Remembered the time wrongly? Impossible. It is possible if only the 2 of us remembered wrongly, but it is impossible for all of us to remember wrongly. The 10,000 years time limit is up. There is no doubt about this. But the entrance of Ancient Mysteryland didn't close? Let's wait. Maybe it will be closed again. The experts at the 4 entrances were watching closely. 1 hour, 2 hours, 1 day, 2 days. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. The 4 entrances of Ancient Mysteryland were still there. There were no changes at all. There were even some experts who had tried to enter Ancient Mysteryland and walked out from Ancient Mysteryland again. It was smooth. Then, everyone was dumbfounded. At the same time, the news spread around Sanctuary Alliance and the entire eternal chaotic world. The time limit of 10,000 years had been reached, but Ancient Mysteryland hadn't closed. When everyone found out about the news, they were astonished. One should know that Ancient Mystery World was from ancient times. Since the Second Era until then, Ancient Mysteryland had been opened countless times over the years. It had already become a pattern that it would open every 5 million years and opens for 10,000 years each time. It had been so for countless times, and there was never once any mistake. But then, it was obviously an unexpected incident. On Thunderbolt Island, on the peak of the Sanctuary Mountain, in a huge courtyard, there was an elderly in gray who was fishing quietly with a bamboo pole and single prank footbridge. Suddenly, a middle-aged man with silver-white hair that barged into the courtyard. Ancestor Tian Chun, something happened. The man with silver-white hair walked next to the elderly in gray. What happened? The elderly in gray, also the 4th place on Heaven and Earth's Supreme ranking list, put down the bamboo pole and looked. I just received news. After Ancient Mysteryland opened for 10,000 years, it didn't close. The man with silver-white hair said. What? Ancestor Tian Chin's face changed. No matter if it were Ancestor Tian Chun or East Royal Emperor, they were both the higher-ups in Sanctuary Alliance. Also, they were the peak experts of Eternal Chaotic World. They knew the deepest and greatest secrets of Eternal Chaotic World. Similarly, they also knew what Ancient Mysteryland contained. Ancient Mysteryland had been opening and closing in order, and they didn't care. But then, the other few already knew? Ancestor Tianchen asked. I already sent a message to them. However, you have to inform him, East Royal Emperor said. The he that he was talking about was naturally the widely acknowledged strongest one, Emperor Bai. Emperor Bai was supreme. Even among great emperors in Sanctuary Alliance, there were very few who could find Emperor Bai, just like East Royal Emperor. Although he was a great emperor, his power was considered ordinary among great emperors. He wasn't close to Emperor Bai, so he didn't have any way to inform Emperor Bai. "Let me do it," Ancestor Tianchun said. He then immediately took out a token. After a while, Ancestor Tianchun spoke again. "I already messaged him. However, he temporarily didn't reply. We can only wait." "Then, let's wait," East Royal Emperor said helplessly. Not only Ancestor Tianchun and East Royal Emperor, the great emperors in Sanctuary Alliance had found out about what had happened at Ancient Mystery Land one after another. These great emperors were hardly concerned about anything as they were all high and mighty. But then, they were really shocked. Ancient Mystery Land was associated with too many things after all. To forces and experts of Sanctuary Land, it'd be great if Ancient Mystery Land never closed. One should know that there were boundless opportunities in Ancient Mystery Land. Countless experts were dying to wander inside, but unfortunately, it only opened once every 5 million years and only opened for 10,000 years each time. But then, Ancient Mystery Land had opened for 10,000 years but didn't close. Didn't it mean that they could continue to wander inside for the rest of the time? Of course, although the incident that happened in Ancient Mystery Land had stirred a great commotion, there was another thing that caught quite a lot of attention too. The news about the Master of Star Palace's death was finally verified. Although Ancient Mystery Land never closed, the Master of Star Palace had never exited Ancient Mystery Land in the 10,000 years time limit. That was a fact. They lost their biggest fear at the bottom of their hearts. Even though there was Jin Wushuang attending garrison duty personally at Lineage of Star, the forces and experts didn't look at Jin Wushuang as a bigger threat than the Master of Star Palace. In an instant, all forces and experts in Sanctuary Alliance began to stir. Lineage of Star. What should be here is finally here. Jin Wushuang's face was cold. Hall Master Yuan, Hall Master Gu Xin, and Hall Master Nye Yuan were solemn. Palace Master had passed away 3,000 years ago, and Lineage of Star has made the biggest preparation in the past 3,000 years. We also destroyed many enemies. It is considered good. As for what comes next, it will depend on Lineage of Star if we can pass through the danger, Hall Master Yuan said. In actual fact, Hall Master Yuan and the others already felt grateful. They were glad that each force had scruples because of the Master of Star Palace, and it had given them another 3,000 years. The 3,000 years were too important to them. Hall Master Yuan, invite all the guest elders of Lineage of Star here. I think it's time to show our cards now, Jin Wushuang said. Yes, Hall Master Yuan nodded and immediately sent out messages. In a lofty palace, there was a spacious void. In the void, there were a total of over 20 thrones towering. These people were the almighties that Lineage of Star had recruited over the years via the provision of huge benefits. Including Emperor Gajuin, there were a total of 18. Then, the 18 almighties were talking among themselves. They didn't look too good as they spoke to one another. I never expected that the Master of Star Palace had really passed away. Although we had already guessed so, it is hard to accept the fact. The moment the Master of Star Palace's death is verified, Lineage of Star will definitely be in great trouble. Everyone has to be mentally prepared. The news about the Master of Star Palace's death was widespread, and the almighties at the spot naturally knew about it as well. Just then, there were 4 figures that slowly substantiated in the void. Jin Wushuang was the leader of the 4. Jin Wushuang sat down on the highest throne directly while Hall Master Yuan and the other 2 Hall Masters stood by his side. Chapter 1889, Let Imagination Run Wild. Just as they saw the arrival of Jin Wushuang and the others, everyone who was in discussion in the void immediately became quiet. Jin Wushuang sat at the highest place as he glanced at all almighties in front of him with a sharp gaze. The almighties, including the 3 emperor gods, couldn't help but feel a tinge of fear when their eyes met Jin Wushuang's. Similarly, they had fighting powers of an emperor god. However, Jin Wushuang had reached the peak of emperor god, and those who could match evenly were just a handful. The few emperor gods at the scene were too far apart with Jian Wushuang. Everyone, I think you have received the news. Jian Wushuang's voice was cold. That's right. The master of Star Palace has passed away, and he passed away 3,000 years ago. After he passed away, I became the newly appointed palace master in lineage of Star. The Almighties were silent, and no one spoke. Actually, everyone should be mentally prepared for this outcome, right? Jian Wushuang looked around. The Almighties were surprised, but no one denied it. The news about the master of Star Palace's death was a widespread rumor for very long. It was just that it wasn't verified. They naturally knew the news. Hence, before they accepted Lineage of Star's invitation, they were well prepared. Then, the news was verified to be true. Sword Emperor. There was suddenly a thick voice. There was a 3-meter-tall, mountain-like brawny man that stood up among the crowd. The brawny man was Emperor God Xin Wu, who was extremely strong in defense. Sword Emperor, don't worry. As we accepted Lineage of Star's invitation previously, we definitely won't go back on our words. No matter what Lineage of Star has been through, we will definitely be by Lineage of Star's side. I won't say we would risk everything for Lineage of Star, but we would definitely go all out, Emperor God Xin Wu said. Yes, we would definitely go all out as a meager contribution for Lineage of Star. The Almighties stood up one after another and expressed their standings. The Almighties that Hall Master Yuan invited had great reputations, and they were men of integrity. Jian Wushuang smiled at the sight. If so, thank you, everyone. Jian Wushuang smiled. Everyone, don't worry. Lineage of Star is different from before. Even when the Master of Star Palace passed away, Lineage of Star wasn't someone who could threaten as they wish. As long as everyone works together, we should be able to deal with any danger. All right, everyone, let's get prepared. Jian Wushuang waved and beckoned for the Almighties to be dismissed. Just then, hold on a second. There was suddenly a low voice. Jian Wushuang and everyone at the scene looked to the source of the voice subconsciously. There was a man in a black robe that revealed a malicious smile. That's Sir God Beihan. There was no problem with his reputation. However, his character is the worst of all, and he is relatively more selfish. Hall Master Yuan sent a message in silence. Selfish? Jian Wushuang was surprised, but he looked calm on the outside. I wonder how can I help you, Sir God Beihan? Sword Emperor, from what I know, many years ago, the Master of Star Palace once massacred wantonly an eternal chaotic world. Hence, he offended many enemies, including many major forces. Those enemies were mostly killed by Sword Emperor in recent years. But the major forces are still here, Sir God Beihan said. Previously, when the Master of Star Palace was here, he could serve as a deterrent force to all the major forces. But now, the Master of Star Palace died and many of the forces might team up to exterminate Lineage of Star. Although Lineage of Star is powerful and there's the Sword Emperor attending garrison duty personally, I'm afraid it would be very difficult to withstand so many forces simultaneously. It's very difficult. However, Lineage of Star isn't as simple as it looks. If there were to be a war, we could fight against the forces, Jian Wushuang said calmly. Plus, if we really fail to do so, everyone could leave when it comes to a hopeless situation. We, Lineage of Star, wouldn't stop nor question you. Sir God Beihan, you don't have to be worried. Even so, if Lineage of Star were to really be exterminated, secret skill of Star Palace would definitely be in the hands of the forces. By then, it would be impossible for us to get secret skill of Star Palace from the hands of the forces. In other words, we will fight a tough war alongside Lineage of Star, but we won't get any benefit at all. Sir God Beihan's voice sounded rather evil. The moment he said that, there were many people whose expressions changed. Among the Almighties, there were many who came for the secret skill of Star Palace. Lineage of Star had promised that they could receive the inheritance of secret skill of Star Palace if they were to serve Lineage of Star for 10,000 years. However, just as Sir God Beihan had pointed out, if in the upcoming war, Lineage of Star were to be exterminated, who could they get secret skill of Star Palace from? They fought for Lineage of Star, but wouldn't get anything in the end? That wasn't something they wanted. Sir God Beihan, what are you trying to say? Jian Wushuang glanced at Sir God Beihan. I only want to give Sword Emperor a suggestion, Sir God Beihan said. What suggestion? Jian Wushuang remained composed. Very simple. Before the war, which is now, let us inherit the secret skill of Star Palace. Then, not only will we fight Lineage of Star with our all, most importantly, with secret skill of Star Palace, we also could give full play to our trump cards. When we perform our trump cards, we could also increase Lineage of Star's winning chances. Isn't it a perfect plan for both parties? Sir God Beihan said. Hearing what Sir God Beihan had said, the surrounding Almighty's faces changed. There were a few that stole glances at Sir God Beihan. Actually, they had had the same idea as Sir God Beihan, but they didn't dare to bring it up. Jian Wushuang looked indifferent, but his heart grew gloomy. You want to get the inheritance of secret skill of Star Palace now? Sir God Beihan, you thought great, Jian Wushuang sneered. The war has yet to start, and all of you have yet to do anything for Lineage of Star, but you want to receive the rewards and benefits? That's a joke. Forget that it would be a life-and-death war. Even if it was a simple mission, have you ever seen that one could get all the rewards and benefits for completing a task before completing it? In this world, would there be such an amazing deal? Sir God Beihan, are you sure you're not letting your imagination run wild? Chapter 1890 Give Way. Jian Wushuang's voice was cold. In the end, the entire vast void was like it was frozen. Sir God Beihan suddenly grew awkward. Sword Emperor, I was just suggesting a method satisfactory for both parties. You should also put yourself in my shoes. After all, we do not wish to put in so much effort and get nothing in return. Humph, everything in this world has risk. You want to receive the secret skill of Star Palace from Lineage of Star, but you do not want to take any risk? If I were to let you inherit the secret skill of Star Palace now, when the war exploded, regardless of the situation of Lineage of Star, it wouldn't be related to you. Would you fight the war for Lineage of Star wholeheartedly? Sir God Beihan, don't treat the others like idiots. I believe that if anyone here was me, none of you would be willing to give the promised benefits to the other party before the war began. Am I right? Jian Wushuang looked around. The surrounding Almighties exchanged a look. Although most of them wanted to receive the inheritance of secret skill of Star Palace then, they knew that what Jian Wushuang said made sense. There was no free lunch in this world. You have to put in effort before you get rewarded. That's a definite. One had yet to put in effort, but wanted to receive a reward. It was really ridiculous. Sword Emperor. There was a figure that stood up. It was Emperor Gajuin, who had been invited by Jian Wushuang personally, and also the first who had opted to join Lineage of Star's campsite. Emperor Gajuin smiled. Everyone, maybe you don't know, but I am a killer. I have been a killer for so many years. Although killers are on the dark side, I also know a simple principle. Work first, get paid later. Killing has a huge risk. If I were to be reckless, I would lose my life. However, there are still many killers that are constantly taking a mission for a targeted reward. Comparatively, I find Lineage of Star's invitation that we accepted not as risky as an ordinary killer mission. After all, when we are at the brink of death, we can leave directly and Lineage of Star won't stop us. As long as we are careful, our lives are insured. As for what Sir God Beihan said, to get an inheritance of secret skill of Star Palace, and only then fight for Lineage of Star, that's a joke. The moment he said that, the surrounding people nodded in agreement. Only Sir God Beihan looked embarrassed. Humph. If I do not get the secret skill of Star Palace first, I want fight for Lineage of Star, Sir God Beihan said. If so, forgive Lineage of Star for not seeing you off. Go ahead. Jian Wushuang looked cold. Hall Master Yuan, Hall Master Gu Xian, and Hall Master Nye Yuan looked cold too. Lineage of Star wasn't like before anymore. Forget about the experts that they invited. With the Dao soldiers alone, it was a terrifying fighting power. With such fighting power, Sir God Beihan was nothing. He wanted to leave, and Jian Wushuang and his troop wouldn't stop him. Very good. I'd like to see how Lineage Star is going to survive this danger. Humph. Sir God Beihan humphed coldly and left. Jian Wushuang and no one at the scene stopped him. After Sir God Beihan left, everyone, although what Sir God Beihan said was like a wild fantasy, it also reminded me. It wasn't a small war after all. If there was any mistake, Lineage of Star would be doomed forever. You might return empty-handed. So, I have changed my mind now, Jian Wushuang's voice spread. The Almighties immediately looked at Jian Wushuang. Changed his mind? Was Jian Wushuang agreeing to let them get the inheritance of secret skill of Star Palace? Everyone, as you are coming for the secret skill of Star Palace, you definitely have a certain understanding of Lineage of Star. You should know that there are 3 volumes in Secret Skill of Star Palace, and they contain different level of power. Now, although I can't let you inherit the secret skill of Star Palace ahead of time, I can promise those who put in extra effort during the war for Lineage of Star, we will reward each of you according to merit. In accordance with credit, you may inherit the first volume of Secret Skill of Star Palace first. If you put in a great effort, you may inherit the second volume. Then, even if Lineage of Star were to be destroyed in the end, as long as all of you gave your all, you would stand a chance to receive the secret skill of Star Palace during the process, so you won't return empty-handed. What do you think? Jian Wushuang looked around. Hearing what Jian Wushuang had said, the Almighties beamed with joy. Reward according to merit, and receive the inheritance of secret skill of Star Palace during the process of war. Compared to the promised 100,000 years of service to get the inheritance, it was way more secure. Sword Emperor, don't worry. No matter what happens next in Lineage of Star, we will go all out. Yes, all out. The Almighties on the spot showed their standing. They looked determined. If they were to be said to be insecure previously, no one thought so after. Everyone was convinced and willing to go to war for Lineage of Star. Let's go down and prepare, Jian Wushuang waved. The Almighties left one after another. In the void, there was only Jian Wushuang and the other 3 hall masters left. Palace Master, I never expected for you to give way. Hall Master Yuan looked at Jian Wushuang in shock. Actually, you don't have to give way, and these people would still fight for Lineage of Star. Even so, they have scruples more or less. They might even be insecure. When it comes to crucial times, these scruples and insecurities will affect the entire situation. Plus, Sir Godbei Han said something right. If these experts were to get the secret skill of Star Palace, their fighting powers would become stronger. Hence, I will separate the secret skill of Star Palace into 3 volumes to receive the inheritance. If they were to inherit the first volume, they would definitely figure a way to get the second and third volumes. In actual fact, it is great enough to be able to cultivate the secret skill of Star Palace. To cultivate the second volume, it's too difficult. It is impossible to cultivate the third one. Only we know that, and these people don't know, Jian Wushuang smiled. That's true, Hall Master Yuan nodded faintly. Ever since the Master of Star Palace had received the secret skill of Star Palace, only Jian Wushuang and the Master of Star Palace had cultivated the second volume. The others had merely got the first volume cultivated. As for the third volume, there was no one who had cultivated it successfully. Chapter 1891 Purple Moon Lake. Oh yeah, Sir Godbei Han, Hall Master Yuan suddenly looked at Jian Wushuang. Palace Master, Sir Godbei Han has stayed in Lineage of Star for quite some time. He knew quite a bit about Lineage of Star, especially the experts that we invited to Lineage of Star in recent years. Now that he has left Lineage of Star, if he were to spread the news, it would inevitably put Lineage of Star at a disadvantage. I know, Jian Wushuang nodded faintly. The forces and experts in Sanctuary Alliance knew that Lineage of Star were inviting solo experts to join them in recent years by offering benefits, and they knew that many solo experts had agreed. However, the forces didn't know who those solo experts were and how many there were. That information would put Lineage of Star at an advantage in the upcoming war. It would naturally be best not to announce it to the public. Don't worry about it. Sir Godbei Han doesn't stand a chance. When he opted to leave Lineage of Star, I told Jian Yi to follow him, Jian Wushuang said coldly. Jian Yi? Hall Master Yuan was stunned. Jian Yi, a hidden fighting power of peak Emperor God in Lineage of Star. Jian Wushuang obviously had considered that long ago, so he had sent Jian Yi to take care of it. In Lineage of Star, outside the boundless universe galaxy, Sir Godbei Han in a black robe had just walked out from Universe Galaxy. In the void, Sir Godbei Han stole a glance at Universe Galaxy behind him, and there was rage in his gaze. Humph, Jin Wushuang. You are not willing to pass me the inheritance of secret skill of Star Palace now, right? Very well. I shall head to the major forces that harbor deep-seated grudges against lineage of Star now. I'll head to Soaring Heaven King Palace, Divine King Island, Highest Heaven Emperor Mansion. With my power and the information about lineage of Star that I know, it will be easy to join any of those forces. Plus, the few major forces will definitely take action to exterminate Lineage of Star. Wait until Lineage of Star is exterminated. Then I will receive the inheritance of secret skill of Star Palace as well. Plus, joining these major forces is much steadier than joining Lineage of Star. Sir Godbei Han scoffed. From his viewpoint, Lineage of Star lost the Master of Star Palace to be in a commanding position, and all forces would definitely swarm in. Lineage of Star wouldn't be able to withstand it, and they would only be left with one outcome: extermination. Previously, he had agreed with Lineage of Star because he wanted to seize a chance to get secret skill of Star Palace. As for fighting for Lineage of Star, he would contribute, but the moment there was a danger, he would definitely run without hesitation. However, he never expected that he would argue with Jin Wushuang and Lineage of Star before the war had even started. Jin Wushuang, just you wait. They'll make you regret it. Sir Godbei Han's gaze was cold, and he didn't hesitate about Lineage of Star behind him. He immediately moved forward to the vast void. However, he had just left Universe Galaxy and plunged forward in the void for less than 15 minutes when there was an evil-looking figure that blocked his way. Sir Godbei Han's face changed and his body immediately stopped. Who are you? Sir Godbei Han looked solemn as he fixed his eyes upon the evil-looking figure. Although he didn't give out any aura, Sir Godbei Han's gut feeling told him that the person was strong. Your death. Jin Yi didn't talk anymore, but he moved his figure ghostly and came behind Sir Godbei Han. Too fast. It was so fast that Sir Godbei Han didn't manage to react at all. So strong? Sir Godbei Han looked on in disbelief. Jianyi took action, and his speed itself revealed how scary Jianyi was. Such terrifying speed, there was almost no one among the experts that he knew that could be compared favorably. His power was far beyond his imagination. Such a scary expert. Why would he appear here and want to kill him? He had never offended any expert like him. Jin Wushuang, it's Jin Wushuang. Sir Godbei Han stared, and he had already guessed who had sent the scary expert. How is it possible? How did Lineage of Star hide such a scary expert? Sir Godbei Han looked on in disbelief. Jian Yi's hoary hand with boundless power grabbed his throat. Sir Godbei Han roared madly from the bottom of his heart, but he couldn't struggle at all. The hoary hand grabbed his throat, and Jian Yi exerted strength in his grip. Then, Sir Godbei Han's head cracked and his vigor was instantly interrupted. He killed Sir Godbei Han directly. Jian Yi took care of Sir Godbei Han's dead body and took his Qin Kuren ring. Then, he turned to head back to Lineage of Star. Lineage of Star, in a lofty palace. Jin Wushuang didn't wait long until Jian Yi appeared in front of him. Master, Sir Godbei Han died. Jian Yi looked cold, and there was passion in his eyes when he looked at Jin Wushuang. Well done. Jin Wushuang nodded his head, and he was satisfied. After Jian Yi had left Green Fire World, his power had already recovered to the level of middle-stage chaotic realm. In recent years, when Jin Wushuang had fought and massacred outside, Jian Yi had never joined. He had been using an enormous amount of resources to recover his power. Then, Jian Yi's power had recovered to the peak of middle-stage chaotic realm. He was only one step away from peak chaotic realm. One should know that Jian Yi was an ancient expert. At his strongest, he was at the peak of chaotic realm. The techniques and skills that he had on hand weren't comparable to Emperor gods from the Second Era. His fighting power then was so strong that even Jin Wushuang found it unbelievable. Merely as a conservative assumption, Jin Wushuang reckoned Jian Yi should be able to match evenly with the number 1 Emperor god in Eternal Chaotic World, Underworld God. The Master of Star Palace's death is verified. There must be rising winds and scudding clouds in the outside world. At such a crucial moment, there's a person that I have to see, Jin Wushuang said. The other 3 Hall Masters exchanged a look and nodded. They could guess who Jian Wushuang wanted to see. In Purple Moon Sanctuary, a beautifully enchanting lake. The lake water was purple. At night, the moon reflected on the lake and formed a huge purple moon. Its name, Purple Moon Lake, derived from it. In the middle of Purple Moon Lake, there was a small island. Although the island wasn't huge, everyone knew that the island possessed an absolute ruling power over Purple Moon Lake. As the purple moon hung low, the entire island looked even more captivating. At the border of the island, a red-robed elderly was waiting patiently. The red-robed elderly's aura was strong, and he was a Sir God expert. However, the Sir God had been waiting on the island for 1,800 years, and the master of the island had yet to see him. Chapter 1892 Greetings, Great Emperor. A child at the age of 12 walked out from the island. Don't judge the child by his looks. The aura that he gave out was unfathomable, not much weaker than the red-robed elderly. Sir God Haydan, I asked on your behalf earlier. The master is still not awake. Hence, Sir God Haydan, you have to wait for a little longer, the child replied with his young and immature voice. Don't worry. I'll just wait here, the red-robed elderly. Sir God Haydan smiled but didn't give himself airs. One should know that he had been waiting for 1,800 years. Sir God, an almighty, an extremely noble position in eternal chaotic world. He had waited for 1,800 years, but the master of the island never once appeared. However, Sir God Haydan didn't dare to feel upset because he knew clearly the true identity of the master of the island. Forget about 1,800 years, even if it was 18,000 years, he had to wait patiently. Just then, swoosh, a figure plunged over from afar and landed on the island. Then, it appeared next to Sir God Haydan. Please help me inform your master that Jian Wushuang from Lineage of Star would like to see him. Jian Wushuang looked at the child and said humbly, Jian Wushuang? Sword Emperor? The child revealed a surprised look. As for Sir God Haydan, his body quivered in shock too. Sword Emperor's name was well known in eternal chaotic world. His name had long resounded in the expert's ear. The child and Sir God Haydan naturally knew. Sword Emperor, please wait for a moment. I shall go in and report immediately. The child bowed slightly at Jian Wushuang, then he turned and walked into the island. Jian Wushuang wasn't in a hurry, but waited there. After a while, the child walked out and stopped before Jian Wushuang. Sword Emperor, Master has awakened. He asked for you to come in, the child said. Thank you. Jian Wushuang thanked him and walked to the island immediately. Then, how about me? Sir God Haydan asked by the side. Sir God Haydan, Master didn't say that he is going to see you. So, I will have to keep you waiting for a little while longer. Who knows? Master might summon you in after he sees Sword Emperor, the child replied. I understand, Sir God Haydan smiled bitterly. He had come first, and he waited for 1,800 years. However, the master of the island woke up and called Jian Wushuang first. Of course, he didn't dare to be upset about it. He knew that if Jian Wushuang hadn't come, the master of the island might still be asleep. On the island, the plants grew luxuriantly. Right in the middle of the island, there was a simple thatched cottage. The cottage looked ragged, and as though it was going to collapse if there was rain or wind. Sword Emperor, the master is waiting for you in the cottage. A hunchbacked elder who stood in front of the cottage guided Jian Wushuang in. When Jian Wushuang saw the hunchbacked elder, his eyes dilated in shock. He could tell with a glance that the hunchbacked elder was an emperor god, and he was an extremely strong peak emperor god. However, on the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list, there wasn't any introduction about the hunchbacked elder. Not all the top experts in Eternal Chaotic are listed on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list, Jian Wushuang muttered. Very soon, he stepped foot into the cottage. In the cottage, there was only a simple bed, a wooden desk and a wooden chair. On the wooden bed, there was an evil-looking, purple-haired young man. The evil-looking young man looked cold, and he smiled faintly. His smile was so enchanting. Looking at the person before him, Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and bowed politely as he greeted. Jian Wushuang greets Great Emperor. Great Emperor. That's right. The master of the island was seated on the wooden bed. He was also the ruler of Purple Moon Sanctuary, Purple Moon Emperor. Get up! Purple Moon Emperor waved and Jian Wushuang immediately stood up. I heard long ago that there was an unprecedented top genius in lineage of Star. I finally get to see with my own eyes. Purple Moon Emperor smiled. He looked friendly. Jian Wushuang. You came here today. It should be for lineage of Star, right? Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. The master of Star Palace has passed away and lineage of Star has lost its mainstay. Lineage of Star will definitely become a public enemy. All forces, including many experts, will come by. With the current lineage of Star, I reckon it might be difficult to withstand, Purple Moon Emperor said casually. That's why I came here to ask for help from Purple Moon Emperor, Jian Wushuang said. Help? Purple Moon Emperor smiled faintly. Jian Wushuang, you thought too highly of me. Sanctuary Alliance has its rules. The battle between the forces, as long as they do not take the initiative to provoke it, we great emperors can't get involved as we wish. Lineage of Star has been in Purple Moon Sanctuary for so many years, and we do share some relationships. Even when the Master of Star Palace was alive, he gave me many benefits. Theoretically, I should be protecting Lineage of Star. But it's not that I don't want to, but that I can't. Jian Wushuang was surprised. He knew that the great emperors wouldn't get involved in the fights among various forces. At most, they would protect one of the forces due to their relationships. Just like back then on Colored Glaze Sanctuary, Jian Wushuang had cornered Soaring Heaven King Palace into a miserable situation. Soaring Heaven King Palace had no choice but to ask Colored Glaze Emperor to get involved. Although Colored Glaze Emperor didn't get involved in their fights, she came out to protect Soaring Heaven King Palace. Hence, Jian Wushuang couldn't take any action against Soaring Heaven King Palace in Colored Glaze Sanctuary. However, besides Colored Glaze Sanctuary, Colored Glaze Emperor didn't care about anywhere else. That was the protection given by Colored Glaze Emperor. Lineage of Star was under the command of Purple Moon Sanctuary. Lineage of Star had been in touch with Purple Moon Emperor, and they have given Purple Moon Emperor many advantages. Lineage of Star even gave Purple Moon Emperor a white blaze fruit tree. Theoretically, Purple Moon Emperor really should provide protection to Lineage of Star. Once Purple Moon Emperor provided protection, the forces and experts who had bad intentions towards Lineage of Star naturally wouldn't dare to act hastily. But, obviously, it's because of secret skill of Star Palace? Jian Wushuang asked. The secret skill of Star Palace is secondary. You are the main concern. Purple Moon Emperor glanced at Jian Wushuang. You have great potential. Among the higher-ups in Sanctuary Alliance, although there are many who are looking forward to your growth, there are also some who are not willing to see you grow. You should understand the theory behind this. Jian Wushuang's expression didn't change. He naturally understood that. The restrictions that the two camps set for one another formed a balance. At such a moment, if I were to stand out and take Lineage of Star under my wing, the balance would tremble. By then, Lineage of Star would be in greater danger, Purple Moon Emperor said. As such, Lineage of Star's danger, I can't get involved personally. However, due to past relationships, Elder Qian. Chapter 1893 Star Extermination Alliance. Squeak. The cottage door was opened, and the hunchback elder that Jian Wushuang had seen earlier walked in. Master, the hunchbacked elder was polite. This is a servant of mine. I will let him follow you back to Lineage of Star. That's the only thing I can do, Purple Moon Emperor said. Thank you, Great Emperor. Jian Wushuang thanked him immediately. He knew that among great emperors of the higher-ups in Sanctuary Alliance, Purple Moon Emperor stood at his side. However, Purple Moon Emperor's power was only considered ordinary, and there were many restrictions. Hence, he couldn't protect Lineage of Star openly. It was great enough that he could send the hunchbacked elder to help. Great Emperor, I have another matter that I would like your help with, Jian Wushuang said. Tell me. Purple Moon Emperor looked at Jian Wushuang. I'd like to ask you to send a message to Emperor Bai on my behalf, Jian Wushuang said. Emperor Bai? Purple Moon Emperor was surprised, and he said, Is it for inverse cultivation skill? Yes, Jian Wushuang nodded. Purple Moon Emperor thought for a while and agreed, Emperor Bai's communication token. I don't have it, but I can figure out a way to entrust someone else to send a message to Emperor Bai. However, Emperor Bai is untraceable. Even if we send him messages, it is normal that he might not reply for over 1,000 or even tens of thousands of years. Hence, I can't guarantee if he would reply. Okay, Jian Wushuang clenched his hands, and he anticipated. Emperor Bai, an expert that was widely acknowledged in Sanctuary Alliance, an inverse cultivator at almighty level. To Jian Wushuang, the seventh step of inverse cultivation skill in Emperor Bai was extremely important. If he could get to the seventh step of inverse cultivation skill and break through to become an almighty, all danger could be taken care of, and there would be no need for all those troubles. Go ahead. Purple Moon Emperor waved his hands. Jian Wushuang immediately left the cottage with the hunchbacked elder and walked out of the island. In the void of the island, Jian Wushuang flew side by side with the hunchbacked elder. I wonder, how do I address you? Jian Wushuang looked at the hunchbacked elder. I am Qian Mingzi. I am merely a servant under the master's command. Sword Emperor could call me by my name, or you can call me Elder Qian, the hunchbacked elder replied. Elder Qian, as lineage of Star is in danger, if there were to be a war, I'd like to thank Elder Qian in advance, Jian Wushuang said. Sword Emperor, don't worry. As master commanded, I will definitely give my all. However, my power is limited. I believed it'd only be a meager contribution, Qian Mingzi replied. As long as you did your best, Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. But in actual fact, Jian Wushuang knew that Qian Mingzi was powerful. Jian Wushuang had a feeling that Qian Mingzi shouldn't be any weaker than himself. With such great fighting power, he was definitely helpful to Lineage of Star. To be able to meet Purple Moon Emperor and receive assistance from Qian Mingzi, and Purple Moon Emperor promised to get in touch with Emperor Bai on his behalf. Jian Wushuang was already extremely surprised with that. Then, he naturally returned to Lineage of Star with Qian Mingzi to prepare for war. Then, in Eternal Chaotic World, there were rising winds and scudding clouds. After the Master of Star Palace's death was verified to be true, none of the forces could hold back anymore, especially those who harbored deep-seated resentment against Lineage of Star. In the independent space that was engulfed in a huge formation, there were 5 thrones towering within. On the 5 thrones, there were people seated. They represented the 5 top forces in Eternal Chaotic World. Everyone, as it has been discussed, Star Extermination Alliance has been formed today. Star Extermination Alliance, specially to destroy Lineage of Star. The deep voices reverberated in the independent space. After a few days of discussion, Star Extermination Alliance had been established. Star Extermination Alliance was formed by 5 forces. The 5 forces were Abysmal Palace, Soaring Heaven King Palace, Divine King Island, Real Martial Arts Divine Church, and Highest Heaven Emperor Mansion. They had reached a mutual goal. This is a chance that is hard to come by. No one should hide anymore, Emperor God Tian Shao from Soaring Heaven King Palace said. Don't worry. In this fight, Divine King Island will go all out. Divine King Island's number 1 Divine King said coldly. Same goes for Real Martial Arts Divine Church, the Master of Real Martial Arts Divine Church said. We of Highest Heaven Emperor Mansion will send 13 out of 15 of our Almighties. The Master of Highest Heaven Emperor Mansion said with a cold gaze. Then, the 4 of them looked to the last person. That person was Palace Master Wu Luo from Abysmal Palace. In this fight, Lineage of Star must be exterminated. Palace Master Wu Luo's voice was deep. Exterminate. Exterminate. Everyone, let's get started. This time, we definitely won't give Lineage of Star any chances. Emperor God Tian Shao said. Very soon, all parties in Star Extermination Alliance had departed. This time, the 5 top forces weren't as high profile as back when Abysmal Palace had attacked Lineage of Star. When the 5 top forces took action, the other forces in Eternal Chaotic World almost didn't receive any news. As they realized, the 5 forces had already arrived at Starland. In Starland, there were wormholes connected to the surrounding land and sanctuaries. The wormholes were gathered in 3 places: Cloud Island, Green Zone, and Ice Mansion. The 3 places were controlled by Lineage of Star. That day swoosh. A spaceship parked in Ice Mansion. This is Ice Mansion? A few figures stepped out from the spaceship and appeared in the void above Ice Mansion. What Palace Master meant is for us to wait until we conquer all space tunnels that connect Starland to the outside world. Then we wipe out the whole of Starland. Lastly, we attack the lair of Lineage of Star. This Ice Mansion is our first target. Let's begin. Immediately, a total of 5 Almighties took action personally and started a massacre. In Ice Mansion, there were merely some real gods from Lineage of Star who was in commanding position. There wasn't even one Almighty, and they had no power to withstand. Yet in a short while, the entire Ice Mansion, all experts from Lineage of Star were killed mercilessly, and Ice Mansion was conquered by Star Extermination Alliance. Almost simultaneously, a similar sight appeared in Cloud Island and Green Zone. Star Extermination Alliance's Almighties took action personally, and the 3 transportation portals of Starland were conquered by Star Extermination Alliance within half a day's time. Then, the experts in Star Extermination Alliance gathered and started a mad massacre on Starland. Whichever property under Lineage of Star and possessed a lot of resources were destroyed and attacked by Star Extermination Alliance. A large number of cultivators in Lineage of Star were massacred by Star Extermination Alliance. There were countless real gods and disciples that had died at the hands of Star Extermination Alliance. In an instant, the entire Starland had flipped upside down while Eternal Chaotic World was boiling because of that. Chapter 1894. Baron. Just as the Master of Star Palace's death was verified, there was finally someone who took action against Lineage of Star. They either don't take action, or when they did, it was as though they were breaking a piece of deadwood. In Lineage of Star, Jin Wushuang looked cold. He sat on a throne as Hall Master Yuan, and the others stood there with a constant flow of messages flooding in. Abysmal Palace, Soaring Heaven King Palace, Divine King Island, Real Martial Arts Divine Church, Highest Heaven Emperor Mansion. The 5 major forces teamed up and formed Star Extermination Alliance. There is a large number of experts that descended on Starland. Ice Mansion, Green Zone, Cloud Island are under attack one after another. The tunnels that connect Starland to the outside world are all in the hands of Star Extermination Alliance. Serum Sect, Fate Pavilion, Azura Mansion. The 3 sects followed the lead of Lineage of Star were in bloodbath caused by Star Extermination Alliance. The 3 sects were destroyed. Besides, the force that yielded to Lineage of Star 60,000 years ago turned and fought against us. East Call City, Purple Maple City. The 11 cities under the command of Lineage of Star are attacked by Star Extermination Alliance. Lineage of Star's properties in the 11 cities were all destroyed. The news came in continuously. Jin Wushuang and everyone else's face grew grave. They act very swiftly, Hall Master Yuan said in a deep voice. Not only are their speeds swift, they are also very decisive. Star Extermination Alliance not only wanted to destroy Lineage of Star, they also wanted to root us out. They are not leaving us any leeway, Hall Master Gu Xian said. Jin Wushuang's face was cold. He knew clearly that if Star Extermination Alliance were to only intend to destroy Lineage of Star, they only had to gather all experts to the lair of Lineage of Star and kill all the higher-ups of Lineage of Star. The higher-ups died and Lineage of Star would naturally collapse. But then, Star Extermination Alliance had first conquered the space wormholes in Starland. After that, they had started massacring Starland on a large scale, taking one step at a time. They wanted to destroy all sects that were close to Lineage of Star. They didn't want to leave any leeway for Lineage of Star. They truly wanted to root them out, leaving no leeway at all. Once Star Extermination Alliance finally achieved their goal, Lineage of Star would definitely vanish into thin air without leaving anything behind. This method was really extreme. In such a situation, it'd be difficult even if Lineage of Star wanted to bury seeds that could grow in the future. Send down my command. Tell all experts of Lineage of Star to give up the resources and property on hand and return to Universe Galaxy. Tell them that the territory that we took control and the resources that we lose could be taken back in the future. First, their priority is to keep themselves alive. Tell them not to hesitate, Jin Wushuang commanded. Yes, Hall Master Yuan immediately sent down the command. Palace Master, Do we watch as the entire Star Land fall into the hands of Star Extermination Alliance? Do we not counterattack? Hallmaster Nyayun asked with a deep voice. There was an unwillingness in his eyes. Starland was named after Lineage of Star. Ever since the establishment of Lineage of Star, Starland had been under Lineage of Star's control over the years. Lineage of Star had been ruling for so long, and they had an absolute ruling power. But then, Jin Wushuang's command was obviously telling them to give up Starland. After painstaking care over the years, no matter who it was, he would find himself loath to leave. Resources are forever in control of the hands of the strong. As long as one is powerful enough, the lost items can be taken back. It is just a matter of time, Jin Wushuang said. With Lineage of Star's current trump cards and techniques, we could totally be evenly matched with Star Extermination Alliance, Hall Master Nyayuan said in refusal. Fight head-on? Maybe. But don't forget that we are not just dealing with Star Extermination Alliance. Jin Wushuang's eyebrows were tightly knitted. Although Star Extermination Alliance had gathered 5 major forces, Lineage of Star might really be able to be evenly matched if they were to give full play to their trump cards. Star Extermination Alliance wasn't made up of all enemies of Lineage of Star. They were merely the first that took action. After Star Extermination Alliance, there were many forces and experts who were waiting for Lineage of Star to be destroyed. In turn, they could take a share. In such a situation, Lineage of Star should give up what should be given up, without hesitation. Just do what I say, Jin Wushuang said. Yes, although Hall Master Nyayun was upset, he also knew not to comment much. Just then, Master, I am back. A message was suddenly sent. You're back? Jin Wushuang beamed with joy. Hishio, who had already broken through and became real god not long ago, came before Jin Wushuang. Master, I brought these back. Hishio passed Jin Wushuang a Qian Kuan ring. Jin Wushuang took it and swept it with his consciousness. He then revealed a smile. In the Qian Kuan ring, there were Dao soldiers, a total of 20 of them. The 20 Dao soldiers were what Jin Wushuang had told Hishio to make a trip to Green Fire World at the last minute to bring back from Green Fire World. Back in the ancient battlefield, Jin Wushuang had received a total of 132 Dao soldiers. Then, during the 6,000 years when Jin Wushuang had wandered in the ancient battlefield, he had damaged some. However, there were still more than 120 Dao soldiers. But then, Jin Wushuang had only brought back 100 Dao soldiers and left over 20 Dao soldiers in Green Fire World. But then, Lineage of Star was in danger. Jin Wushuang naturally wanted to figure out ways to increase Lineage of Star's fighting power. Hence, he told Hishio to bring the 20 Dao soldiers over. Then, there were only 2 Dao soldiers left in Green Fire World. In addition to these 20 Dao soldiers, there is a total of 120 bronze-armored Dao soldiers in Lineage of Star. When 2 to 3 bronze-armored Dao soldiers team up, they could be evenly matched with an ordinary Sir God. In other words, it would be equivalent to fighting power of over 40 Sir Gods. In addition to the guest elders of Lineage of Star and the 4 silver-armored Dao soldiers, Lineage of Star's fighting power of Sir God level wouldn't be weaker than Star Extermination Alliance. As for fighting power of Emperor God, Jin Wushuang was calculating his troops' fighting power. In terms of Emperor Gods, there was a total of 3 Emperor Gods who accepted Lineage of Star's invitation. They were Emperor God Juyin, Emperor God Xian Wu, and Emperor God Gu Shui. Among the 3 Emperor Gods, Emperor God Juyin was extremely close to peak Emperor God, while Emperor God Xian Wu and Emperor God Gu Shui were slightly weaker. They could only be compared to an ordinary Emperor God. Besides, in Lineage of Star, there were 3 peak Emperor Gods. That were Jin Wushuang himself, Qian Mingzi, who Purple Moon Emperor had sent, and also Jin Yi. In terms of fighting power of the Emperor God level, it was extremely strong too. Plus, there was the trump card of Universe Galaxy. Lineage of Star's overall power was strong. In terms of fighting power, Lineage of Star has reached the extreme limit. Now, it depends on our skills. Jin Wushuang was soaring with anger. Chapter 1895 Soldiers at the City Wall. On Starland, the bloodbath continued. Star Extermination Alliance behaved wantonly. Wherever they went was left barren. Whoever was related to Lineage of Star by a slight bit, unless they turned and fought Lineage of Star, they would be destroyed. The terrifying bloodbath and massacre terrified countless people. Such a bloodbath lasted for 3 months. In 3 months, Starland was flipped upside down. All Lineage of Star's foundation in Starland was destroyed. Nothing was left behind. Starland was occupied. In a lofty palace, the heads of the 5 forces gathered. Lineage of Star could not tolerate this. Number 1 Divine King from Divine King Island muttered. So what if they can't tolerate it? Would they initiate a life-and-death battle with us like they did with Abysmal Palace back then? Emperor God Tian Shao sneered. Back then, Abysmal Palace was reckless. We never expected Lineage of Star to have so many Dao soldiers. Plus, Jin Wushuang's power is extraordinary. Hence, we suffered a heavy defeat. But this time, Star Extermination Alliance gathers 5 top forces. Lineage of Star definitely won't have the capital to match evenly. They are basically courting death if they charge out blindly, Palace Master Wu Luo from Abysmal Palace said coldly. Even so, I never expected things to be so smooth. In just 3 months, we conquered Starland. Next, we only have one last target. Number 1 Divine King from Divine King Island's gaze was cold. They had already conquered Starland entirely. It was said that Lineage of Star's retreat route was taken. Next, they naturally were going to the lair of Lineage of Star to kill all experts and disciples of Lineage of Star. This is our last step, and also an extremely important step. We definitely can't be reckless. I suggest that our 5 forces immediately reorganize and consolidate our fighting powers. Then, we can charge to Lineage of Star altogether, the Master of Real Martial Arts Divine Church said. Sure. I agree. If so, let's depart now. On that day, also the day after Star Extermination Alliance had wiped out Starland entirely, the experts from all 5 forces departed simultaneously. The forces and experts in Sanctuary Alliance were watching the war closely. After a few days, the experts from Star Extermination Alliance arrived outside Universe Galaxy. The vast Milky Way continued to float in silence in the void. In front of the Milky Way, there were 5 spaceships floating. In front of the spaceships, there were many figures towering. The figures gave out extremely strong aura. They were all Almighties. With naked eyes, one could see that there were almost 70 Almighties gathered in front of the spaceships. Almighties, any one of them was the existence of an overlord. 70 Almighties was such a terrifying number. Also, it was only when the top 5 forces in Eternal Chaotic World teamed up that there would be such a powerful team formation. Besides, among the 70 Almighties, there were 10 Ori that obviously had already reached an even higher level. Emperor Gods. 10 Emperor Gods. Averagely, every force sent out 2 Emperor Gods. That was really shocking. In the nearby Milky Way, there were many experts from different forces that had gathered, and there weren't very few. To sum up, the formation was definitely not below Star Extermination Alliance, but stronger. The experts shared the same idea about secret skill of Star Palace from Lineage of Star. When the war started and Lineage of Star was destroyed, they would get a share of it. However, the experts had never revealed themselves as of then. In Universe Galaxy, there were many experts from Lineage of Star that had gathered there, and Jin Wushuang was naturally the leader. As for Jian Yi and Qian Mingzi, they never revealed themselves. The 2 fighting powers of Peak Emperor God, Jin Wushuang wouldn't use them unless it reached a crucial moment, especially Jian Yi. Jian Yi's fighting power could easily challenge Underworld God. If he were to use him at crucial times, it would definitely turn around the situation entirely. Qian Mingzi wasn't weak as well. Most importantly, the outside world didn't know about the 2 fighting power. Even in Lineage of Star, besides Jin Wushuang, only the other 3 Hall Masters knew. The guest elders that had accepted their invitation didn't know about the 2 of them as well. Besides, the same applied to the Dao soldiers. Jin Wushuang only took out 34 Dao soldiers, 30 bronze-armored Dao soldiers, 4 silver-armored Dao soldiers, and guest elders that were invited. Those were the power that Lineage of Star put on display. With such strength, there was a great distance if compared to Star Extermination Alliance. Seriously. Abysmal Palace, Soaring Heaven King Palace, Divine King Island, Real Martial Arts Divine Church, Highest Heaven Emperor Mansion. The 5 forces are going all out in this war. Almost 70 almdis, and there are 10 Emperor gods among them. Such a team formation, too strong. The team formation is too strong. How are we going to withstand it? The guest elders and lineage of Star began to worry. It was inevitable. Their opponent's team formation was too strong. There was a total of 10 Emperor gods. Peak Emperor gods, they had 4 of them. The 4 were Palace Master Wu Luo from Abysmal Palace, number 1 Divine King from Divine King Island, the Master of Real Martial Arts Divine Church, and also Emperor God Tian Shao from Soaring Heaven King Palace. As for Highest Heaven Emperor Mansion, they didn't have any peak Emperor gods, but they had 3 Emperor gods, and 2 of the 3 had come. The 2 Emperor gods were extremely close to peak Emperor God level 2. When they teamed up, their fighting powers were almost strong enough to fight with a peak Emperor god. Jian Wushuang stood at the far front before all experts in Lineage of Star. He glanced at the 4 peak Emperor gods who were the most eye-catching among his opposition campsite. Among the 4, he had fought with Palace Master Wu Luo before. As for the other 3, number 1 Divine King from Divine King Island? Jian Wushuang looked at a brawny, middle-aged man in crimson armor. The brawny, middle-aged man looked like a beast. Number 1 Divine King from Divine King Island had gained fame earlier than the Master of Star Palace. He was on the 33rd place on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. His skills were scary. The Master of Real Martial Arts Divine Church was an evil-looking elder. The evil-looking elder was malicious, but there was a dignified aura around him. He seemed to be upright, but also evil at the same time. The Master of Real Martial Arts Divine Church was on the 28th place on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. As for the last person, he is the strongest expert from Soaring Heaven King Palace, Emperor God Tianling. Jian Wushuang's eyes dilated in shock when he looked at the person. He was a white-robed young man with snow-white hair. There were no emotions in his cold, sharp glare. He didn't even move an inch when his eyes met Jian Wushuang's. It was as though Jian Wushuang was merely air in his eyes. Chapter 1896. Everyone Has to Die. Emperor God Tianling had been on the 21st place on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list, but due to the rise of Jian Wushuang, he was on the 22nd place. In terms of ranking, he was higher than Palace Master Wu Luo, number 1 Divine King, and the Master of Real Martial Arts Divine Church. Hence, his power was naturally stronger. When Jian Wushuang had fought with Soaring Heaven King Palace, Emperor God Tianling had been wandering in the second lair without revealing himself. Until then, when Jian Wushuang finally saw Emperor God Tianling in person, Jian Wushuang was surprised when he saw him. He had a feeling that Emperor God Tianling's true power wasn't that simple. As for the ranking on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list, it might not be accurate. After all, Emperor God Tianling had been wandering in the second lair and never fought with anyone. Who knew if he hadn't improved in recent years? In short, it was extremely stupid to gauge Emperor God Tianling's power according to the ranking list. Come, let's head out. Jian Wushuang commanded, and all experts in Lineage of Star, including the 30 bronze-armored Dao soldiers and 4 silver-armored Dao soldiers, moved altogether. They walked out from Universe Galaxy and stopped before the experts of Star Extermination Alliance. Oh, the people from Lineage of Star dare to walk out? I thought they would be hiding in their lair and rely on their formation to drag things out longer. Lineage of Star follows the lead of Sword Emperor now. Sword Emperor is not one who is overcautious. Previously, when Abysmal Palace attacked Lineage of Star, he led the experts in Lineage of Star and initiated a fight. In the end, Abysmal Palace was heavily defeated. Humph, that's because Abysmal Palace was too careless and they belittled Lineage of Star. But now, 5 major forces have teamed up and our team formation is so strong. How could Lineage of Star match evenly? If they dare to fight head-on, let's crush them. The experts of Star Extermination Alliance were confident. The top 5 major forces teamed up, and there was no one force in Eternal Chaotic World that could match it evenly. It was impossible that Lineage of Star had the ability to. Jian Wushuang. A loud voice sounded across the void. Palace Master Wu Lui from Abysmal Palace took a huge stride forward as his cold eyes looked at Jian Wushuang, Jian Wushuang, lineage of star, is very capable. In merely a few thousand years, you managed to invite so many experts. Compared to Star Extermination Alliance, it's nothing. Jian Wushuang's face was cold. Star Extermination Alliance gathered 5 major forces. According to what I know, the 5 of you have some conflicts normally, and you even held grudges against one another. But today, you teamed up to aim at lineage of star. Isn't that even more outstanding? Humph, we 5 forces did have conflicts. However, it's nothing compared to lineage of star. As long as we can exterminate lineage of star entirely, so what if we have to team up? Number 1 Divine King from Divine King Island said. The 5 major forces that formed Star Extermination Alliance had once suffered greatly from lineage of star. As their resentment would stop at nothing, with such great resentment, they advanced and consolidated every single step to root out lineage of star. Emperor God Juyin, Emperor God Xianwu, Emperor God Gu Shui, and every Sir God's Palace Master Wu Luo looked around. At such a crucial moment, you opt to side with lineage of star. That's very impressive. The guest elders who had accepted lineage of star's invitation, their eyes dilated in shock. Humph, you thought lineage of star had the capital to be fearless to all forces after inviting all these experts? That's a joke. Today onwards, lineage of star is going to be a history. These Sir Gods and Emperor Gods standing by lineage of star's side. None of you should think of running away. Everyone has to die. Palace God Wu Luo's voice was cold. Yes, as they opted to side with lineage of star, they are Star Extermination Alliance's enemies. All must die. Number 1 Divine King from Divine King Island said coldly. Those who dance with lineage of star should be dead. The master of real martial arts Divine Church roared. The guest elders from lineage of star's faces grew grave. They were there by invitation. Although they had said that they would try their best to help lineage of star surpass the danger. Once their lives were threatened, they would leave straight away. They had never thought of risking their lives for lineage of star. But now, it seemed too impossible to stop halfway. Hee, it's not just about the talk if you want to exterminate lineage of star. You have to rely on your fists too, Jian Wushuang sneered. You're right. If so, you shall see if our Star Extermination Alliance's fist is tough enough. Palace Master Wu Luo's face grew cold. Everyone, let's kill them. Die. Number 1 Divine King from Diving King Island roared. Whoever sides with lineage of star must be killed. The experts from Soaring Heaven King Palace, Real Martial Arts Divine Church, Highest Heaven Emperor Mansion, instantly took action. There were almost 70 almighties that swarmed in. There were towering Ori that filled in the air madly. There was a boundless divine power that formed storms that pressed at lineage of star. Every expert in lineage of star grew solemn, and they felt pressured. Everyone, did you hear me clearly about the things that I told you earlier? Jian Wushuang looked at everyone behind him. The guest elders nodded simultaneously. If so, follow my instructions and charge. Just as Jian Wushuang spoke, his figure was the first that plunged out. Behind him, Emperor God Juyin, Emperor God Xianwu, Emperor God Gu Shui, Hall Master Gu Xian, Hall Master Nie Yun, and everyone else, including guest elders of Sir God level and the other Dao soldiers, charged. The 2 campsites fought against one another in the vast void outside Universe Galaxy. The war instantly exploded. Die! Jian Wushuang was raging with anger. He was the Palace Master of Lineage of Star then, and he naturally would be at the front. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. There were 4 resplendent golden lights that soared up from the sky. The experts from both parties had yet to collide, but the 4 golden lights burst out like lightning. Simultaneously, the bloodline power in Jian Wushuang's body churned, and he immediately became black jade. There were heads and arms extending out, a total of 7 heads and 14 arms. Every single one of the 14 arms was holding a sword. The terrifying aura, along with soaring sword intention, swept out. Heaven and earth changed its colors as the highest heaven shook. Then, Jian Wushuang pushed his power up to his peak. Chapter 1897. Fierce Battle. Jian Wushuang, your opponent is us. There was a sudden roar, and there were three figures that blocked Jian Wushuang simultaneously. The three of them were Palace Master Wu Luo, who was in a green robe and holding a hammer, number 1 Diving King, who was a brawny middle-aged man in crimson armor and holding a crimson saber, and Master of Real Martial Art Divine Church, who was malicious-looking. The three peak Emperor gods blocked Jian Wushuang. The last time I fought with you, I did suffer a minor loss. This time, I'm going to take it back. Palace Master Wu Luo looked with a cold glare. I heard of Sword Emperor's name long ago. It's my honor to finally see the number 1 genius of eternal chaotic world today. Number 1 Divine King said in a deep voice. Hee hee, you're only a real god, but you made the three of us who are peak Emperor gods team up. Sword Emperor, even if you die, you will die with pride. The Master of Real Martial Art Divine Church smiled maliciously. Humph, so what if there are 3 peak Emperor gods? If you want to fight, come on, let's do it. Jian Wushuang sounded furious. Under the churning bloodline aura, he was like death. His huge body took a leap and appeared before the 3 peak Emperor gods. To fight against 3 people alone and 3 peak Emperor gods, Jian Wushuang showed no fear. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. There were 4 resplendent golden lights that flashed and appeared in front of Palace Master Wu Luo directly. This again? Palace Master Wu Luo's face grew in distress. In the previous battle, he had been in a miserable situation because of the 4 Hongjun golden sword. Then, as they were fighting, Jian Wushuang continued to aim the 4 Hongjun golden swords at him. Go away! Palace Master Wu Luo roared, and he swung the hammer in his hand. Just as Palace Master Wu Luo moved, number 1 Divine King and the Master of Real Martial Art Divine Church by his sides immediately attacked. Humph! Number 1 Divine King humphed and his body suddenly increased in size by 100 times. A pair of cold eyes stared like 2 suns as boundless crimson fog swept out from his body. He held his saber with one hand, and the crimson saber was infinitely magnifying in his hand as well. Suddenly, there was a towering crimson saber shadow. The layer of saber shadows overlapped as though it was going to slash the universe into half. Quang! The saber light descended. Jian Wushuang could only feel the saber intention that was pressing on him from all directions. The power of the saber intention was rare. Haha, come on. Jian Wushuang laughed hysterically. Among his 14 arms, there were 6 that wielded a sword at that very moment. Virum. Sword intention swept out along with boundless divine power. Reincarnation sword principle, the 6th move. 6 arms wielded the swords at the same time. There was a total of 6 sword lights. Every sword light was reincarnation sword principle that Jian Wushuang performed with his all. One should know that reincarnation sword principle that Jian Wushuang had invented was only 6 moves. The power of the 6th move was extremely powerful, and it took quite a lot of divine power to perform it. But in the fierce battle at such a level, Jian Wushuang, who was an inverse cultivator, his magnificent divine power was on display. Reincarnation sword principle, the 6th move, his 6 arms performed it all together and performed a total of 6 moves at the first instant. Bang! There was a loud bang and there was a towering saber shadow that pressed over and immediately collapsed. However, the power of the collision had yet to disperse and Jian Wushuang suddenly felt a bolt of destroying power spreading from above. He looked into the void above him, and there was a malicious-looking elderly standing there with a cold gaze while he pressed his hand down. Rumble. A huge palm print brought about boundless power. Suddenly, it was as though the entire universe had pressed down at Jian Wushuang. Break! There was a burst of sharp light in Jian Wushuang's eyes. Instantly, the sky above suddenly cracked and there was a huge crack. In the crack, there was sacred thunder gathering, and there were bolts of life-destroying power that swept out. Then, walala! Life-destroying sacred thunder filled the air. There was a total of more than 1,000 life-destroying sacred thunder. At that moment, they merged together and hit the huge palm print. Along with a ferocious bang, all living things in the universe went quiet. Jian Wushuang, who was right in the middle of the band, number 1 Divine King and Master of Real Martial Art Divine Church, weren't affected at all. There was a boundless collision of power, but the 3 of them fought together like lightning. Jian Wushuang's 14 arms wielded a sword each, and there was soaring sword intention. He put his improvement in comprehension towards sword principle at Emperor Sword Palace be in full play. Relying on his powerful strength, he fought in close combat with number 1 Divine King and the master of real martial art Divine Church. On the other side, he was still controlling the 4 Hongjun Golden Swords as they suppressed Palace Master Wu Luo, so that he didn't have the bandwidth to get involved with the other fights. The experts from both campsites started fighting too. Once they fought, they were in a ferocious fight. Fierce fight. It was a fierce fight that was worthy for the entire eternal chaotic world to watch. Including the Dao soldiers, there were more than 100 of them who possessed fighting power of an almighty that partook in the war. Just then, in the nearby void around the fierce fights, there were a large number of experts watching the war closely. The 2 campsites finally fought. They are fighting such a ferocious fight. Nonsense. There are more than 100 almighties that fought at the same time. How could it not be ferocious? Such a great war. It's hard to come by in the second era. I remember the last ferocious war happened many years ago. Then, there were forces and experts besieging the Master of Star Palace. In the end, the Master of Star Palace massacred them all alone. It's a pity that although the power that Lineage of Star possesses is strong, they didn't have terrifying techniques like the Master of Star Palace after all. It would be unrealistic if they wanted to match evenly with Star Extermination Alliance. The experts who were watching the war sighed emotionally. They could see the situation before them. Among the 2 campsites, Star Extermination Alliance obviously had the upper hand. There was a huge difference in the team formation of both parties. In terms of Sir Gods, although Lineage of Star had 30 Dao soldiers, at least 2 Dao soldiers would be required to just about match evenly with an ordinary Sir God. Accumulatively, Lineage of Star had over 30 fighting powers of Sir God, which was only half of Star Extermination Alliance's amount. In terms of the fighting power of Emperor Gods, they were far apart too. The 10 Emperor Gods from Star Extermination Alliance, forget about the 4 peak Emperor Gods, there were another 6 of them while Lineage of Star only had 3 Emperor Gods besides Jian Wushuang. Such a vast difference in power led to the one-sided situation since the beginning of the war. Lineage of Star was suppressed entirely, and there was almost no space for struggle. Although the battle had just started and Lineage of Star didn't suffer too much damage, in no time, there would be experts from Lineage of Star that passed away one after another. Utter defeat was only a matter of time. Chapter 1898 Retreat. Lineage of Star shouldn't have walked out of their own lair. If they were to stay in their lair, they might have been able to match evenly with Star Extermination Alliance via their formation. But now, Lineage of Star's action isn't very wise. From the looks of it, Lineage of Star is going to be defeated. It is definite that they are going to be defeated. However, Sword Emperor from Lineage of Star is really impressive. Sword Emperor. Everyone who was watching the war focused their attention on the battlefield where Jian Wushuang and the other 3 peak Emperor Gods were. When they saw Jian Wushuang and the other 3 peak Emperor Gods in a fierce fight, it stirred up a great commotion in the expert's heart. With his power alone, he fought evenly with 3 peak Emperor Gods. It seems that he doesn't have the lower hand much. Sword Emperor is very impressive. Palace Master Wu Luo, number 1 Divine King from Divine King Island, and also the Master of Real Martial Art Divine Church. Their names are famous and they have many techniques and skills. However, even when the 3 of them team up, they can't take down Jian Wushuang. Just how does Jian Wushuang cultivate? Isn't his improvement speed too fast? Everyone was surprised. They could see clearly that Jian Wushuang was fighting against 3 alone, and he didn't have the lower hand. Such battle outcome shocked everyone. One should know that, on Heaven and Earth's supreme ranking list, only Underworld God, who was widely known as the number 1 Emperor God, had once fought evenly with 3 peak Emperor Gods alone. However, not only had Underworld God matched evenly with the 3 Emperor Gods, but he had also defeated them directly and even killed 2 out of 3 of them. Jian Wushuang might not be comparable with Underworld God. However, he was about there. On the battlefield, the 3 peak Emperor Gods from the enemy's side had teamed up but couldn't do anything to Jian Wushuang. The three-peak Emperor God were furious. Don't waste any more time on him. Launch a full attack and kill him. If we don't take him down now, the three of our peak Emperor God's names will be ruined, Number 1 Divine King roared. All right, the master of real martial art Divine Church nodded heavily. As for Palace Master Wu Luo, he had the intention but not the will. He was fighting against Jian Wushuang's 4 Hongjun golden swords, and he was already going all out. Die! Number 1 Divine King roared, and he turned into a saber himself. A life-destroying saber that wanted to shake off the shackles of heaven and earth. The saber contained life-destroying aura that was enough to shock one's mind. As for the master of real martial art Divine Church, he looked imposing and the aura that was soaring from his body was impressive. His eyes were like lightning. In one hand that he flipped open, there was boundless golden light flowing. Palm of real martial arts. Hong. The sky broke and the earth split. A huge handprint which was extremely imposing descended from above from nowhere. Palm of real martial arts was the strongest unique skill that the master of real martial arts Divine Church had created. There were 2 terrifying attacks that flew at Jian Wushuang at the same time. Haha, come on. Jian Wushuang's eyes were bloodshot, but there was no fear. The billowing divine power and bloodline power were flowing out in madness. Before everyone's gazes, one of his hands slowly extended. On one of his fingers, there was an intense black jade light. The black jade light seemed to light up the entire universe. Ancient God, the 8th finger. The universe finger. Hong. An ancient black jade finger suddenly attacked. Ancient God finger was the strongest move in terms of power in Ancient God unique skill. 9 fingers of Ancient God, each stronger than the last. Especially the last 3 fingers. Merely the 3rd finger, Vault of Heaven's finger, was already comparable with many unique skills that Emperor Gods had created. As for the 8th finger, one finger daunted the universe. The power was infinite. With one finger, the universe shook. Heaven and earth broke apart. In an instant, it collided with the full hits launched by the 2 peak Emperor Gods. The terrifying power swept out. At that moment, all living things in the universe lost their colors. The bang that wasn't as loud as any of them had imagined. However, when they collided, there was instantly a merciless black hole that took form. The space black hole magnified infinitely to swallow up everything in the universe. The fierce divine power swept across wantonly. At the border of the battlefield, there were 4 Sir Gods who were fighting ferociously and 2 Dao soldiers that were swept out. The 4 Sir Gods got injured while the 2 Dao soldiers flew out. Swoosh! A figure flew across the sky like a shooting star. It flew about 10,000 miles until it finally stopped in the void. The figure belonged to Jian Wushuang. Although his face grew pale, his aura was still rather strong. Swoosh! 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 For Hongjun golden swords had already returned to his side. In the void far ahead of him, the 3 peak Emperor Gods stood side by side and their faces looked cold. The 3 of them had already gone all out, and they had even performed their strongest unique skill, but they merely had the upper hand by a slight bit. They weren't even enough to injure Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang's strength surprised the 3 peak Emperor Gods. If we were to fight with him one-on-one, any one of us could only flee in a fix when we met him, Number 1 Divine King couldn't help but say. Forget about fighting him alone. Even if we were to team up in pairs, we wouldn't win against him, Palace Master Wu Luo said. If they only paired up, Jian Wushuang's 4 Hongjun golden swords would be freed, and then he could totally fight the 2 of them at the same time, and he would definitely have the upper hand. However, the 3 of them made up a team of 3 peak Emperor Gods after all. Palace Master, we can't do this anymore. There was a sudden roar and Jian Wushuang's face changed as he looked around anxiously. Both campsites were fighting furiously. Although it was merely a short while, Star Extermination Alliance's advantage was magnified. Lineage of Star already looked like they were going to be defeated. Retreat. Without hesitation, Jian Wushuang immediately commanded them to retreat while he tried his best to open up a route for escape in order to help the experts and Dao soldiers from Lineage of Star to flee. Retreat. Retreat. Everyone from Lineage of Star immediately started to retreat. Everyone was decisive to retreat. They didn't delay any further. The experts from Star Extermination Alliance saw and let out a chilly gleam in their eyes. Haha, you want to retreat now? It's too late. Die. Everyone, head into the lair of Lineage of Star and kill everyone in Lineage of Star. Kill everyone. Don't leave anyone behind. Die. The experts from Star Extermination Alliance started chasing after them under the lead of the three-peak Emperor gods. Jin Wushuang led the experts from Lineage of Star to retreat into Universe Galaxy. Star Extermination Alliance naturally chased after them. Hall Master Yuan, it's your call now. Jin Wushuang sent a message to Hall Master Yuan. Don't worry, let me take care of this. Hall Master Yuan's voice was solemn, but he was confident. Chapter 1899. Show the White Feather Universe Galaxy was a treasure that Master of Star Palace had obtained from Seven-Star Realm. Although Universe Galaxy was severely injured, it was an ancient treasure after all. Hall Master, who was weapon spirit of Universe Galaxy, immediately started to revolve Universe Galaxy when he received Jian Wushuang's message. Although the humongous Universe Galaxy gave people a mysterious feeling, it never once revealed its true power. But then, as Hall Master revolved it, Universe Galaxy immediately transformed into a huge formation. The formation was mysterious and instantly cut off the chase of the experts from Star Extermination Alliance. They were blocked outside of the galaxy. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Jin Wushuang and the others appeared in the depths of Universe Galaxy, next to Hall Master Yuan. Jin Wushuang's soul power spread out, and he could see the scene outside of the galaxy. He could see that the experts from Star Extermination Alliance outside Universe Galaxy had already started to attack the formation of Universe Galaxy. Hong, 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 hong. There were deep, loud bangs that resounded continuously. As the entire Universe Galaxy was under attack, it started shaking faintly. Hall Master Yuan, can you withstand the attack? Jin Wushuang looked at Hall Master Yuan. Palace Master, don't worry. Attacking at such a level is merely scratching my itch. Hall Master Yuan joked confidently. Jin Wushuang creased his eyebrows and said, the experts from Star Extermination Alliance are merely attacking and scatter. Universe Galaxy could withstand them easily. But if they were to concentrate their attacks together, such as all Almighties attacking one spot, then, Palace Master, just sit and watch me. Hall Master Yuan was very confident. Jin Wushuang raised his eyebrows. He naturally had never doubted Hall Master Yuan. At the border of Universe Galaxy, the experts from Star Extermination Alliance had originally wanted to barge into the depths of the galaxy and go right into the lair of Lineage of Star. However, just as they stepped foot into Universe Galaxy, they were blocked by the huge formation that was revolving. This formation is so powerful. I attacked personally, but I didn't even shake it. Palace Master Wu Luo creased his eyebrows slightly. Lineage of Star existed for so many years, and the old Star Palace even had the secret skill of Star Palace. Of course, he would have some solid foundation. The formation should be their last reliance, the Master of Real Martial Arts Divine Church said. Humph, you want to rely on the formation to block all of us outside? You must be dreaming. Number 1 Divine King from Divine King Island humphed coldly. Everyone, let's work together. Let's attack one spot all together. I'd like to see if the formation can withstand the hit of all Almighties together. Okay. The surrounding people nodded simultaneously. Very soon, almost 70 Almighties in Star Extermination Alliance launched an attack together. The Almighties launched attack one after another. In an instant, there were attacks that were performed from each and every one of them. Then, they hit on the same spot of the formation. Hong. An unprecedented bang reverberated in the entire galaxy. The huge Universe Galaxy was hit by the terrifying attack and it started shaking vigorously. In Universe Galaxy, the experts from Lineage of Star were watching the scene outside the galaxy anxiously, especially the guest elders. They didn't know what other trump cards Lineage of Star hid up their sleeves. Hence, all of them were anxious. From what they could see, the formation should be Lineage of Star's final reliance. Once the formation shattered, Lineage of Star would be facing a massacre by Star Extermination Alliance. The experts who accepted their invitation not only wouldn't receive the secret skill of Star Palace, their lives might even be threatened. But Universe Galaxy was really strong. Hall Master Yuan's confidence didn't come from nowhere. The experts from Star Extermination Alliance worked together and attacked the same spot. Universe Galaxy received an unprecedentedly heavy hit. However, after quivering for a while, Universe Galaxy once again steadied itself. There was no damage or any sign of it collapsing. The experts from Star Extermination saw the scene, and they were in disbelief. How is this possible? All of us attacked the same spot together, and we didn't manage to break the formation. The formation is so strong? Palace Master Wu Luo, #1 Divine King, the master of real martial art divine church's faces grew grave. In the galaxy. Blocked it. That's great. The guest elders from Lineage of Star were filled with excitement. Humph, like I said, unless a great emperor comes personally, no one can break the formation. Hall Master Yuan smiled coldly. He was the weapon spirit of Universe Galaxy, and he naturally knew about Universe Galaxy the most. He knew clearly that although there were almost 70 Almighties that worked together to attack one spot together, the attacks of the Almighties were inconsistent with different strengths, as well as different characters. Hence, the power of the attack couldn't superpose flawlessly. In other words, the attack was messy and it couldn't concentrate. If the people of Star Extermination Alliance were to know a power superposition skill and combine all 70 Almighty's power together flawlessly, they might be able to pose a threat to Universe Galaxy. But as of now, Hall Master Yuan smirked. Jian Wushuang relaxed when he saw the scene in front of him. When he turned around to look at everyone else and calculate the damage from the earlier fight. Lineage of Star had definitely had the lower hand in the fight earlier. Although the fight lasted for a very short time, there was one Sir God that had passed away. At the same time, there were a few Dao soldiers that were damaged. Besides, most of the people were injured. In short, it was a wretched sight. However, the outcome of the battle was exactly how Jian Wushuang wanted. Showed the white feather. He was showing the white feather. He wanted Star Extermination Alliance to think that Lineage of Star's fighting power was unworthy and only the formation was blocking them off. He wanted Star Extermination Alliance to take Lineage of Star lightly. Then, when Lineage of Star counterattacked in full force, they could hit their vitals and hurt them badly. Hall Master Yuan only put the defense power of the formation on display. You only need to block the experts from Star Extermination Alliance outside the galaxy. Don't perform any attack techniques that Universe Galaxy has for now, Jian Wushuang commanded. I understood. Hall Master Yuan nodded. When Star Extermination Alliance reached Starland, they decided on the strategy. Then, everything was within the control of Lineage of Star. Now, Lineage of Star has to suffer for a while. However, the grievance can be wiped out very soon. Let the people from Star Extermination Alliance be smug with their success for a little longer. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. Send a command down. From today onwards, no matter how Star Extermination Alliance taunts us, the experts from Lineage of Star won't take the challenge. Chapter 1900 Indestructible Galaxy Formation. Outside Universe Galaxy, the experts from Star Extermination Alliance were still trying to figure out a way to break the formation. No matter what tricks they pulled, even when the experts teamed up together, they couldn't move the formation even an inch. The formation was like an indestructible lofty mountain that blocked Star Extermination Alliance. In the vast void, the commanders of the 5 major forces gathered together again. Although the galaxy is strange, I never thought it could transform into such a powerful formation. We belittled Lineage of Star. I never knew Lineage of Star had such a trump card. The formation is so strong. We couldn't break it at all. What should we do? The few commanders looked distressed. They didn't know the galaxy and Lineage of Star contained such a powerful formation. With the hindrance of the formation, as long as the experts from Lineage of Star didn't come out recklessly, no matter how many experts from Star Extermination Alliance there were, they couldn't do anything about them. Emperor God Tianling, Palace Master Wu Lu suddenly turned to a young man with snow-white hair who never spoke. In the fight earlier, why didn't you attack? Palace Master questioned him, Number 1 Divine King, the master of real martial art Divine Church, and I already teamed up to suppress Jian Wushuang. If you join us and attack him with your all, the accumulation of our power could definitely kill Jian Wushuang. The moment we kill him, Lineage of Star will lose their final mainstay, and they will definitely collapse. Number 1 Divine King, the master of real martial art Divine Church, and the master of highest heaven Emperor Mansion looked at Emperor God Tianling in dissatisfaction. When the experts from both campsites fought, the experts from Star Extermination Alliance attacked, and most of them fought with their all but Emperor God Tianling. From the beginning until the end, Emperor God Tianling had been staying in the nearby void without moving an inch. Before the war ended and Lineage of Star returned to the galaxy, Emperor God Tianling had never fought. One should know that it was a great opportunity. If Emperor God Tianling were to seize the chance, they definitely could make Jian Wushuang die on the spot. Emperor God Tianling looked cold when he was being questioned by the others. 3 peak Emperor Gods teamed up and couldn't take down Jian Wushuang, who was only at real God level and had only been cultivating for less than 10,000 years. How dare you question me? Palace Master Wu Luo and the other 2 peak Emperor Gods were stunned. Emperor God Tianling, what do you mean? Palace Master Wu Luo said angrily. There's no issue. I only wanted to tell you that I disdain to besiege a real god with 3 other peak Emperor Gods. If I really want to attack, I will fight a fair battle with Jian Wushuang and kill him directly, Emperor God Tianling said. Hee, kill him directly? Palace Master Wu Luo lifted the corners of his lips as disdain filled his eyes. When the next opportunity comes, the 3 of us will stand by side and watch. We shall see how Emperor God Tianling kills Jian Wushuang alone. Number 1 Divine King and the master of real martial art Divine Church sneered. They had tested Jian Wushuang's power personally. The 3 of them had teamed up and gone all out, but they could barely suppress him. If they were to fight one-on-one, which of them would be Jian Wushuang's match? Although Emperor God Tianling's ranking on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list was higher than the 3 of theirs, there should be a vast difference between his power and Jian Wushuang's too. Alright, everyone. It's not the time for arguments. Let us first think about how to resolve the formation in the galaxy. The master of highest heaven Emperor Mansion tried to mediate the situation. Humph! Palace Master Wu Luo humphed coldly and said, the power of the formation is unusual. I'm afraid only a great emperor could break the formation. Although there are many Almighties in Star Extermination Alliance, the Almighties couldn't concentrate all their power as one. In other words, it is difficult to do a hit similar to a great emperor's. However, if there were to be a power superposition skill that was able to concentrate all our Almighty's power into one, we might stand a chance to break the formation. Power superposition skill? The few experts at the scene exchanged a look. In Eternal Chaotic World, there weren't many of those power superposition skills. A power superposition skill that could concentrate almost 70 Almighty's powers, as one would be even rarer. At least, among the 5 forces, no one had that kind of power superposition skill. We can only make use of our sex influence and find a power superposition skill. Before we find one, we could take some measures. The master of real martial art Divine Church looked around. Although the galaxy formation is strong, there is definitely a flaw or weak point. Among the experts in 5 forces, there are many who are good at formations. Let them study and figure out a way to resolve it. Once they find a flaw, we can also break the formation even without power superposition skill. Besides, before the formation breaks, we can't let Lineage of Star be at peace. It's obvious that they are trying to be a turtle hiding in their shells. If so, let's send our men to taunt and ridicule them outside the galaxy. Let's force them out of the galaxy. Hearing what the master of real martial art had said, Palace Master Wu Luo and the others nodded in agreement. At this point, that's all we can do, Palace Master Wu Luo sighed. The formation gives Lineage of Star time to recover. Number 1 Divine King felt regretful. At first, Star Extermination Alliance could have just barged into the lair of Lineage of Star directly and rooted out Lineage of Star. Then, their progress was stopped temporarily. Humph, let Lineage of Star live for a while. In no time, when the formation collapses, the people from Lineage of Star can't escape. The master of real martial art Divine Church said coldly. The higher-ups of the five forces reached a mutual agreement. They sent their orders down. From then on, although the experts from Star Extermination had given up breaking the galaxy formation, they continued to come before the galaxy every day to hurl abuse, humiliate, and taunt the people inside. They had no scruples, and they were not worried at all. The context of the humiliation was extremely sharp in one's ear. In short, they were offensive. On the other hand, there were experts from Star Extermination who were good at formations, constantly walking around the border of the galaxy to inspect the galaxy formation so that they could find a flaw in the galaxy formation or maybe figure out a way to break the formation. Not only that, Star Extermination Alliance had also paid a great price to invite a few Almighties that were truly good at formations in Sanctuary Alliance so that they could help to inspect the galaxy formation. Chapter 1901 Bear patiently. In Starland, the forces continued to roll on dramatically. However, the war had temporarily stopped. Outside Universe Galaxy, there were four figures standing there. The four of them were only real gods. They were originally under the command of Lineage of Star, but as Star Extermination Alliance had wiped out Starland, the four real gods had turned and fought against Lineage of Star without hesitation. Then, the four real gods were standing in front of Lineage of Star as they were humiliated. Haha, men from Lineage of Star are a bunch of ostriches. Do you intend to hide in there forever? Sword Emperor, Jian Wushuang, I admired you before, but from what it seems now, you are only a coward. After losing the Master of Star Palace attending garrison duty, Lineage of Star didn't even have dignity. If I were to be the Master of Star Palace, I would die again from anger in hell. Doomed. Lineage of Star is really doomed. Hee, I never expected Lineage of Star would fall to such a level. I am only a real god, and you cowards from Lineage of Star don't have anyone who dares to fight a battle with me? Sword Emperor, didn't the outside world call you the #1 genius in Eternal Chaotic World? I am here to challenge you today. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Haha, Sword Emperor is terrified. He didn't have the guts to fight with you. The four Sir Gods laughed heartily. Under the intentional spread via divine power, their voices reverberated in the sky. In the galaxy formation, Hall Master Yuan pulled some tricks to prevent the sounds from outside the galaxy to travel in. The four real gods' humiliating speech wasn't heard by any experts from Lineage of Star. However, the experts from Lineage of Star felt aggrieved. Although they couldn't hear what the four real gods said, they could guess what they said through their lip movements. Hence, they were naturally angry. Plus, if Star Extermination Alliance were to send Almighties to taunt them, it'd be fine. They had sent four real gods instead. Real gods. To the Almighties in Lineage of Star, they were only non-entities. Normally, they wouldn't even care about them. But then, the four real gods were blocking the galaxy as they pointed and ridiculed. Who wasn't aggrieved? Who wasn't angry? A bunch of B** stars. I really want to head out to kill those four small potatoes. Hall Master Nye Yun's face was red, and there was rage in his eyes. Don't act on impulse. Hall Master Yuan waved and squinted his eyes when he said, Star Extermination is trying to make us angry. Once our experts head out, we will be granting their wish. Bear with them for a bit. Don't forget about Palace Master's plan. Hall Master Gu Exine looked too. Of course I know that. I just feel aggrieved, Hall Master Nye Yun said unhappily. Aggrieved? Who isn't? Hall Master Gu Exine rolled his eyes at Hall Master Nye Yun. No matter how aggrieved we feel, it isn't time for us to attack yet. Bear with it for a little longer. Palace Master said before that we have to suffer for a while. But in no time, we will be able to make them sorry. I believe in Palace Master. Hall Master Nye Yun nodded heavily. Oh yeah. Where is Palace Master? He is cultivating in seclusion. If it isn't anything important, don't disturb him, Hall Master Yuan said. At such a crucial moment, he still has the mood to cultivate in seclusion? Hall Master Nye Yun rolled his eyes. Jian Wushuang was really cultivating in seclusion. After they had fought with Star Extermination Alliance and returned to the galaxy, he had gone to cultivate in seclusion immediately. On Sword Star, in a secret room, Jian Wushuang was sitting alone, but his eyes were filled with excitement. Almost there, almost there. In no time, I can master this. By then, I will have another extremely powerful trump card. Once I master this trump card, Lineage of Stars' winning chance will definitely heighten tremendously. Jin Wushuang was extremely excited. The reason why he would tell Hall Master Yuan to activate the Galaxy Formation and urge the experts from Lineage of Star to stay within Galaxy Formation and not rise to any challenge. Firstly, was to show the first feather, in order to create an opportunity for the final battle that was going to take place later on. Secondly, was to give himself more time to master the trump card. Very soon. It won't take long, Jian Wushuang muttered. Time flew past. In the blink of an eye, 250 years had passed. In the 250 years, Star Extermination Alliance never once gave up on humiliating Lineage of Star. Every day, there would be someone cursing before the galaxy. As for the experts who were good at formations, they had been looking for ways to break the galaxy formation, but there was not much progress. As for power superposition skill, there was no news at all. Star Extermination Alliance couldn't do anything about it as well, but they could only continue to besiege them. The forces and experts in Eternal Chaotic World had been paying attention to Lineage of Star for the past 250 years. Although there wasn't much movement in these years, their gazes had never redirected. They also wanted to know just how long Lineage of Star could hold back for. Besides, in the peaceful 250 years, there had been two major incidents. Another two alliances had formed. Lineage of Star had too many enemies. Especially back when the Master of Star Palace had massacred wantonly, he had offended many forces and experts. Then, as the Master of Star Palace, those who eyed Lineage of Star weren't just Abysmal Palace, but also Soaring Heaven King Palace, Divine King Island, Real Martial Art Divine Church, and Highest Heaven Emperor Mansion. Star Extermination Alliance, formed by 5 forces, was merely the first that took action. Lineage of Star had many enemies. Their speed wasn't as fast as Star Extermination Alliance, but their hatred of Lineage of Star wasn't weaker than the 5 forces. As Star Extermination Alliance and Lineage of Star were in a stalemate situation, the forces and experts took action one after another. First, they intended to join Star Extermination Alliance and work together so the possibility of destroying Lineage of Star would be higher. However, they wanted to join, but Star Extermination wasn't willing to accept them. One should know that Star Extermination Alliance had gathered 5 top major forces. Their team formation was strong. When they fought with Lineage of Star, they had already displayed the difference in power between both parties. 5 forces working together in Star Extermination Alliance was enough. They didn't need to accept other forces and experts. The 5 forces weren't willing to share the benefits that they were going to reap after they destroyed Lineage of Star. Hence, any forces and experts who wanted to join Star Extermination Alliance were rejected by Star Extermination Alliance. They had no choice but to quickly form a new alliance with other forces and experts who harbored deep-seated resentment with Lineage of Star. The alliance had a total of 10 major forces, hence the name Supreme 10 Alliance. Chapter 1902 3 Alliances. Supreme 10 Alliance gathered 10 major forces and a few solo experts. Their power was extremely fierce as well. In terms of the number of Almighties alone, Supreme 10 Alliance wasn't weaker than Star Extermination Alliance. However, in terms of Sir God level, they were slightly weaker than Star Extermination Alliance. After all, between the 10 forces in Supreme 10 Alliance, no matter if it was Soaring Heaven King Palace or Divine King Island or Highest Heaven Emperor Mansion, there were some differences. The major 10 forces teamed up, and in addition to a few solo experts, there were only 8 Emperor Gods. Amongst them, there were only 2 peak Emperor Gods. One of them was the Master of Emperor Sword Sect that Jin Wushuang had once got in contact with. Although in terms of fighting power of Emperor God level, Supreme 10 Alliance was weaker than Star Extermination Alliance. Their overall power was very impressive. Besides, there were not only forces and experts who held grudges against Lineage of Star, but there were also people who had nothing to do with Lineage of Star but were only aiming for the secret skill of Star Palace. The number of these people were even greater. Plus, These people had also formed an alliance called Almighty's Alliance in order to match evenly with Supreme Ten Alliance and Star Extermination Alliance. Almighty's Alliance, there were more than 100 Almighties, and there were quite a number of Emperor gods as well. In terms of their overall power, they were much stronger than Star Extermination Alliance and Supreme Ten Alliance. In Lineage of Star, in a lofty palace, Hall Master Yuan and Hall Master Gu Xian and Hall Master Nye Yun gathered together as they analyzed their current situation. 250 years have passed, and the entire situation has become clear, Hall Master Yuan said. Previously, there was only Star Extermination Alliance, while the others hid in the dark. Lineage of Star didn't know how many forces and experts they were dealing with. Hence, Lineage of Star had been showing the white feather even though they had fighting power that made it needless to be fearful of Star Extermination Alliance. They didn't dare to take action hastily because they had scruples. But then, it was all crystal clear. At least, all these people had come to light. Outside the Milky Way, the three alliances stood side by side. Among the three alliances, Star Extermination Alliance and Supreme Ten Alliance holds deep-seated resentment against Lineage of Star. They are determined to destroy Lineage of Star and root us up. As for Almighty's Alliance, although they are the strongest, they hold no standing, Hall Master said in a deep voice. Almighty's Alliance and Lineage of Star share no grudges. They are only aiming at secret skill of Star Palace. We might be able to talk terms with them, Hall Master Gu Xian said. I think so too, Hall Master Yuan smiled. Just then, Mim? Hall Master Yuan was surprised. Why? Hall Master Gu Xian and Hall Master Nye Yun looked to the side. There is someone outside the Milky Way to request to meet. It is the head of one of the three alliances, Emperor God Xiao Luo from Almighty's Alliance. Hall Master said in confusion. Emperor God Xiao Luo? Hall Master Gu Xian and Hall Master Nye Yun were astonished. They just thought that they could try to talk terms with Almighty's Alliance, and then one of the heads of Almighty's Alliance, Emperor God Xiao Luo, came to visit. You stay here. Let me welcome Emperor God Xiao Luo in, Hall Master Yuan said. Hall Master Yuan, do we need to inform Palace Master? Emperor God Xiao Luo is a peak Emperor God. If he were to have wicked intentions, once he enters the Milky Way and collaborates with the experts outside, they might pose a threat to the grand formation of Milky Way, Hall Master Gu Xian said. Don't worry, Emperor God Xiao Luo only came as a consciousness embodiment. He can't do much, Hall Master Yuan smiled. Hall Master Gu Xian and Hall Master Nye Yun felt at ease when they heard that. Under the guidance of Hall Master Yuan personally, Emperor God Xiao Luo's consciousness embodiment came into the Milky Way and entered the lofty palace. In the palace, Hall Master Yuan, Hall Master Gu Xian and Hall Master Nye Yun sat side by side. How come there are only three of you? Where's Sword Emperor? The balding Emperor God Xiao Luo in black robes looked at the three people in front of him. Our palace master is cultivating in seclusion. Excuse him for not being able to greet you personally. Emperor God Xiao Luo, what's the matter? You can talk to us directly. We can make a decision on most matters. Even if we can't, we can send a message to ask Palace Master, Hall Master Yuan said. Cultivation in seclusion? Emperor God Xiao Luo raised his eyebrows. Sword Emperor is so patient. Lineage of Star is cornered in a desperate situation, and he has the mood to cultivate in seclusion? Emperor God Xiao Luo, let's be frank here. What's the matter? Hall Master Yuan replied. Actually, the purpose of my visit, you should be able to guess. Emperor God Xiao Luo looked around. Outside the Milky Way, although three alliances stand side by side, we Almighty's Alliance do not hold any grudges against Lineage of Star. Our purpose is only to obtain secret skill of Star Palace. As long as we obtain secret skill of Star Palace, regardless of Lineage of Star's rise and fall or life and death, it has nothing to do with Almighty's Alliance. In other words, as long as we get secret skill of Star Palace, Almighty's Alliance can side whichever campsite. Hall Master Yuan and Hall Master Yuan and Hall Master Nye Yun by the side. They exchanged a look and smiled in their hearts. They could tell from Emperor God Xiao Luo's suggestion that he meant Almighty's Alliance could totally stand by Lineage of Star, as long as they got the secret skill of Star Palace. I understand what Emperor God Xiao Luo meant. Lineage of Star could let the experts from Almighty's Alliance cultivate secret skill of Star Palace. The prerequisite is that they have to first serve Lineage of Star for 10,000 years. Of course, during the 10,000 years, Lineage of Star would reward according to merit. The 3 volumes of Secret Skill of Star Palace would be given to them one by one according to their contribution, Hall Master Yuan said. Serve Lineage of Star? This is impossible. Emperor God Xiao Luo shook his head. Although you'd only be doing so as guest elders, and there isn't any restriction, it's still a no. How about getting everyone from Almighty's Alliance to team up with Lineage of Star to defeat Star Extermination Alliance and Supreme Tin Alliance? Then we let everyone receive the inheritance. Hall Master Yuan suggested again. Emperor God Xiao Luo grew distressed. To defeat Star Extermination Alliance and Supreme Tin Alliance head-on. Forget about the power of Star Extermination Alliance and Supreme Tin Alliance, which were powerful. The danger that Lineage of Star was facing was faintly supported by the Great Emperor in the back. To have Almighty's Alliance take sides and stand by Lineage of Star, it wasn't a problem, it was merely a standing. However, if they wanted Almighty's Alliance to go all out and fight Star Extermination Alliance and Supreme Tin Alliance head-on, the experts in Almighty's Alliance might not be willing to. Why? You're not willing to be Lineage of Star's guest elders. Then, you're not willing to fight against the 2 alliances alongside Lineage of Star. You're merely declaring your standing, yet you want to receive the inheritance of Secret Skill of Star Palace. Emperor God Xiao Luo, aren't you letting your imagination run wild? Hall Master Yuan's gaze became sharp. Chapter 1903 The Birth of the Strongest Trump Card. Merely a standing, without any substantive action. When the war exploded, Almighty's Alliance wouldn't provide any assistance. What was the use then? Hall Master Yuan, you can't put it that way. Emperor God Xiao Luo stood up. We Almighty's Alliance are the strongest out of all 3 alliances. The number of our Almighties is more than 100. With such power, merely declaring our standing is sufficient to make the 2 alliances have scruples and not take action hastily. It's good enough to be able to do so. We Almighty's Alliance only want to save some trouble. If Lineage of Star were to not agree, what if we Almighty's Alliance took the 2 alliances' side? Merely the existence of Star Extermination Alliance and Supreme Tin Alliance has already cornered you to such a state. Relying on the grand formation of Milky Way, you can only be protected temporarily. If we Almighty's Alliance were to join them, by then, without attack superposition formation, over 200 Almighties from 3 alliances will attack simultaneously. Your tortoise shell definitely can't withstand it either. Emperor God Xiao Luo's voice was cold. To him, the visit to Lineage of Star was only to remove unnecessary trouble. After all, if the 3 alliances were to attack at the same time, there would definitely be dispute and sharing of profit. If he could get Secret Skill of Star Palace just by declaring their standing, it was naturally the best situation. If Lineage of Star were to be smart enough, they would know the pros and cons. They should also know that they definitely didn't stand much hope if they were to fight 3 alliances at the same time. Emperor God Xiao Luo, are you threatening Lineage of Star? Hall Master Yuan's face grew gloomy. Hall Master Gu Xian and Hall Master Nie Yun looked upset too. So what if I am threatening you? Lineage of Star has already reached such a situation, so we of Almighty's Alliance are willing to give you a last chance. As long as you pass us the inheritance of Secret Skill of Star Palace, it will be done, and it is already a great mercy. Otherwise, I will immediately discuss with the other 2 alliances to join forces together to break your tortoise shell and wipe out Lineage of Star. Emperor God Xiao Luo's voice was cold. If so, Lineage of Star has to thank Almighty's Alliance then? Thank you, Emperor God Xiao Luo, for your mercy? Hall Master Yuan glared at Emperor God Xiao Luo. Of course, Emperor God Xiao Luo smirked. Hall Master Yuan, I have said what I want to. There's no need to talk further. You'd better inform Emperor Sword, who is cultivating in seclusion. Let him consider this carefully, then reply me. Farewell. Then, Emperor God Xiao Luo's figure shook and his consciousness embodiment dispersed. Looking at Emperor God Xiao Luo's consciousness embodiment disperse, the 3 hall masters in the palace looked in distress. Ridiculous. Emperor God Xiao Luo is ridiculous. Hall Master Nye Yun roared. He is ridiculous. But Almighty's alliance has the capital to be ridiculous, Hall Master Gu Xian said in a deep voice. However, isn't Almighty's alliance going overboard? They don't contribute anything to Lineage of Star. They only don't take action against Lineage of Star. Then they want Lineage of Star to pass them the inheritance of secret skill of Star Palace. Even if they want to gain with little pain, this is basically nothing. They are obviously looting a burning house. Regardless, the terms are laid on the table. There is no space for negotiation. As for the final decision, let Palace Master do it. Hall Master Yuan was calm. Immediately, Hall Master Yuan sent the content of his conversation with Emperor God Xiao Luo to Jian Wushuang. In Sword Star, in a secret room, Jian Wushuang continued to cultivate in seclusion. After 250 years of cultivation, Jian Wushuang had reached the most crucial period. In his body, there was an enormous, strange strength concentrating in him madly. The power was power of star. Power of star was strange and contained great power. Then, the power of star in Jian Wushuang's body was transforming. Yes, it was transforming. The transformation lasted for a very long time, and it was very slow. Jian Wushuang had already continuously transformed for over a decade. Finally, the transformation of power of star completed. The third volume of Secret Skill of Star Palace completed. The very moment when his power of star completed its transformation, Jian Wushuang opened in his eyes. In the depth of his eyes, there was a strange light that burst out. The light seemed to contain the entire boundless star. Secret Skill of Star Palace was a secret skill of 7-star Black Sect. The secret skill was extremely powerful. Just like the danger that Lineage of Star was facing, it was mainly because of the secret skill. The attraction to the secret skill by all forces and experts in Eternal Chaotic World was too great. However, due to its attraction power, it showed its scariness. Secret Skill of Star Palace was put into 3 volumes. The first volume allowed one to multiply one's attack power by 10 times for 10 breaths time. The second volume allows one to multiply one's attack power by 100 times for 1 breath of time. The second volume's ability to multiply one's attack power by 100 times was already unbelievable. The reason why the Master of Star Palace was so scary was because he had cultivated the second volume. Plus, because there was an existence of a drop of unique blood essence, he could last for a long time after he performed the secret skill. He could massacre and stop at nothing. Unless one was a great emperor, no one could stop him. The second volume was as such. Then, the third volume. The third volume allows one to multiply one's attack power by 1,000 times, but they could only perform one move. It was the strongest volume in Secret Skill of Star Palace. Although only one move was allowed, a multiplication of power of 1,000 times was terrifying enough. However, it was extremely difficult to cultivate it. Jian Wushuang had heard that only the Master of Star Palace was the only one who had cultivated the third volume of Secret Skill of Star Palace in the whole of Lineage of Star. The rumors spread among Deacon Elderlies because they had thought the Master of Star Palace had created the Secret Skill of Star Palace. Hence, the Master of Star Palace had cultivated all 3 volumes of them. But in actual fact, Jian Wushuang was sure that the Master of Star Palace hadn't cultivated the third volume, only the second volume. In the entire Lineage of Star, ever since the Secret Skill of Star Palace started, no one had cultivated the third volume. But then, Jian Wushuang had cultivated it. Although there were many twists and turns in the journey, Jian Wushuang had studied carefully for a very long time. Even he thought he would at least need to break through and become an almighty before he could cultivate the third volume of Secret Skill of Star Palace successfully. But who knows, he had yet to break through, and merely at the peak of real God, he had already cultivated the third volume of the secret skill successfully. Lineage of Star was facing a great danger. To be able to cultivate the secret skill of Star Palace successfully, it was too important for Jian Wushuang. Chapter 1904, Going to Attack? The third volume, once performed, could multiply my attack power by 1,000 times. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands as his eyes shined. Although he could only perform one move, it would be 1,000 times the power. His fighting power was already at the level of peak Emperor God. Which level would he be able to reach if his power were to be increased by 1,000 times? A terrifying hit by a great emperor was nothing. The strongest trump card. The moment Jian Wushuang successfully cultivated secret skill of Star Palace, it became his strongest trump card. Just like the other trump cards, King Sword skill, Star Destruction skill, River Mountain Map. Although they were all powerful, none of the trump cards would enable him to increase his power by 1,000 times in a split moment. If the trump card were to be utilized appropriately, he could turn around an undesirable change. After grasping the final strongest trump card, Jian Wushuang came out of seclusion. In the lofty palace in lineage of Star. Palace Master, Hall Master Yuan, Hall Master Gu Xin, Hall Master Nye Yun. The three of them stood in reverence before Jian Wushuang. Almighty's Alliance, did they make any move? Jian Wushuang looked. No, I think they are still waiting for our reply, Hall Master Yuan said. Hee, Almighty's Alliance want to take advantage of us during our difficult times. It won't be that easy. Forget about the fact that they offer no effort at all. Even if they were to be willing to work with Lineage of Star to fight against the two alliances, I wouldn't pass them secret skill of Star Palace, Jian Wushuang sneered. If so, I shall reply to them now then, Hall Master Yuan said. There's no hurry, Jian Wushuang waved his hand. Don't need to reply. Keep them waiting. Even if they ask, tell them Lineage of Star still needs time to consider. We can hold them back for the time being. Seizing the time, Lineage of Star shall first take care of Star Extermination Alliance and Supreme Ten Alliance. Hearing what Jian Wushuang had said, the three Hall Masters were surprised. Palace Master, we are finally taking action? Hall Master Nye Yun's eyes were burning with enthusiasm. All these years, Star Extermination Alliance and Supreme Ten Alliance had been sending people who hurled abuse and humiliated them from outside. The experts in Lineage of Star felt aggrieved, let alone Hall Master Nye Yun, who was a short-tempered and impatient person. We've been hiding for so many years, and we are so full of grievances. It's finally time for us to get back in the game. Jian Wushuang smiled, but his smile was cold. Hall Master Yuan, follow the original plan and carry on, Jian Wushuang commanded. Yes, Hall Master Yuan nodded. His eyes were beaming too. Lineage of Star had been showing the white feather. They had been hiding. Even though they were humiliated, they were holding themselves back. They had been hiding for so long, and they were finally going to counterattack. Outside Universe Galaxy, in the vast void, there were lofty palaces and pavilions floating. The palaces and pavilions were built by Star Extermination Alliance temporarily, where the headquarters of Star Extermination Alliance was. Then, in the lofty palace right in the middle, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Emperor God Tianling, #1 Divine King, Master of Real Martial Arts Divine Church, Master of Highest Heaven Emperor Mansion. The main representatives rushed over one after another. Palace Master Wu Luo, what's the matter? Why are you looking for us in a hurry? #1 Divine King asked. Palace Master Wu Luo, who was waiting in the palace since long ago, smirked. Of course, there's good news. Then, Palace Master Wu Luo looked to the person next to him. Everyone else looked at the person as well. She was a white-robed married woman who had a great body. The beautiful married woman only gave out aura of a Sir God. In terms of power, no one at the scene would bother with her. However, her identity was extraordinary. The beautiful married woman was Sir God Yin, a genius in formation. In the past 250 years, Star Extermination Alliance had invited a few geniuses in formation to study the galaxy formation. Amongst them, Sir God Yin was the most knowledgeable in formation. Sir God Yin, did you find the weak point of the formation? #1 Divine King couldn't help but ask. Luckily, I accomplished the mission, Sir God Yin smiled. Merely a short reply, but it struck happiness in everyone. One should know that Star Extermination Alliance possessed the power to exterminate Lineage of Star. However, because of galaxy formation, they could do nothing about it. In the past 250 years, they had been trying to resolve the galaxy formation. Then, there was finally news about it. Everyone, please take a look, Sir God Yin waved, and there was immediately a miniature galaxy on the floor in the palace. With naked eyes, Besides the size, the galaxy looked exactly the same as Universe Galaxy. Look, I marked it here, Sir God, and you pointed at a spot on the galaxy. It was a corner that was hard to notice in Universe Galaxy, which no one would pay attention to normally. Under Sir God and use manipulation, there was energy revolving in the galaxy, and it formed a cycle. In the complete cycle, the corner that Sir God and you had marked was the middle of the support for the cycle. As expected, the peak Emperor gods were beaming with joy when they saw it. The galaxy around Lineage of Star is really unique. I've searched for a very long time to find this place. Besides myself, in Eternal Chaotic World, there definitely will be less than 3 people who could find this. Haha, thank you, Sir Guardian you. The previously agreed reward. We Star Extermination Alliance would triple it, Palace Master Wu Luo said. Thank you, Sir Guardian you was delighted. Palace Master Wu Luo looked at the people around him. As we now know the weak point of the galaxy formation, the following matter is much easier. We only need to break this point with fierce force. The cycle of the galaxy will definitely shatter, and the galaxy formation will be resolved. That being said, even the weak point requires fierce power to break it. I wonder if all experts in Star Extermination Alliance could break it if they worked together. Number 1 Divine King creased his eyebrows and said, Master of Real Martial Arts Divine Church, how did the attack superposition formation go? Palace Master Wu Luo looked at Master of Real Martial Arts Divine Church. We found an ordinary attack superposition formation. Although it could concentrate all Almighty's power, it could at most concentrate over 10 Almighty's power. Our Star Extermination Alliance's experts use this attack superposition formation would concentrate 6 attacks in the end. It is better than all power scattered, better than over 70 attacks. The possibility of breaking the weak point should be high, Master of Real Martial Arts Divine Church said. Whether or not we can break it, we will know when we try. Palace Master Wu Luo looked cold. Let's go. Very soon, the experts from Star Extermination Alliance departed. Chapter 1905 True Power. At the border of Universe Galaxy, Sir Guardian Yu found the weak point. The experts from Star Extermination Alliance gathered. Here, everyone. Let's do this, Sir Guardian Yu said. Use attack superposition formation, Palace Master Wu Luo ordered. The experts from Star Extermination Alliance immediately took action. The experts, including Emperor gods, joined forces to perform attack superposition formation. The 6 attack superposition formations gathered the power and fused them together flawlessly. Attack. Everyone launched attacks simultaneously. Boundless billowing power surged, and the 6 attack superposition formations quickly formed 6 terrifying attacks. The 6 terrifying attacks formed and hit the weak point of the galaxy formation directly. Hong. There was an earth-shattering thud. Terrifying divine power spread in all directions. There were almost 70 Almighties that teamed up and formed 6 attack superposition formations. The attack power was strong, and even a great emperor couldn't belittle it. Under the fierce attack, the galaxy formation, that was firm and sturdy, including Universe Galaxy, shook vigorously. The entire formation trembled in the balance. There's hope. The experts from Star Extermination Alliance were thrilled. Even after the attack, the galaxy formation didn't collapse at the first instant, but it shook. Continue. Palace Master Wu Luo's voice was low. The experts continued to attack with attack superposition formations. Hong. As the second attack hit, the entire Universe Galaxy started to break, as though it couldn't endure the hit. When the third attack hit, the galaxy formation that had blocked Star Extermination Alliance for 250 years finally had a huge hole. Although the formation didn't collapse straight away, the hole became an opening of the formation. Haha, finally opened. Palace Master Wu Luo was thrilled and his laughter reverberated. Everyone, follow me in. Kill, destroy Lineage of Star. Kill all of them. Kill, kill, kill. The experts from Star Extermination Alliance were excited. Under the lead of Palace Master Wu Luo and other peak Emperor gods, they plunged into Universe Galaxy. All of them were soaring with murderous intention. From their point of view, The galaxy formation was Lineage of Star's biggest reliance. Then, as the galaxy formation broke, Lineage of Star was only left to be mercilessly massacred. However, just as Star Extermination Alliance passed through the hole and barged into Universe Galaxy, in the void above the depth of Universe Galaxy, the experts in Lineage of Star continued to stand erect. They could see everything afar through the galaxy. H*T, we're doomed. Even the formation broke. There's no turning point for Lineage of Star. The final reliance, it's gone. Just like that. The guest elders that were invited looked distressed. They didn't know Lineage of Star's true power and trump cards. Just like Star Extermination Alliance, they thought Lineage of Star was coming to an end when they saw the galaxy formation break. However, they didn't notice that Jian Wushuang, Hall Master Yuan, Hall Master Gu Xian, Hall Master Nie Yun, who were standing at the far front, showed no fear nor anxiety at the sight. On the contrary, the four of them wore a faint smile. It seems that Star Extermination Alliance isn't suspicious as all, Jian Wushuang commented. I intentionally led Sir God In Yun to find the flaw. Sir God In Yu was good at formations. She didn't suspect anything. Naturally, the experts from Star Extermination Alliance couldn't tell. They really thought they had broken Lineage of Star's final reliance. Hall Master Yuan sneered. Everything goes according to plan. Now that Star Extermination Alliance has already fallen into Lineage of Star's trap, and they have yet to realize, Palace Master, shouldn't we haul our fishing net? Hall Master Gu Xian said. Hall Master Nie Yun looked enthusiastic. They had been hiding for so long. They had been bottling up for so long. They couldn't hold back any longer. They were only waiting for Jian Wushuang's command. Calm down and be prepared. Jian Wushuang chuckled, then he turned to look at the guest elders. Everyone, get ready. Later, we might need you to go all out. Seize the time before the other two alliances respond. Let's take care of Star Extermination Alliance first. Hearing Jian Wushuang's command, the guest elders were confused. Star Extermination Alliance broke Lineage of Star's final reliance and came inside. Lineage of Star was going to be doomed. However, whatever Jian Wushuang said meant otherwise. Looking at everyone's strange expressions, Hall Master Yuan smiled. Palace Master, it's time. Shouldn't we show our guest elders Lineage of Star's true power? True power? The guest elders were surprised. We should, Jian Wushuang nodded. Then, before all guest elders' suspicious gazes, he waved. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. There was a large number of figures that appeared in the surrounding void. They were densely dotted, more than 100 of them. The figures were in bronze armors. All of them were brawny and strong like mountains. This is Dao soldiers. They are Dao soldiers. So many Dao soldiers? There are almost 120 of them. Oh God! How is it possible? The guest elders were shocked. They knew about Dao soldiers, and they had even fought alongside Dao soldiers before. However, compared to the Dao soldiers that Jian Wushuang had taken out before, there were only 34 of them. After the fight with Star Extermination Alliance, there were some that were damaged. However, what were the 120 Dao soldiers in front of them? The guest elders had yet to respond, and there were suddenly two figures that appeared next to Jian Wushuang. One of the two was a hunchbacked elder. The other one was a Taoist-robed elder who stood next to Jian Wushuang like a servant. When the two people appeared, the guest elders were taken by surprise again. Peak Emperor Gods. Two Peak Emperor Gods. Oh my God. The guest elders couldn't help but gulp. They finally understood why the higher-ups of Lineage of Star, Jian Wushuang, and the other three Hall Masters were so confident when Star Extermination Alliance had barged in. It turned out that Lineage of Star's true power was then revealed. Almost 120 Dao soldiers and two Peak Emperor Gods, three including Jian Wushuang. In addition to the guest elders, in terms of team formation, Lineage of Star wasn't any weaker than Star Extermination Alliance, but faintly stronger. Chapter 1906 Galaxy John. Almost 120 Dao soldiers and two Peak Emperor Gods. That's the true power of Lineage of Star? They have stronger power than Star Extermination Alliance, but they have been holding back and didn't attack. They are showing the white feathers. Showing the white feathers? The guest elders thought of that. Then, they gasped a breath of cold air. As Lineage of Star had been showing the white feathers, Star Extermination Alliance broke the formation to barge in. Didn't it mean it was a trap? Everyone, Lineage of Star has held back for 250 years for the scene that just happened. Now, it's time to haul the fishing net, Jian Wushuang smiled. Hall Master Yuan, tell them about the galaxy. Yes, Hall Master Yuan nodded. He looked at the guest elders, everyone. It looks as though Star Extermination Alliance broke the galaxy formation. But in actual fact, I was the one who led them to break it. Not only that, after they break in, I will lead them to the core region of the galaxy formation. Then, the galaxy formation's power will be displayed fully. Later, I will send all of you to the core of the galaxy formation as well. There, you will receive power support for the formation. The power that you can perform would be stronger than before. This is one of the advantages. Second, I will control the spacetime in the core region. I will utilize spacetime to provide utmost assistance to all of you. For instance, when you were to be severely injured and at the brink of death, I will immediately perform spacetime measure to move you in order to ensure your safety. Of course, if you were to die too quickly, I couldn't do anything about it. Besides the two mentioned advantages, the galaxy formation also contains fierce attack skill. You will know about the attack skill later. Hall Master Yuan said, and the guest elders were surprised. Previously, they had thought that it was merely defense power of the galaxy formation. However, from what it seemed, the formation was far beyond that. They already possessed a stronger team formation than Star Extermination Alliance originally. In addition to such powerful formation, the time was right, geographical and social conditions were favorable to Lineage of Star. These guest elders started to pity Star Extermination Alliance's upcoming result. The people from Star Extermination Alliance have already arrived at the core region, Hall Master Yuan suddenly said. Everyone beamed with joy. Sword Emperor, let's take action, Emperor God Xianwu said in a hurry. Don't be in a hurry, let me play with them first, Hall Master Yuan smiled creepily. In Universe Galaxy, the core region of the galaxy formation, the experts from Star Extermination Alliance continued to plunge forward and intended to barge into the lair of Lineage of Star. However, after flying for a while, forget about the lair of Lineage of Star, they didn't even see a shadow. Something's not right. The master of real martial arts Divine Church, the galaxy formation was Lineage of Star's reliance. Theoretically, when we were attacking the galaxy formation, Lineage of Star should respond. However, we already broke the formation and barged into the galaxy for so long. Lineage of Star didn't even move an inch. There wasn't any expert who came to stop us either. This is not normal. What's not normal? From what I see, Lineage of Star definitely knew Star Extermination Alliance had barged in and they are panicking. Hence, they are gathering their experts and disciples to plan how to escape. Number 1 Divine King smirked in disdain. Escape? The surrounding people heard that word and they smiled. Obviously, they agreed with the idea. 250 years ago, Lineage of Star and Star Extermination Alliance had fought and the difference in their power had been fully displayed. Lineage of Star couldn't match evenly with Star Extermination Alliance. Otherwise, they wouldn't have hidden in the galaxy formation for 250 years, and they wouldn't have yet to counterattack when they were humiliated. Then, the formation collapsed. Under normal circumstances, the experts in Lineage of Star would definitely opt to escape. At most, they would only send some of their experts to hold them back in order to buy more time for more people to escape. Most people thought so. It was because Lineage of Star had showed the white feather for over 200 years. Hence, they thought so. Don't bother about that. No matter what measure Lineage of Star takes, before the absolute difference of power, everything will be in vain. Until we barge into the lair of Lineage of Star, we will kill all experts in Lineage of Star. Palace Master Wu Luo was soaring with murderous intention. The people in Star Extermination Alliance nodded heavily. Just then, V-Room. A terrifying power suddenly concentrated in front of the experts in Star Extermination Alliance. In a short while, the power substantiated into 4 huge figures. The 4 figures were 4 one-eyed giants that was more than 10 zhang tall. The one-eyed giants were holding a mace each. Their intense ori that carried rage within were given out from the one-eyed giants' bodies and pressed at Star Extermination Alliance. What are those? Such strong ori. In terms of ori, the 4 giants don't seem to be any weaker than Emperor God. Judging from their bodies, they were substantiated from energy, not real lives. The experts in Star Extermination Alliance stopped and their gazes fixed upon the 4 one-eyed giants. In the depth of the galaxy, everyone in Lineage of Star could see clearly through the galaxy. Hall Master Yuan, these 4 giants are... The guest elders looked at Hall Master Yuan suspiciously. These are one-eyed giants substantiated by the galaxy formation, also known as galaxy giants. Every single one of them has the power of an emperor god. With the power that the galaxy formation possessed, it could substantiate 4 of them, and it is already at its maximum limit, Hall Master Yuan said. Everyone heard and was surprised again. The 4 one-eyed giants were 4 emperor gods. Let the 4 one-eyed giants play with Star Extermination Alliance first, Hall Master Yuan smiled. At the core region of the galaxy formation, 4 one-eyed giants had already attacked. They were holding a mace each as they soared with murderous intention. They charged at the experts in Star Extermination Alliance ferociously. The experts in Star Extermination Alliance were raging with anger. They naturally counterattacked immediately. Hong, 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 hong. A loud thud reverberated in Universe Galaxy. Every single thud could easily break mountains and split rivers. However, to Universe Galaxy, such a thud wouldn't cause any effect. In such a ferocious fight, the 4 one-eyed giants displayed fighting power that wasn't any weaker than an emperor god's. They brought about great trouble to Star Extermination Alliance. However, there were many almighties in Star Extermination Alliance. There was a total of 10 of them. They weren't shakeable by the 4 one-eyed giants. In a short while, the 4 one-eyed giants were forced into a desperate situation. Hall Master Yuan, the 4 one-eyed giants can't hold any longer. There was a guest elder that immediately said, Chapter 1907 Trap. Don't worry, Hall Master Yuan smiled confidently. In the core region of the galaxy formation, the experts were under attack by the 4 one-eyed giants. Bang, 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 bang. The 4 huge figures collapsed. However, looking at the 4 one-eyed giants that just crumbled, in the vast void, a large amount of energy concentrated and immediately formed 4 one-eyed giants again. This is... Everyone from Lineage of Star looked shocked. The 4 one-eyed giants are substantiated by the galaxy formation. As long as the formation is there, the one-eyed giant is invincible. Even if they were defeated, they could resubstantiate and continue to fight, Hall Master Yuan explained. This is only one of the attacks of the galaxy formation. As for more attack measures, wait till the formation goes full force and displays them. Jian Wushuang nodded and looked around. Next, it's time for all of you to attack. Like I said before, you'll be rewarded according to merit. If everyone would like to get the secret skill of Star Palace earlier, you have to go all out for this battle. Sword Emperor, don't worry, Emperor Gajuin was the first to reply. With our team and the aid of the formation, although I don't dare to say we could kill all experts in Star Extermination Alliance, we could at least defeat them, crush them in heavy defeat. Yes, defeat them, crush them. We felt aggrieved for so many years, and it is finally time to counterattack. Don't let any of them escape the galaxy formation alive. The guest elders' eyes were burning with enthusiasm, and their faces were plastered with bloodthirsty smiles. Jian Wushuang lifted the corners of his lips at the sight. Then, he looked at Hall Master Yuan. Send us over. All right, Hall Master Yuan nodded. Under the manipulation of Hall Master Yuan, there were space wormholes in the void in front of them. Everyone, go ahead, Hall Master said in a bright and loud voice. Everyone in Lineage of Star, including the 120 Dao soldiers, took a huge stride into the space wormholes in front of them without hesitation. Thought space wormhole, The experts in Lineage of Star instantly appeared in the core region of the galaxy formation. There, the experts in Star Extermination Alliance were fighting with the 4 One-Eyed Giants. They had already broken the One-Eyed Giants once, but the One-Eyed Giants substantiated again and fought with them again. The 4 One-Eyed Giants are not true living things. They should be affected by the galaxy. As long as they are within the galaxy, they are invincible. There's no need to tangle with them. We only need to barge into the lair of Lineage of Star, Palace Master Wu Luo shouted. Suddenly, Virum, the space wormholes appeared in the surrounding void. In an instant, there were at least 10 space wormholes that appeared from nowhere. Then, there were figures that leapt out from the space wormholes and appeared in front of the experts in Star Extermination Alliance. Looking at the figures that leaped out from the space wormholes, the experts in Star Extermination Alliance were shocked. Too many. There were too many experts who had leapt out from the space wormholes. There was absolutely more than 100 of them. Amongst the bronze-armored Dao soldiers were the most. Star Extermination Alliance knew these Dao soldiers as well. How could there be so many? Oh my. *T. The experts in Star Extermination Alliance were shocked. Everyone in Lineage of Star, including the Dao soldiers, was soaring with murderous intention the moment they leapt out of the space wormholes. Die. Kill all of them. Haha, Star Extermination Alliance, you came today, so don't think about leaving. The voice shook the earth as everyone attacked simultaneously. Once they attacked, they went all out. In the surrounding galaxy, there was a layer of blurry light, just like warm sunlight that shone on all experts and Dao soldiers from Lineage of Star. The experts and Dao soldiers' power received a certain level of improvement. Hong. An earth-shattering war was finally taking place. Be careful. Trap, it's a trap. Lineage of Star, since when did they have so many extra Dao soldiers? In the formation, what's going on with it? Star Extermination Alliance was panicking. That was normal. After the war that had happened 250 years ago, after they had defeated Lineage of Star, Star Extermination Alliance didn't think how powerful Lineage of Star could be. They thought as long as the galaxy formation collapsed, it would be easy to destroy Lineage of Star. But then, the scene before them had totally surpassed their expectations. Since the appearance of the 4 One-Eyed Giants to the display of Lineage of Star's power, most importantly, the 120 Dao soldiers, the fighting power was shocking. Then, no matter how stupid they were, they could tell that Lineage of Star was showing the white feather and was hiding. Why did they show the white feather? Why did they hide? No doubt, it was because of them. In order to reveal flaws intentionally and lead them to the core of the formation. From the beginning to the end, it had been Lineage of Star's strategy. It was a trap. ***starred. Don't panic. There was a loud roar. Number 1 Divine King from Divine King Island was giving out terrifying aura as his voice reverberated in the battlefield. So what if it is a trap? We Star Extermination Alliance gathered 5 top forces and our overall fighting power is fierce. How could Lineage of Star match evenly to us? Don't panic. Launch full attack and kill everyone in Lineage of Star. Listening to Number 1 Divine King's comment, the experts in Star Extermination Alliance calmed down. Yes, even if the formation was really a trap, the strategy that Lineage of Star had set up from the beginning to the end, Star Extermination Alliance's power was on display. Almost 70 Almighties and 10 Emperor Gods could easily wipe out everything. Die. Die. The experts in Star Extermination Alliance beamed with sharp gaze and greeted their attack. This should be it. Number 1 Divine King's eyes grew cold. But then, no. A shrill scream was heard. The roar came from next to Number 1 Divine King. Number 1 Divine King immediately looked and saw a resplendent golden light piercing the head of a young and immature young man dressed in black. The resplendent golden light pierced his head and paused in the void slightly. Number 1 Divine King saw clearly that the resplendent golden light was Jian Wushuang's Hong Jun golden sword. Second brother. Number 1 Divine King was suddenly shocked. One should know that Hong Jun golden sword had pierced his second brother's head. Also the Number 2 Divine King of Divine King Island. There was a total of 3 Divine Kings in Divine King Island. The three Divine Kings controlled Divine King Island together, and they were tightly knitted like true brothers. There were two Divine Kings that came from Divine King Island, but then his second brother was killed before him directly. Chapter 1908 Fierce Battle. Jian Wushuang. There was a sudden roar, seemingly from the highest heaven. Number 1 Divine King's face instantly grew red and his veins popped. There was fierce fire that was burning in his eyes, just like a lion in rage. His eyes were like lightning as he locked gazes with Jian Wushuang in the void in front. Haha, Number 1 Divine King. Weren't you come earlier? You said it didn't matter even if Lineage of Star prepared the trap. Why? I only killed one of the Divine King from Divine King Island and you got so anxious? Jian Wushuang sneered. Just like the experts in Lineage of Star and the Dao soldiers, Jian Wushuang had already attacked the moment they leaped out from the space wormhole. Number 2 Divine King from Divine King Island happened to be around him and Jian Wushuang had targeted him at the first instant. He suddenly attacked and the 4 Hong Jun golden swords flew out simultaneously. Under full force, Number 2 Divine King couldn't resist at all. On top of that, he didn't have any chaotic divine treasure-level defense armor. In an instant, Jian Wushuang killed him on the spot. The speed was too fast. So fast that Number 1 Divine King didn't manage to save him in time. I want to kill you. Number 1 Divine King felt hysteric. A peak Emperor God's terrifying aura spread out. He clenched the saber in his hand and took a leap forward to charge at Jian Wushuang. Besides, Palace Master Wu Luo and the Master of Real Martial Arts Divine Church had locked onto Jian Wushuang as their target as well. Jian Wushuang, you escaped last time. You won't be that lucky this time. Palace Master Wu Luo's voice was loud. Jian Wushuang, you have to die today. The Master of Real Martial Arts Divine Church beaming with cold light. The two-peak Emperor God knew that no one was Jian Wushuang's opponent one-on-one. Jian Wushuang so that Jian Wushuang couldn't free himself to attack the people at the surrounding battlefield. The three-peak Emperor Gods charged to him, but Jian Wushuang wasn't fearful at all. Haha, in the previous battle, we had to show the white feather and I couldn't mess with you much. But today, I'd love to fight against the 3 Emperor Gods heartily. Jian Wushuang's voice was rampage. He revealed his ancient tri-body with 7 heads and 14 arms, while the 4 Hong Jun golden swords floated in front of his body. Die! Jian Wushuang exploded his full power. After merely 250 years, he stood alongside the 3-peak Emperor Gods again. At their surrounding, the experts and Dao soldiers from both campsites started a ferocious war. Bang! 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 There were constant bangs and thuds resounding. The war was in a white-hot stage from the very beginning. In the crowd, a creepy dim light followed by 2 flashes appeared in front of a white-haired man in white robe. I am Qian Mingzi. I have been looking forward to meeting Emperor God Tianling. Qian Mingzi flashed a gentle smile. Qing Mingzi, never heard of you. Emperor God Tianling's face was cold and the gaze he looked at Qian Mingzi was as though he was a cloud of air. From today onwards, you will know of my name then. I won't give you any chance to interfere with the battlefield. Qian Mingzi smiled. You? Emperor God Tianling's eyes let out chilliness, and there were no emotions. Why not give it a try? Qian Mingzi didn't talk further, but charged at Emperor God Tianling. Before the fight began, Jian Wushuang had already instructed him to hold Emperor God Tianling back so that he wouldn't have a chance to take action. Qing Mingzi naturally gave his best. The war was earth-shattering. The fight was extremely ferocious. To begin with, in terms of team formation alone, Lineage of Star wasn't weaker than Star Extermination Alliance. In addition to the 4 one-eyed giants, their fighting power was even slighter stronger. Plus, Lineage of Star had the assistance of Galaxy Formation. Since the beginning of the war, the experts and Dao soldiers of Lineage of Star had had the assistance of Galaxy Formation. Hence, the displayed power was obviously much stronger. Besides, Hall Master, who was hidden in the depths of the galaxy, couldn't stay put. In one corner of the battlefield. Dang! Dang! There were 2 loud thuds and Emperor Gajuin was sent backwards by his opponent. After a while, he steadied his figure. Then, He scoffed and plunged out again as his fighting power was not affected at all. That scene made the master of Highest Heaven Emperor Mansion, who was fighting with Emperor God Join, look distressed. Although the master of Highest Heaven Emperor Mansion wasn't a peak Emperor God, he was extremely close to one. Many years ago, the master of Highest Heaven Emperor Mansion had once crossed paths with Emperor God Join. Back then, Emperor God Join would opt to avoid him when he saw him, and he didn't have the courage to fight with him. But now, Emperor God Join took advantage of the assistance from the surrounding formation, and he has the courage to fight head-on with me. Plus, he has chaotic divine treasure levels armor to protect his body. I can do nothing about him. The master of Highest Heaven Emperor Mansion was helpless. In the void next to them, poof, one of the guest elders in lineage of Star, a red-robed woman, was surprise attacked by a Sir God, and she was severely injured. Die. There were immediately 2 Sir Gods from Star Extermination Alliance, including a top Sir God that charged at her. **T. The red-robed woman's face changed. Just then, V-Room. Behind the red-robed woman, there was a space wormhole that appeared from nowhere. At the same time, there was a palm that was substantiated from energy extended from the inside of space wormhole and grabbed her into the space wormhole. The red-robed woman disappeared in the space wormhole, and the space wormhole dispersed instantly. What? The 2 Sir Gods who had been charging at the red-robed woman were surprised. In the void in the depth of the galaxy, V-Room, the red-robed lattice figure appeared again. Thank you, Hall Master Yuan. The red-robed woman looked at Hall Master Yuan in front of her with gratitude. She knew clearly that if Hall Master Yuan hadn't managed to drag her there from the battlefield earlier, she was most likely be dead. Take your time to recover, Hall Master Yuan said while his gaze fixed upon the battlefield in the core region. As soon as there were experts from lineage of Star or Dao soldiers that were in danger on the battlefield, he would immediately take action to manipulate the space-time within the formation to rescue them. Then, he could reduce the damage of lineage of Star tremendously. Of course, in such a vigorous war, one might lose their life if they weren't careful. Some came across dangers that Hall Master Yuan didn't manage to rescue them from in time. It's about time. We should start using that move. Hall Master Yuan muttered, and his eyes were unusually cold. In the core region of Galaxy Formation, on the huge battlefield, the experts from both campsites were fighting ferociously. Just then, without any signs, there were 3 space wormholes that appeared suddenly in 3 corners on the battlefield. From the space wormholes, there was a ray of purple light that burst out. Chapter 1909 9 Province Seal Show Off. V-Room, V-Room, V-Room. The 3 rays of purple light quivered. Then the energy concentrated and suddenly substantiated into 3 purple spears. The 3 purple spears flew out at terrifying speed. Instantly, they appeared behind the 3 Sir Gods of Star Extermination Alliance. The 3 Sir Gods were in a ferocious fight with their opponents, and 2 out of 3 of them were suppressed. Dealing with the purple spears that attacked out of nowhere without any symptoms, the 3 Sir Gods' faces grew grave. *T. D**MN. No. Bang. Bang. Pust. There were 3 continuous thuds. The 3 Sir Gods were hit by the purple spears directly. Among them, there were 2 that got severely injured and fell back under the attack of the purple spear. The last one was weaker in defense, and he died on the spot after the purple spear pierced his body. Not bad. In the depth of the galaxy, Hall Master Yuan saw the effects that the 3 purple spears had brought about, and he was satisfied. After 10 breaths, I can carry out the second attack. 1 breath, 2 breaths. Hall Master Yuan had already started to count. Universe Galaxy was from ancient times, and its power was far beyond a simple defense formation. In terms of attack and auxiliary power, it was shockingly powerful. Since the 4 one-eyed giants at the beginning until the 3 purple spears, they were all techniques that Universe Galaxy possessed. Plus, Universe Galaxy had been severely damaged, and it could only perform simple techniques. If Universe Galaxy were to receive abundant heaven and earth spiritual energy to recover the galaxy completely, with the Guardian of Universe Galaxy, Even if there were to be a great emperor expert that barged in personally, he could only enter, not leave. On the battlefield. How could it be? This is impossible. The higher-ups of Star Extermination Alliance, also the three peak emperor gods who were fighting with Jian Wushuang, had been keeping watch of the surrounding battlefield. They could see the scenery on the battlefield clearly. Star Extermination Alliance was already under control. They were completely suppressed. In terms of overall fighting power, they were weaker than Lineage of Star by a slight bit. On top of that, Lineage of Star had the aid of the formation. Hence, their difference in power became even greater. From the start of the war until then, it was merely a short while. But Star Extermination Alliance was under their full control. If they were to continue the war, Lineage of Star would gain the upper hand bit by bit and finally defeat Star Extermination Alliance completely. I have to figure out a way immediately. Otherwise, we of Star Extermination Alliance will be defeated. Palace Master Wu Luo roared. Go all out. Give full play to whatever trump card you have. Hurry up and kill Jian Wushuang. Only when the three of us have the bandwidth to fight the others, there would be a turning for this unfavorable situation, the Master of Real Martial Arts Divine Church said. What are we waiting for then? Let's go all out. Number 1 Divine King bellowed. Jian Wushuang killed his second brother. His intention to kill Jian Wushuang was much stronger than anyone else. The moment Jian Wushuang heard the conversation between the three of them, he scoffed. All out? I'd like to see whose techniques are more powerful. Jian Wushuang said, then he flipped his palm. There was a scroll painting that he threw in the void above. Instantly, the void above the galaxy started to take a drastic change. The originally resplendent galaxy suddenly replaced by a huge and beautiful world with mountains and rivers. What is this? Many experts on the battlefield couldn't help but lift their heads up to look. Simultaneously, they were astonished by the huge world above. Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold, but his body was churning with divine power. The divine power blended with the world of mountains and rivers completely. 9 province of the universe, Qing province as the seal. The first move, split the heavens. Hong. Along with Jian Wushuang's handprint, a complete continent descended from the world of mountains and rivers directly. The continent pressed down at the entire battlefield but was diminished forcibly under Jian Wushuang's control. In the end, it only covered the region that the three peak emperor gods were in. Feeling the boundless power contained in the seal, the three emperor gods' faces grew extremely solemn. Let's take action together to shatter the continent, Palace Master Wu Luo said. All right, number 1 Divine King and the Master of Real Martial Arts Divine Church nodded heavily. Instantly, the three peak emperor gods let their strongest fighting powers run wild. Bang, bang, bang. The three attacks were like huge meteorites. They hit the descended lofty continent like lightning. Along with the loud noises, the lofty continent shattered into pieces under the attack of the three meteorites. There was no change in Jian Wushuang's expression when he saw the scene. In his hand, there was still billowing divine power concentrating. 9 province of the universe, Yu province as the seal. The second move, hack the earth. Hong. The second lofty continent descended. The power contained by the continent was obviously much stronger than the first continent. The terrifying power suppressed the entire universe, and the corners of the three emperor gods' lips were twitching. They knew clearly that it was definitely impossible to withstand such a terrifying attack if they were to be alone. Then, there were 3 peak emperor gods joining forces after all. Go! Palace Master Wu Luo roared and instantly performed his strongest skills. The ancient hammer in his hand immediately increased tenfold under his control. The soaring rage swept out. The hammer was like a real star. As Palace Master Wu Luo waved, the star suddenly burst out. Number 1 Divine King looked cold as boundless crimson fog flowed out of his body as though he was covered in a crimson armor. His eyes were like crimson suns, and the crimson saber in his hands was increasing in size tremendously as well. The towering saber shadows concentrated in the void, and the saber shadows superposed onto one another intended to split the heaven into half. Wow! The blade light swung out, and it was whistling as it flew at the descending lofty continent. As for the master of real martial arts divine church, he used both his hands. The two palms were covered in boundless golden lights, and they flipped out two palms of real martial arts. Bang, bang, bang. There were terrifying noises again, and the second continent collapsed once again. It collapsed? Palace Master Wu Luo, #1 Divine King, the master of real martial arts, just let out a breath of relief, but they had yet to reveal a smile. Jian Wushuang's hand, that contained boundless divine power, waved again. The third move overwhelmed the rain. Rumble. There was another continent that descended. The continent was much stronger than the first and second seal. 9-province seal, the third move, overwhelmed the rain. Also the strongest seal that Jian Wushuang could perform with the assistance of Mountain River Map. Under the full explosion of his fierce divine power and ancient tribe bloodline, the power of the seal was given full play completely. There's more. The three-peak emperor gods were shocked. Chapter 1910 Suppressing 3 People Alone. Merely the first seal wasn't strong enough for the 3 of them to bother with. The second seal, although it was more powerful, the 3 of them resisted it with full force. Then, the even scarier third seal descended. Let's do it together. Palace Master Wu Lui roared, and his aura increased tremendously again. #1 Divine King and the master of real martial art divine church didn't hesitate but gave their all. The 3-peak emperor gods gave their all again. The attack that they launched was slightly stronger than before. Very soon, the two parties collided. Bang! There was a loud bang and the universe became quiet. In the boundless galaxy, there was boundless divine power sweeping out in madness. Instantly, it formed a vast ocean of divine power. In the divine power ocean, the 3-peak emperor gods let out a low humph and their faces grew paler. The master of real martial arts divine church and #1 divine king, who was weaker in defense, had blood flowing from the corners of their lips. How is it possible? #1 divine king couldn't hold back and roared angrily. His roar shook the universe. 250 years ago, the 3-peak emperor gods had joined forces and defeated Jian Wushuang. But then, similarly, the 3 of them had joined forces, but the result had been the total opposite. It wasn't them who had suppressed Jian Wushuang, but Jian Wushuang who had suppressed the 3 of them with the aid of Mountain River Map. With his power alone, he had suppressed 3-peak emperor gods. Then, it was the terrifying fighting power that Jian Wushuang had shown. However, there shouldn't be any that possessed such fighting power among emperor gods. It instantly stirred a great commotion from the bottom of the 3 emperor gods' hearts. They found it unbelievable. However, Jian Wushuang was extremely calm. 250 years ago, I wanted to show the white feather, and I never revealed any of my trump cards. Just like this Mountain River Map, I've never used it. But now, I give full play to Mountain River Map's power with my all. Besides, the galaxy formation increases my power to a certain extent. My overall power has increased by almost 20%. The combination of 2 to suppress 3-peak emperor gods in terms of power is not impossible. Jian Wushuang sneered, and there was fighting intention soaring in his eyes. Palace Master Wu Luo, #1 Divine King, the master of real martial art divine church, let's fight again. Swoosh. Jian Wushuang was boiling with rage. His body turned illusionary and charged out again. The 3-peak emperor gods' faces grew grave. At first, they had intended to take care of Jian Wushuang as early as possible, then they could help the surrounding battlefield. At the surrounding battlefield, Star Extermination Alliance was already at a disadvantage. Plus, as the experts of Star Extermination Alliance passed away one after another, their condition continued to worsen. In no time, they'd collapse entirely. Then, the 3 of them wanted to take care of Jian Wushuang. It would be a wild dream. 3-peak emperor gods team up and you are suppressed by a real god. The 3 of you are rubbish. A cold humph was heard across the battlefield. Palace Master Wu Luo and the other 2 suddenly burned with rage, and they immediately looked to the source of the voice. They happened to see a young man with snow-white hair towering in the void. Emperor God Tianling, don't just stand there. If you are capable, come over here and fight with Jian Wushuang. Palace Master Wu Luo said in a low voice. Yes, you can come and try, Number 1 Divine King glared too. Humph, you have time to tease us. You might as well hurry up and figure out a way to take care of your opponent. The master of real martial art Divine Church humphed coldly. They had noticed Emperor God Tianling's situation long ago. Since their battle began, Emperor God Tianling had been entangled by Qian Mingzi. They were in a constant, ferocious fight and had yet to call the match. What did he have to tease them? Emperor God Tianling, the three of them are right. You'd better figure out how to get rid of me. Qian Mingzi smiled at Emperor God Tianling. You? Emperor God Tianling smiled in disdain. I only didn't want to attack so soon, but from the way it is now, I have no choice. You have been holding back your power? Qian Mingzi squinted his eyes. Emperor God Tianling had yet to reply, but the black spear that was tightly clenched in his hands flew to the void in front of him. Walala! A huge whirlpool tunnel appeared from nowhere. No one saw how Emperor God Tianling did his fierce attack, as he merely let loose his grip and let the spear fly into the whirlpool tunnel. Vroom! The space-time behind Qian Mingzi shattered. Although there was a long distance and Emperor God Tianling continued to stand where he was, the black spear in his hand immersed into the whirlpool tunnel and charged to Qian Mingzi's head. It was too fast, and it was indescribable as neither lightning nor fire. This spear. Qian Mingzi stared and his heart skipped a beat. He had fought with Emperor God Tianling earlier. Although the fighting power that he had displayed was shocking and was enough to be listed in the top 20 of Heaven and Earth's Supreme Ranking list, he followed Purple Moon Emperor for so many years, and he was unusually capable himself and could easily deal with him. But then, the spear. The terrifying spear that ignored space-time shook Qian Mingzi, and his face grew grave. Bang! There was a loud bang and Qian Mingzi blocked the spear at the most crucial moment. However, the terrifying impact contained in the spear instantly pushed Qian Mingzi backward. As he retreated, Emperor God Tianling attacked again. Swoosh! 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 3 continuous spears shot out and they blossomed in the void. Every single spear was accompanied along an exotic beast's roar. The void shattered, and the 3-spear shadow appeared next to Qian Mingzi without any symptoms and aimed at him ferociously. Qian Mingzi grew solemn. Although he was retreating, and there was no working point, he continued to put his techniques to play and forcibly blocked 2 spear shadows that almost hit his vital parts. The last remaining spear shadow wasn't hindered but hit his chest. The armor on the surface of Qian Mingzi's body immediately appeared. Hong! A terrifying power rushed over. Poof! Qian Mingzi immediately spat a mouthful of blood, then his face grew pale. His figure was retreating quickly from the impact. Emperor God Tianling saw the scene from afar, and his eyes turned cold. He gripped the spear in his hands again and intended to attack again. But suddenly, there was a space tunnel that appeared behind him. Then, there were 3 rays of purple lights. They were 3 spears that contained fierce power, and they were flying at him. The 3 purple spears were naturally assistants from Hall Master Yuan, who was hidden in the depth of the galaxy. Due to the influence of the 3 purple spears, Emperor God Tianling's action was delayed by a slight bit, and he couldn't continue to hunt Qian Mingzi. After Qian Mingzi had steadied himself, he moved and his figure appeared next to Jian Wushuang. Chapter 1911, The Powerful Emperor God Tianling. Jian Wushuang. Emperor God Tianling is really powerful, Qian Mingzi said. I can tell. Jian Wushuang had already stopped then. He had seen the way Emperor God Tianling had attacked earlier. He could feel Emperor God Tianling's terrifying spear techniques. In a far distance, he tore space-time and attack. Such techniques required one to have high comprehension of space-time doctrine, at least much higher than Jian Wushuang's comprehension towards space-time doctrine. Besides, the power of the spear. One should know that Qian Mingzi had been under Purple Moon Emperor all this while. His power was powerful and also possessed the fighting power of a top 20 on Heaven and Earth Supreme Ranking list. Among Emperor Gods in Eternal Chaotic World, Qian Mingzi should be able to be in the top 5. Plus, Qian Mingzi had chaotic divine treasure level armor to protect his body. Even so, with merely 2 moves, Qian Mingzi was severely injured by Emperor God Tianling. Even then, if it wasn't for Hall Master Yuan, who had helped using the galaxy formation, Qian Mingzi's life would be at risk. Emperor God Tianling, it seems that everyone has belittled you. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes and stared at Emperor God Tianling. Emperor God Tianling had yet to attack anyone for a long time. Over the years, he had been wandering in the second lair, and he had hardly shown up. Back when Jian Wushuang had cornered Soaring Heaven King Palace to a miserable situation, Emperor God Tianling had never once left the second lair. Then, Jian Wushuang had even suspected that Emperor God Tianling found an opportunity and was cultivating at crucial time. It seemed that the truth was so. Emperor God Tianling's power was much more powerful since the last time he had attacked in front of anyone. Emperor God Tianling, Palace Master Wu Luo, #1 Divine King, the Master of Real Martial Art Divine Church, were looking at Emperor God Tianling in shock. In shock, there were more elements of surprise. Even though they had been teasing one another earlier, they were on the same side after all. Then, Star Extermination Alliance was at an absolute disadvantage, and they were on the brink of collapsing. At such a crucial moment, Emperor God Tianling stood out. To Star Extermination Alliance, it was naturally a great surprise, a good surprise. Let me take care of Jian Wushuang and Qian Mingzi. The 3 of you, go and help the surrounding battlefield. Emperor God Tianling's voice was cold. With you alone, you can handle them both at the same time? Palace Master Wu Luo creased his eyebrows. Hee, they are merely 2 bigger ants. Not only I can handle them, it is also rather easy for me to just kill the 2 of them, Emperor God Tianling sneered. Both his hands exerted strength suddenly, and the black spear in his hand quivered. There was a strange, exotic beast's roar reverberated in the void. Virum. The void shook, and the space in front of Jian Wushuang and Qian Mingzi shattered. The black spear brought boundless power and constantly magnified in Jian Wushuang and Qian Mingzi's eyes. The spear. Jian Wushuang's eyes dilated in shock. Such terrifying power. Qian Mingzi was terrified. Ancient God, the 8th finger. Jian Wushuang roared, and Ancient God's 8th finger suddenly pressed out. Qian Mingzi's body grew tremendously and became a devil. The crimson axe in his hands swung out. The 2 of them gave their all. Bang! Bang! There were 2 loud bangs. Then, Jian Wushuang and Qian Mingzi were forced to retreat from the impact. However, the both of them had joined forces after all. It wasn't like before, when Qian Mingzi had been alone. Hence, it was slightly easier to withstand it. However, the collision also fully displayed that Emperor God Tianling had the upper hand, even if he were to fight alone against 2. Most importantly, Emperor God Tianling performed his spear technique rather casually. Obviously, he had yet to go all out. Too strong. Emperor God Tianling is too powerful. I feel like he isn't much weaker than Underworld God, Qian Mingzi roared. Underworld God? Jian Wushuang stunned. Underworld God, the 16th place on Heaven and Earth's supreme ranking list. In Eternal Chaotic World, he was widely recognized as the #1. He was extremely powerful. It was said that even if he ran into an ordinary great emperor, he could give it a try to fight. Then, Qian Mingzi said that Emperor God Tianling was not much weaker than Underworld God. Qian Elder has been following Purple Moon Emperor all these years. He is definitely clear with Underworld God's power. He might even fought with him once. If he said so, he definitely wouldn't be lying. Emperor God Tianling. Jian Wushuang's face grew grave. In the middle of the galaxy, Emperor God Tianling, with snow-white hair, held his spear in one hand. The aura soaring from his body grew intense and suddenly escalated to a brand new level. Such an aura was enough to suppress anyone at the scene. Palace Master Wu Luo, #1 Divine King, the Master of Real Martial Art Divine Church, were dumbfounded. They were previously upset with Emperor God Tianling's teasing and disdainful treatment earlier. But then, Emperor God Tianling's had his power as a basis. Haha, brother, go all out and kill Jian Wushuang. You must kill him. In the other corner of the battlefield, Emperor God Tian Shao noticed the happenings and immediately laughed wantonly. Emperor God Tianling's face was cold as he stared at Jin Wushuang and walked to him step by step. Jin Wushuang, back then, I wasn't back and you behaved wildly at Soaring Heavenland and massacred the experts in Soaring Heaven King Palace. Today, I will kill you and wipe out lineage of Star to take revenge on behalf of the people in Soaring Heaven King Palace. You have to die. A cold voice was heard from Emperor God Tianling, and he sounded determined. Everyone around the battlefield quivered when they heard him, and they didn't dare to be in doubt. Needless to say, Emperor God Tianling really did possess the capability to kill Jin Wushuang and destroy lineage of Star. However, looking at Emperor God Tianling getting closer, the power spreading from Emperor God Tianling's body was getting stronger too. However, Jin Wushuang didn't look fearful at all, nor did he feel anxious. Emperor God Tianling, you are really strong. I never thought that your power would be this powerful. You're right. Even if Qin Mingzi and I team up, we wouldn't be your match. It's a pity that your opponent isn't me, Jin Wushuang said calmly. Huh. Emperor God Tianling's eyebrows creased. There were people surrounding that looked at Jin Wushuang subconsciously. Emperor God Tianling's opponent wasn't him? Who else? I originally wanted to wait until I had defeated Star Extermination Alliance, then only use this trump card when we fought against Supreme Tin Alliance or Almighty's Alliance. But it seems that it won't work. So, Jinny, go. Jin Wushuang's voice reverberated. Chapter 19:12 Jin Yi took action. Jinny, go. Hearing what Jin Wushuang said, the surrounding crowd was suspicious. Who was Jinny? Could Lineage of Star have more hidden experts? The Master of Real Martial Arts Divine Church muttered. But then, there was a sudden change which happened in the Master of Real Martial Arts Divine Church. There was an evil-looking Taoist-robed elder who appeared behind the Master of Real Martial Arts Divine Church. The way he appeared was too fantastical. Although the Master of Real Martial Arts Divine Church was a peak emperor god, he didn't notice any difference. The Taoist-robed elderly extended his palm. His palm contained unique magic power and moved closer to the Master of Real Martial Arts Divine Church's head, and he was terrified. **T. The Master of Real Martial Arts Divine Church's face changed, and he struggled to withstand it. However, the palm moved too quickly and too mysteriously. Bang! The palm hit the Master of Real Martial Art Divine Church's head directly. A terrifying power spread. The armor on the surface of the Master of Real Martial Arts Divine Church was also at the Chaotic Divine Treasure level. It diminished the power of the palm by half at the first instant. The remaining power took effect and shook the Master of Real Martial Arts Divine Church's body. It was as though his head was going to explode. Merely with this palm only, he still barely withstood it. However, just as the Master of Real Martial Art Divine Church intended to run away, there was suddenly a large cloud of crimson fog that swept out from the Taoist-robed elder. The cloud of crimson fog was like an exotic beast that opened its mouth. Without giving the Master of Real Martial Arts Divine Church any time to respond, it engulfed the Master of Real Martial Arts Divine Church. The crimson fog spread, and no one could see the scenery within the crimson fog. Even soul power couldn't probe through it. In a short instance, in the blink of an eye, the exotic beast that was transformed from crimson fog that had filled the air already dispersed. The energy retreated gradually and revealed the scenery within. The scene made everyone open their eyes wide. Previously, they had seen the sudden appearance of a Taoist-robed elder standing in the void while there was a cold, dead body floating in silence next to him. The dead body was the Master of Real Martial Art Divine Church. The Master of Real Martial Art Divine Church was a peak emperor god. In a short while, he had been killed on the spot. How is it possible? He was a peak emperor god. The people who saw the scene were in disbelief, especially Palace Master Wu Luo and Number 1 Divine King. The two of them were peak emperor gods as well. Their power wasn't much different to a Master of Real Martial Arts Divine Churches, but merely his defense power was slightly stronger. As a peak emperor god, even if his defense power was weak, he wasn't one who could be killed by just anyone. Plus, He had been killed easily without any power to counterattack. Just how strong was the Taoist-robed elder that had suddenly appeared? Just as everyone was shocked and astonished. Swoosh! The Taoist-robed elder moved his body and appeared behind Jian Wushuang. At the same time, he revealed reverence and passion in his eyes. "Master," the Taoist-robed elder spoke, and he didn't lower his voice. Everyone at the scene heard the way he addressed Jian Wushuang. "Master?" The Taoist-robed elder who killed the master of real martial art divine church with thunderous measure referred to Jian Wushuang as master? Such a terrifying expert is willing to recognize Jian Wushuang as his master. Everyone was shocked. But Palace Master Wu Luo quickly shook his head. It's impossible. Although Jian Wushuang is talented and he has high potential, his power has yet to reach that level after all. The Taoist-robed elder is a terrifying existence that could kill the master of real martial art divine church easily. He definitely wouldn't be willing to take him as his master. From my viewpoint, there's an 80% chance that Jian Wushuang controlled him using a special technique, and it is through soul control. Soul control? Once the term was brought up, everyone at the scene quivered in fear. That was definitely a vicious method. Jian Wushuang could soul control such an expert. It fully showed that he was a capable person. Everyone at the scene was shocked when they saw Jian Yi, while Jian Wushuang felt satisfied and secure. Jian Yi, his servant, was definitely loyal to him. And in terms of power, he was from ancient times. His fighting power at his peak had reached the extreme limit of chaotic realm, which was equal to the Great Emperor in Eternal Chaotic World, and the top of the Great Emperor. Such an expert, although he had only recovered to the top of middle stage chaotic realm, his fighting power was still unusually strong. Jian Wushuang knew that Jian Yi's fighting power was extremely strong, at least much stronger than his. Hence, he had been making Jian Yi and lineage of Star constantly recover his power but never let Jian Yi fight. His goal was to let Jian Yi suddenly take action during a war like this, to bring about severe damage. In actual fact, Jian Wushuang was rather happy with the results. The master of real martial art divine church, a peak emperor god, also the strongest fighting power from Star Extermination Alliance. However, just as Jian Yi did a surprise attack, he didn't manage to put any skills to play and was killed instantly. At first, I thought, even if Jian Yi were to take action in silence, he would at most injure a peak emperor god and make him lose fighting power, which would be sufficient for me. Who knew Jian Yi could kill the master of real martial art divine church directly? An expert from ancient times is really impressive, Jian Wushuang muttered. The master of real martial art divine church had chaotic divine treasure level armor. Although his personal defense power was the weakest among the peak emperor gods at the scene, it was also extremely difficult to kill him. However, when Jian Yi took action, he did it with ease. Emperor God Tianling, this is the opponent I found for you. What do you think? Jian Wushuang smiled faintly as he looked at Emperor God Tianling before him. Emperor God Tianling already stopped his footsteps. He was still holding onto his spear, but his eyes locked upon Jian Yi. From Jian Yi's action, he could tell that Jian Yi was extremely strong and definitely not any weaker than him. After all, even if he took action, he might not be able to kill the master of real martial arts divine church so quickly. Jian Wushuang, I belittled you. I wonder where you found such an expert and how you soul-controlled him, Emperor God Tianling roared coldly. Emperor God Tianling shouldn't be worried about where I found him or how I soul-controlled him. As long as you know that he is your opponent, that will do. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly and looked to Jian Yi. I shall pass you, Emperor God Tianling. Yes, Jian Yi nodded politely. Then, he took a stride and appeared before Emperor God Tianling Virum. There was a fierce aura that soared from Jian Yi's body. The strength of the aura wasn't any weaker than Emperor God Tianling, but slightly stronger. Jian Yi appeared and Emperor God Tianling felt a strong pressure. Chapter 19 13 Secret Skill of Real Dragon. Your name is Jian Yi, right? Emperor God Tianling stared at Jian Yi as his gaze gradually burned with fire. At first, I thought among emperor gods in this world, only Underworld God was qualified for me to go all out. However, from what it seems now, it isn't so. However, that's better too. After I defeat you, I will go and challenge Underworld God. The moment Emperor God Tianling's comment spread, the surrounding crowd was surprised. Challenge Underworld God. In eternal chaotic world then, only Emperor God Tianling, who had improved tremendously, had the guts to make such a remark. Virum. A strange aura suddenly soared, and there were huge dragon shadows that appeared behind him one after another. Every one of the huge dragon shadows were big in size, and they crowded behind him. In one glance, there seemed to be no less than 1,000 of them. Emperor God Tianling stood right in the middle among the thousands of huge dragon shadows, as though he was their ruler. Secret skill of real dragon. When Emperor God Tianling wandered in ancient mystery world, he received an ancient secret skill of real dragon. It is said that the secret skill draws support from the power of real dragons in order to increase one's power. The secret skill could only be cultivated and performed by Emperor God Tianling, who once absorbed a drop of real dragon blood essence. The others wouldn't be able to cultivate it even if they obtain the secret skill. It could be described as Emperor God Tianling's strongest secret skill. The last time I saw Emperor God Tianling fight, there were only hundreds of huge dragon shadows when he performed the secret skill of real dragon. Now, he could substantiate over 1,000 of them. Palace Master Wu Luo, number 1 Divine King, Emperor Gods who knew Emperor God Tianling, were surprised. Emperor God Tianling was famous in eternal chaotic world, and the secret skill of real dragon that he exclusively possessed was naturally well known by the public as well. Previously, Emperor God Tianling had fought with Qian Mingzi and Jian Wushuang, but he had never performed the secret skill. But then, it was obvious that he felt pressure fighting against Jian Yi. Hence, he went all out and performed the secret skill. Over 1,000 huge dragon shadows substantiated behind Emperor God Tianling, and Emperor God Tianling's face was cold, like he was an emperor high above. He gripped the spear in his hand tightly. Every move he took brought about the power of over 1,000 huge dragon shadows. Fight! A low roar and Emperor God Tianling took action. The spear in his hand stabbed in the void in front of him. Then, the thousands of huge dragon shadows behind him roared simultaneously and shook the earth. Walala! The space broke, and there was a whirlpool tunnel. The spear shadow that contained the power of over 1,000 huge dragon shadow went through the whirlpool tunnel and appeared before Jian Yi. That terrifying spear seems to be able to shatter hundreds of millions of rivers and mountains. Wherever that the spear shadow passed was left barren. Looking at the spear shadow that plunged over, there was a tinge of chilly gleam in Jian Yi's eyes. His body had yet to move, but his palm slowly extended and pointed at the spear shadow that was flying over. The moment he pointed, heaven and earth were distinguished. A black light burst out. Although the size of the light wasn't huge, the power that it contained was terrifying. Back in Green Fire World, when Jian Wushuang had fought with Jian Yi, he had also performed the same finger to Jian Wushuang. Although Jian Wushuang had blocked the hit with his all, he had still been injured. Then, Jian Yi's power was much stronger than before. His strength was also much more powerful than before. The power of the point was given full play then. Bang! There was a terrifying bang, and it was as though two worlds had collided ferociously. After the loud bang, 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 there were a few other low explosions. On the black spear shadow, the power of huge dragon shadows dispersed and the black spear quivered. Emperor God Tianling, who was holding the spear, couldn't help but take 3 steps back. Every single step was a tens of millions of miles apart. Every step caused a huge black hole in the boundless galaxy. Huh. Emperor God Tianling creased his eyebrows, and there was shock in his eyes. He never thought that he would still have the lower hand when he performed secret skill of real dragon with his all to fight with Jian Yi. Again, Emperor God Tianling's intention to fight increased tremendously. There was no one else in his eyes. There was no other battlefield. Only Jian Yi alone. He wanted to fight a battle with Jian Yi and win. Jian Yi moved his body and immediately greeted his attack. The two, who could easily suppress any other peak emperor god and could even be faintly compared to underworld god favorably, were starting a fight in the middle of the battlefield. The terrifying movements that they made shocked the surrounding people, and no one dared to go any closer. Looking at the scene, Jian Wushuang revealed a faint smile. Jin's power didn't disappoint him at all. The large amount of resources that he had spent all these years to help Jian recover his power didn't go to vain. Emperor God Tianling was occupied with Jian, and he didn't have any bandwidth. As for Lineage of Star, regardless of whether it was Jian Wushuang or Qin Mingzi, they were both free then. Next, Elder Qian, how much fighting power do you have left? Jian Wushuang asked. Qin Mingzi had been severely injured by Emperor God Tianling earlier. 50%, Qin Mingzi replied. 50%? Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. In addition to the supporting power of the galaxy formation, that's 70%. That's enough. Elder Qian, there are only 2 peak Emperor Gods left in Star Extermination Alliance, which are Palace Master Wu Qua and Number 1 Divine King. Let's take action together to kill these 2. Yes, Qin Mingzi nodded heavily. Die. There was a flash of murderous intention in his eyes, and his body instantly burst out. Just as they moved, Jian Wushuang resurfaced his 7 heads and 14 arms again. The 4 Hong Jun golden sword quivered, and then appeared before Palace Master Wu Luo at the first instant. A minute. Looking at the 4 Hong Jun golden swords plunging at him, Palace Master Wu Luo's face grew grave. Even if it was in the outside world, Jian Wushuang's 4 Hong Jun golden sword was enough to suppress him. But then, Jian Wushuang had the support of the galaxy within the galaxy formation. On top of that, Jian Wushuang had not only charged at him with 4 Hong Jun golden swords, but he had also charged at him in person. We were suppressed when we fought with him in a team of 3. Now, one-on-one? Palace Master Wu Luo's face grew pale. As for Number 1 Divine King, he was fighting with Qin Mingzi. Qin Mingzi's fighting power was damaged. Hence, it was difficult to have the upper hand when he was fighting with Number 1 Divine King. However, Qin Mingzi didn't have the lower hand either. Number 1 Divine King tried to figure out a way to provide assistance to Palace Master Wu Luo. It was obvious that Palace Master Wu Luo couldn't match evenly with Jian Wushuang alone. Die! Jian Wushuang was soaring with murderous intention. Chapter 1914 Massacre. Bang, 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 bang. There were loud bangs continuously as 4 Hong Jun golden swords flew out. Jian Wushuang's close combat skill could explode entirely. Palace Master Wu Luo couldn't fight evenly. He had been suppressed since the beginning of the fierce fight. Such suppression continued for a while. The sword principle that Jian Wushuang had performed hit Palace Master Wu Luo thrice. Although Palace Master Wu Luo's defense power was strong, his body was majorly affected from a direct hit. Irresistible. I couldn't resist Jian Wushuang at all. I will definitely die if this continues. Palace Master Wu Luo was anxious. At the same time, he noticed his surrounding battlefield. On the battlefield, Star Extermination Alliance was already at the brink of collapse. Under the besiegement of Lineage of Stars experts and Dao soldiers in collaboration with the Galaxy Formation, there were more than 20 deaths from the original almost 70 Almighties. On the contrary, the experts and Dao soldiers that Lineage of Star had lost were rather few. The difference in the power of both parties were getting bigger. The experts in Star Extermination Alliance were panicking. Hurry up and figure out a way. Otherwise, we will be doomed. Run. Hurry up and run. There's no use trying to run. We are in the galaxy, the trap that Lineage of Star purposely set up. They intentionally let us barge in. If I'm not mistaken, the entrance that we came in from is entirely sealed and we can't escape. There were panic-stricken voices spreading all across the battlefield. The experts in Star Extermination Alliance's eyes were bloodshot. They weren't stupid. The situation in front of them was clear. Star Extermination Alliance was already defeated. They were crushed. They had even lost the power to counterattack. They would only be massacred by Lineage of Star if they continued to stand. At such a crucial moment, they were also trying to figure out a countermeasure. Very soon, they realized that they had no way at all. It was a trap that Lineage of Star set up. As it was a trap, its exit was definitely sealed off. They couldn't escape. The only possibility was for someone to help. For instance, the other two alliances that harbored wicked intentions towards Lineage of Star. D***M in it. The space was sealed and our message couldn't be sent out. It is impossible for us to contact the other two alliances. The other two alliances have definitely gathered outside the galaxy, but they didn't know what has happened inside. What to do? What should we do? The two alliances definitely would take action against Lineage of Star. They are only waiting for an opportunity. They wanted to wait until Lineage of Star was almost taken over by a Star Extermination Alliance. Only then will they take action. But we here only could hope for the two alliances to come into the galaxy formation soon. Yes, if only. Hold on. Try to hold on until the other two alliances barge in. By then, our danger will be resolved. At the same time, Lineage of Star could be routed. On the battlefield, there was a hubbub. The expert in Star Extermination Alliance already viewed the other two alliances as their life savior. They were trying their best to drag on longer to allow for the two alliances to barge in. Of course, the progress was extremely torturous. There was a large number of experts that were killed by Lineage of Star. The number of Almighties from Star Extermination Alliance was diminishing at a shocking speed. Originally, there were almost 70 Almighties. But then, there was already only 50 left, and it continued to decrease. Less than 40, less than 30, it continued to decrease. On the other side, they were outside the galaxy formation. The two alliances who were viewed as life saviors had already gathered there. Supreme 10 Alliance, many Emperor Gods gathered. The two strongest fighting power of Supreme 10 Alliance, also one of the peak Emperor God, Emperor Sword Sect Master said, Star Extermination Alliance has been in the galaxy for quite a while. If I'm not mistaken, the experts in Lineage of Star should be almost gone. Although Lineage of Star was powerful, compared to Star Extermination Alliance, they were far weaker. As long as the formation is broken, they have no power to counterattack. At most, they are fighting back like a cornered beast. They shouldn't be able to last long. Another peak Emperor God. Emperor God Wu Yao said, if so, what are we waiting for? Hurry up and attack. The surrounding Emperor Gods were all raging in anger. There was soaring hatred in their eyes. Among the three alliances, Star Extermination Alliance and Supreme 10 Alliance harbored great resentment against Lineage of Star. Many harbored deep-seated resentment. They would stop at nothing. Although to let Star Extermination Alliance destroy Lineage of Star and just share a portion from it was a good option, their deep-seated resentment made them want to take action personally. As no one can wait anymore, let's depart. The Emperor's Sword Sect looked at everyone and commanded. Immediately, the entire Supreme 10 Alliance were a total of over 10 Almighties. They approached the universe galaxy together. Very soon, the experts of Supreme 10 Alliance had gathered at a corner near the galaxy. The people in Star Extermination Alliance entered from here. The Master of Emperor's Sword Sect Master looked at everyone. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. The experts from Star Extermination Alliance broke a hole here. Now, the hole has recovered. A real god from Emperor's Sword Sect reported. Humph. So what if it recovered? As Star Extermination Alliance could break the formation, Supreme 10 Alliance can do the same. The Master of Emperor's Sword Sect smiled. The experts from Supreme 10 Alliance took action. There were continuous attacks that hit the weakest point of the galaxy one after another. Suddenly, the entire galaxy was shaking vigorously. In the depths of Universe Galaxy, Hall Master Yuan had been hiding there and had constantly created an advantageous situation for experts from Lineage of Star with the galaxy formation. But suddenly, the entire galaxy suddenly shook. Hall Master Yuan's face changed. We finally can't hold back anymore? Luckily, it's only Supreme 10 Alliance. Hall Master Yuan immediately sent a message to Jian Wushuang, who was suppressing Palace Master Wu Luo and had already injured him on the battlefield. Palace Master, Supreme 10 Alliance took action. They are attacking the formation. Hall Master Yuan's voice was cold. Only Supreme 10 Alliance alone? How about Almighty's Alliance? Jian Wushuang immediately asked. The galaxy was fully controlled by Hall Master Yuan. The experts from Star Extermination Alliance couldn't communicate on the battlefield, but Jian Wushuang could. Almighty's Alliance has yet to take action, Hall Master Yuan said. Very well. Star Extermination Alliance is almost done. As Supreme Tin Alliance is courting death, I shall take care of them all together. Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold. Let Supreme Tin Alliance in. Chapter 19:15 Dumbstruck. Rumble. The formation shook, and there was a huge opening right in front of the experts from Supreme Tin Alliance. The experts from Supreme Tin Alliance passed through the opening and entered the galaxy as they wished. I hope that Lineage of Star could hold on a little longer so we can make it in time. Don't worry. It hasn't been long. Lineage of Star shouldn't have been wiped out entirely yet. We definitely stand a chance to attack. Hee hee, I can't wait. The experts from Supreme Tin Alliance were chatting casually as they plunged inside the galaxy. Very soon, they arrived at the core region of the galaxy formation, the battlefield. The moment they arrived at the battlefield, they saw the battlefield in front of them. Everyone who had been chatting leisurely immediately grew shocked. The war was ongoing before them. However, the war looked extremely tragic. It was one-sided. It was definitely a one-sided war. Even the word war couldn't describe the situation. It should be called a massacre instead. Looking at the large number of Dao soldiers, along with the experts from Lineage of Star, they constantly swarmed in and besieged the people who were hemmed in. There were continuous murders, and the experts from Star Extermination Alliance who were hemmed in were constantly killed. Their numbers were decreasing. By then, there was less than 20 people. Even of those who were alive, they were mostly severely injured. How could it be? Am I dreaming? Shouldn't Lineage of Star be the one who is completely suppressed and massacred, to the point where there is no space to counterattack? How could the situation be the total opposite? Star Extermination Alliance was massacred by Lineage of Star. Dumbstruck. Everyone looked at the battlefield and they were dumbstruck. They had never expected the war to be in such a state. Previously, they hadn't worried about Lineage of Star at all. However, with the situation of the war then, Star Extermination Alliance was obviously defeated and massacred. Supreme Tin Alliance. The people from Supreme Tin Alliance are here. On the battlefield, the remaining experts from Star Extermination Alliance were thrilled with the arrival of Supreme Tin Alliance. There were even people who immediately shouted, Supreme Tin Alliance, hurry up and attack. Wipe out Lineage of Star with us. Hurry up. Otherwise, if Star Extermination Alliance were to be wiped out, Supreme Tin Alliance alone wouldn't be able to do anything about Lineage of Star. Hurry up and help. There were shrill screams along with some roars that reverberated on the battlefield. The experts from Supreme Tin Alliance exchanged a look. What do we do? There were gazes that fixed upon the master of Emperor Sword Sect and Emperor God Wu Yao, the two peak Emperor gods. On the way in, they had been thinking about how to destroy Lineage of Star. When they arrived in the galaxy and saw the sight, it was entirely different from what they had imagined. Hence, their original plan naturally wouldn't work. The master of Emperor Sword Sect had a cold look. They are right. If Star Extermination Alliance were to be wiped out, Supreme Tin Alliance alone wouldn't be able to do anything to Lineage of Star. Seize the time when Star Extermination Alliance still has some power and Lineage of Star just went through a war. Let's attack immediately. This is our only chance. Emperor God Wu Yao nodded heavily. Die. There was a low roar, then the master of Emperor Sword Sect and Emperor God Wu Yao took the lead to attack first. The experts from Supreme Tin Alliance saw, and they didn't hesitate and plunged out to kill too. Supreme Tin Alliance joined the war. Great. Jian Wushuang wasn't angry at the sight, but he smiled. Everyone, go all out and wipe out Supreme Tin Alliance as well. Jian Wushuang's voice reverberated in the void on the battlefield. The guest elders of Lineage of Star heard, and they couldn't help but roar. There was excitement and passion burning in their eyes. Before they fought with Star Extermination Alliance, they were anxious and worried that they couldn't match evenly with Star Extermination Alliance. But who could have known that Star Extermination Alliance had had the lower hand since the very beginning of the war? In the end, they were even being massacred. The guest elders felt reassured, and it gave a boost to their morale and kept them on an unprecedented high. Then, even though Supreme Tin Alliance had arrived, they showed no fear. Plus, Lineage of Star still had strong fighting power. They could totally be fearless to fight against Supreme Tin Alliance. Die. Die. Kill all of them. Haha, it's been a while since I have such a hearty massacre. There were earth-shattering roars resounding in the air. The experts and Dao soldiers from Lineage of Star immediately fought with the people from Supreme Tin Alliance. Among the crowd, Jin Wushuang. There was a sudden angry bellow. Jin Wushuang turned to look at the source of the voice. Just as he saw the person who let out the angry roar, the corner of his lips lifted into a cold smirk. I see. It's the Master of Emperor Sword Sect. I saw through you long ago, Master of Emperor Sword Sect. You harbor a deep-seated grudge. Once Lineage of Star is in danger, you definitely will attack Lineage of Star without hesitation. From what it seems, am right? Humph. If you had wiped out Emperor Sword Sect back then, you wouldn't have this scene now. The Master of Emperor Sword Sect humphed. Today will be the day we of Emperor Sword Sect wash away our humiliation. Is that so? We shall see if you are capable enough. Jin Wushuang sneered and moved his willpower. The 4 Hong Jun golden swords burst out at the Master of Emperor Sword Sect like lightning. At the same time, Jin Wushuang took a huge stride forward. His 14 arms wielded a sword each, and sword intention swept across and pressed at the Master of Emperor Sword Sect. The Master of Emperor Sword Sect knew that Jin Wushuang was powerful and didn't dare to act recklessly. He immediately gave full play to his swordsmanship to withstand Jin Wushuang's attack. Dang! 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 There were a few ferocious clashes. Merely a few clashes, and in a short time, the Master of Emperor Sword Sect fell back from Jin Wushuang's attack, and he seemed to be in a fix. Jin Wushuang is really strong, the Master of Emperor Sword Sect muttered. Master of Emperor Sword Sect. There was a voice, and Palace Master Wu Luo appeared next to him. Jin Wushuang's power is far beyond us. Earlier, number 1 Diving King, the Master of Real Martial Art Divine Church, and I teamed up, but we were suppressed by him. It'd be impossible if you want to match evenly with him alone. Only if you and I and Emperor God Wu Yao team up can we fight against him. Palace Master Wu Luo's voice was soft. If one took a closer look, they could see that Palace Master Wu Luo's face was pale, and there was a bloodstain at the corner of his lips. It was obvious that he was forced into a miserable situation when he fought with Jin Wushuang alone. If it wasn't for Supreme Tin Alliance's arrival, he might have been killed by Jin Wushuang. Chapter 1916. 3 alliances are all here. 3 peak Emperor gods teamed up, and you could only match evenly with him? The Master of Emperor Sword Sect was shocked, and his expression grew unusually solemn. Emperor God Wu Yao also appeared next to the Master of Emperor Sword Sect. Emperor God Wu Yao, the 3 of us teamed up to fight with Jin Wushuang, the Master of Emperor Sword Sect said. All right, Emperor God Wu Yao nodded heavily. Suddenly, the 3 peak Emperor gods instantly took action. 3 against 1 again? Haha, come on then. Jin Wushuang was fearless. In an instant, Jin Wushuang got closer to the 3 peak Emperor gods. The experts from Supreme Tin Alliance and Star Extermination Alliance gathered and fought with the experts from Lineage of Star fiercely. Both parties were in a fierce fight. In a short time, it would be unrealistic to call victory or defeat. However, just as both parties were fighting fiercely, there was a terrifying explosion from afar. The entire universe galaxy was shaking vigorously. It was trembling in balance. *T, Hall Master Yuan, who was hiding in the depths of the galaxy, suddenly grew solemn, and he instantly sent Jin Wushuang a message about what he saw on the outside of the galaxy. Palace Master, Almighty's alliance is attacking too. Hall Master Yuan sounded anxious. Almighty's alliance? Jin Wushuang's eyes dilated. Among the 3 alliances who eyed Lineage of Star, the strongest was Almighty's alliance. However, Almighty's alliance and Lineage of Star shared no resentment. They were merely coming after the secret skill of Star Palace. Hence, they weren't harboring strong murderous intentions against Lineage of Star. Previously, Emperor God Xiao Luo visited with his consciousness embodiment, and declared their terms and condition with Lineage of Star, but Lineage of Star never replied. In actual fact, Lineage of Star had made a decision long ago. The reason why they didn't reply was merely to steady the Almighties. Alliance didn't manage to hold back, but started to attack at such a crucial moment. We are almost done with Star Extermination Alliance. In addition to Supreme Tin Alliance, Lineage of Star could deal with them. Plus, we have the support of the formation. We have at least a 60% chance of winning. However, if Almighty's Alliance were to join in, Jian Wushuang's face grew grave. The experts from the two alliances felt the surrounding galaxy quiver. They could guess the reason of the quiver. It's Almighty's Alliance. Almighty's Alliance took action. Almighty's Alliance finally couldn't hold back anymore. Lineage of Star is too powerful. Even if our two alliances team up, we might not stand an absolute chance to win. However, although Almighty's Alliance doesn't hold a grudge against Lineage Go Star, they are here for the secret skill of Star Palace after all. To get the secret skill, they have to stand by our side. Hurry up, let's attack the formation as well to work together with Almighty's Alliance so that they can enter. The two alliances immediately made a decision. Very soon, the experts from both campsites attacked the galaxy formation. *T. Hall Master Yuan's face was cold. With Almighty's Alliance attacking outside, there is already great pressure. Now that the experts from both alliances are attacking from the inside, the galaxy has yet to recover from major damage after all. Palace Master, I can't hold on any longer. On the battlefield, Jian Wushuang, who was fighting with the three peak Emperor gods, received Hall Master Yuan's message and his face grew solemn. He knew that Hall Master Yuan had already done his best. As you can't hold back, let the experts from Almighty's Alliance come in, Jian Wushuang said coldly. Let them come in? Hall Master Yuan stunned, and there was another terrifying hit on the galaxy formation before he could react. There was a really huge opening on the vast galaxy formation. The experts from Almighty's Alliance immediately swarmed in. With their traveling speed, they arrived at the border of the battlefield in a really short period of time. The experts from Alimgi's Alliance were also shocked when they saw the situation of the battlefield in front of them, especially when they saw Emperor God Tianling and Jian Yi fighting in one of the corners of the battlefield. The two terrifying fighting powers swept out wantonly in the galaxy. The power that was displayed could even strike fear into a peak Emperor God. There was no one who dared to get close within a 100 million mile range of the battle between the two. Star Extermination Alliance, Supreme Tin Alliance has already attacked, and they are only evenly matched with Lineage of Star? Lineage of Star is terrifyingly powerful. There were many experts from Almighty's Alliance who were exclaiming in surprise. Just then, Hall Master Yuan, send me to the experts from Almighty's Alliance, Jian Wushuang commanded. Yes, Hall Master Yuan nodded. There was immediately a space wormhole that appeared from nowhere behind Jian Wushuang. He immediately gave up the fight with the three peak Emperor gods in front of him and leapt into the space wormhole. There was a flash of light, and when it reappeared, Jian Wushuang had already come before the experts from Almighty's Alliance. As the strongest alliance among all three alliances, the experts from Almighty's Alliance were gloating in the galaxy but had yet to join the war. The Almighties were looking at the figure that had suddenly substantiated in front of them. The figure was naturally Jian Wushuang. Lineage of Star has so many Dao soldiers, and you have fighting power that isn't second to any alliances, but you have been showing the white feather. Even when Star Extermination Alliance stood outside the galaxy to humiliate you verbally, you didn't respond at all. Only now, you finally took action for real. Sword Emperor, you are really wise in fighting. Emperor God Xiao Luo from Almighty's Alliance spoke with a low voice, but it spread out in the universe. This time, if we Almighty's Alliance were to be any slower, I'm afraid Star Extermination Alliance and Supreme Tin Alliance would have been wiped out at Lineage of Star's hands, right? Since Star Extermination Alliance and Supreme Tin Alliance came to wipe out Lineage of Star, we naturally won't hold back. If there's an opportunity, we of course would like to wipe out the two alliances. On the contrary, Almighty's Alliance shares no resentment with Lineage of Star. I wonder if everyone could consider Lineage of Star, leave, and not get involved in this. When this is resolved, Lineage of Star will definitely express their heartfelt gratitude with abundant gifts, Jian Wushuang said humbly. You want us to just leave? Palace Master Xiao Luo sneered. Sword Emperor, I brought up the terms and conditions with you before. As long as Lineage of Star is willing to hand out the inheritance of the secret skill of Star Palace, we of Almighty's Alliance naturally will back off and not interfere with Lineage of Star at all. As for the existence of the other two alliances, it has nothing to do with us. All right, I can promise to let all of you receive the inheritance of the secret skill of Star Palace, but I'd like to have all of you leave for now, Jian Wushuang said coldly. Hearing what Jian Wushuang had said, the experts from Almighty's Alliance were surprised. Chapter 1917 Fighting Alone? Agreed? Jian Wushuang had agreed to pass them the inheritance of the secret skill of Star Palace, but the question was whether he really agreed, or was he just putting them off. Sword Emperor, merely a verbal agreement, it's useless. You could totally change your mind after this, Emperor God Xiao Luo said in a low voice. By then, you will have already taken care of the two alliances. Against Almighty's Alliance alone, Lineage of Star could totally be fearless. We of Almighty's Alliance could do nothing about you. So, what do you want? Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold. Very simple. I want you to pass us the inheritance of the secret skill of Star Palace now. Before this, I will ask Star Extermination Alliance and Supreme Tin Alliance to stop. Until you pass us the secret skill of Star Palace and we left, you can continue to fight. What do you think? Emperor God Xiao Luo said. That's a great idea, but it's a pity that Almighty's Alliance thought it too well. Jian Wushuang smirked and lifted his head to look at the expert of the Almighty's Alliance. His gaze was extremely cold. In his hand, Blood Mountain sword quivered and the blade shot at Almighty's Alliance directly. Listen, either Almighty's Alliance leave now, or stay back entirely. The cold voice was heard from Jian Wushuang, and it resounded through the entire galaxy. Listening to what Jian Wushuang said, even the experts from Star Extermination Alliance and Supreme Tin Alliance had their eyes wide open and looked at Jian Wushuang in shock. What is he trying to do? If Almighty's Alliance doesn't leave, he will make Almighty's Alliance stay back entirely? Where did his courage come from? Almighty's Alliance is the strongest among the three alliances. The number of Almighties are more than 100 of them. Haha, Jian Wushuang is courting death. Almighty's Alliance, over 100 Almighties, their faces grew cold after hearing what Jian Wushuang said. Jian Wushuang, aren't you too courageous? Emperor God Xiao Luo grew grave. Emperor God Xiao Luo, as he is courting death, let's fulfill his death wish. Let's attack. There was an Emperor God who said that next to him. Yes, with the almightiest power, in collaboration with Star Extermination Alliance and Supreme Tin Alliance, we can totally wipe out Lineage of Star. By then, the secret skill of Star Palace will still be ours. Let's attack. The experts from Almighty's Alliance complimented. There was a flash of decisiveness in Emperor God Xiao Luo's eyes too. He had already made up his mind. It's absolutely impossible for us to just leave like this. Emperor God Xiao Luo's loud and bright voice resounded across the battlefield. This is your decision? Jian Wushuang's face was cold as he glared at the experts from Almighty's Alliance. If so, don't blame me. The people from Almighty's Alliance have to die today. All have to die. The remark instantly stirred an unprecedented commotion in the entire galaxy. Everyone heard, and they were terrified. They couldn't understand how was Jian Wushuang courageous enough to make such a remark in a situation like that. Would Lineage of Star still have any other impressive trump card? Just as everyone was confused, Jian Wushuang took a step forward slowly and walked in front of Almighty's Alliance. What is he trying to do? No one knew what was happening when they saw the scene. It seems that he wants to match evenly with the entire Almighty's Alliance with his power alone. Is he joking? Fighting alone? Idiot. He thinks he is a great emperor? Or he thinks he was master of Star Palace back then? Everyone was exclaiming in surprise. However, Jian Wushuang didn't stop his footsteps, but got closer to Almighty's Alliance gradually. Almighty's Alliance had a total of more than 100 Almighties. There were over 100 pairs of eyes that watched Jian Wushuang's arrival. Although he did come alone, he struck fear into the Almighties when he walked to them with billowing aura. They even got their alert up subconsciously. Would Jin Wushuang really have any other trump card? Emperor God Xiao Luo started thinking about the possibility as well. Just then, Jin Wushuang stopped moving. About 10,000 miles away from the experts from Almighty's alliance, Jin Wushuang stopped in the void. His eyes were cold without any emotion, and he glanced at the experts from Almighty's alliance. He clenched Blood Mountain's sword tight in his hands, and the sword was quivering vigorously. Rumble. A terrifying sword intention swept out. The sword intention was supreme. It was like the reigning emperor of heaven and earth. Every living thing before it had to yield. That was the sword intention that an emperor, a monarch, possessed. Jin Wushuang then was like the highest ruler in the universe. The entire heaven and earth, the entire universe, all living things should yield to him. The sword intention was too supernatural. This is the master of Emperor's Sword, sect from Supreme Ten Alliance, stared at Jin Wushuang with his eyes wide opened. To be exact, he was staring at the sword intention that was soaring from Jin Wushuang's body. As the master of Emperor's Sword sect, he was naturally familiar with the sword intention of the Supreme Emperor. At the same time, he also realized the sword principle that Jin Wushuang was going to perform. Emperor's Sword Principle. This is Emperor's Sword sect's strongest Emperor's Sword principle. D**M in it. As expected, Jin Wushuang has comprehended Emperor's Sword principle, and he already mastered it and is able to perform it. The master of Emperor's Sword sect roared. Emperor's Sword principle? The experts on the scene were surprised. Legend said that Emperor's Sword sect's Emperor's Sword principle was from one of the superb experts from the First Era, Sword Emperor Dugu. Sword Emperor Dugu seemed to have gotten the sword principle from ancient times too. Because of the sword principle, Sword Emperor Dugu was able to remain in the top 3 among the experts in the First Era. The power of the sword principle was extraordinary. However, it was obviously impossible to match evenly with over 100 Sir Gods and Emperor Gods from Almighty's alliance with merely Emperor's Sword principle alone. Jin Wushuang's face was cold and Blood Mountain sword was raised high, just like an emperor who raised the sword of emperor. Once it slashed, there would be thousands of heads being chopped. There was a terrifying, imposing sword aura that concentrated in the universe. Just as the sword aura was going to be activated, there was boundless power of star that instantly swept out from Jin Wushuang. Jin Wushuang's strongest trump card, the 3rd volume of the secret skill of Star Palace, was triggered. Jin Wushuang's bloodshot eyes revealed boundless murderous intention. All of you share no resentment with Lineage of Star. But too bad. You're too greedy. You shouldn't have cast greedy eyes over the secret skill of Star Palace, nor should you have cornered Lineage of Star. Now, for Lineage of Star, all of you have to die. Chapter 1918. The Power of One Stroke. All of you, die. What Jin Wushuang said shook heaven and earth like sacred lightning from the highest heaven. His voice reverberated in everyone's ears. Whoever heard him revealed a terrified expression, and they were roaring in their hearts. After Jin Wushuang said that, he raised the Emperor's sword high in the sky and suddenly slashed. Guang. There was a terrifying sword light that was instantly magnified and engulfed tens of thousands of miles. The sword light was shimmering in gold and extremely eye-catching. The experts from Almighty's alliance were engulfed in the sword light then. At the same time, the experts from Almighty's alliance suddenly showed an unprecedented fear across their faces. Terrified. Yes, they were terrified. Previously, they didn't care much about sword principle that Jin Wushuang performed. They thought no matter how strong Jin Wushuang's Emperor's Sword principle was, it wouldn't be able to shake more than 100 Almighties. However, then, when the sword light swung out, they could feel the power of the stroke at the first instance. Emperor's Sword principle was the strongest sword principle from ancient times. Although the sword principle was only the first move, its power was still earth-shattering. With Jin Wushuang power, although the power of the stroke that was performed with his all couldn't be compared to a great emperor's, it was extremely close to one. At least, Emperor God Tianling's full-force hit wouldn't be comparable to a sword principle of such power. The sword principle wasn't the most crucial part. The most crucial part was when Jian Wushuang performed the sword principle. He cast the secret skill of Star Palace as well. The third volume of Secret Skill of Star Palace, his strongest trump card, would instantly increase the power of the stroke by 1,000 times. It was originally a stroke that was extremely close to the power of a great emperor, and it was then instantly increased by 1,000 times. Just how high of a level had it reached? Many years ago, the Master of Star Palace killed many with the second volume of Secret Skill of Star Palace. Many major forces and experts were terrified. As long as the Master of Star Palace was alive, there were no experts who dared to cast greedy eyes over lineage of Star. And I, in terms of power, am much stronger than the Master of Star Palace, and the secret skill of Star Palace that I was performing was the third volume. It could increase the power by 1,000 times. Even though it is just one stroke, the one stroke is enough to wipe out everything. There was light that burst out of Jian Wushuang's eyes. The power of Emperor's Sword Principle that he had performed with full force exploded. The power of the Sword Principle exploded and instantly engulfed the entire galaxy. The region of Almighty's alliance was engulfed by the power of the Sword Principle entirely. Heaven and earth were silent. In that region, there were only noises of sword light sweeping across and destroying everything. As for Almighty's alliance, there were experts groaning and screaming in pain, but the noises that the sword light made covered everything. In the surrounding region, the guest elders from Lineage of Star, the remaining experts from Star Extermination Alliance and Supreme 10 Alliance, including Emperor God Tianling, who was in a fierce fight far from Jian Yi, looked over. Their gazes were filled with shock and fear, an unprecedented scruple. The stroke was a stroke that made everyone at the scene feel hopeless. It was the strongest stroke that some of them had ever seen. Before the power of the stroke, a great emperor was nothing. Rumble. The sky shattered and the earth split. In the galaxy, there were huge space whirlpools that appeared in the sky from nowhere, and they were swallowing up everything. The entire galaxy was quivering vigorously. The galaxy formation was shattering to pieces and finally collapsed. The formation collapsed? Hall Master Yuan, who was hiding in the depths of the galaxy, felt helpless at the sight. The galaxy formation was extremely powerful. Unless a great emperor come personally, no one could break it. For instance, he purposely let Star Extermination Alliance and Supreme 10 Alliance in. Almighty's alliance and the other two alliances worked together and only broke an opening at the formation. But it was only an opening, and the opening could be recovered very easily. But then, Hall Master Yuan never expected that the three alliances would team up but had never got to break the galaxy formation. However, the current Palace Master of Lineage of Star, Jian Wushuang, had broken it with the repercussion of the stroke he had performed earlier. Yes, only the repercussion. Jian Wushuang's stroke was terrifying. Everyone at the scene was curious too. With such a terrifying stroke, how did Almighty's alliance do? One should know that the repercussions of the stroke broke the galaxy formation, while its main power was covering the experts from Almighty's alliance. Vroom vroom vroom. Boundless power exploded. The explosions of the sword light's power continued for a few breaths' time. Finally, the power subsided gradually. However, after everyone saw the region that was engulfed in the sword light earlier, the universe became pitch quiet. Dead silence. It was dead silent. There was no sound, only angry roars and groans. Everyone stared at the void that the sword light covered earlier in fear. The void was where the experts from Almighty's alliance originally gathered. There were more than 100 Almighties, and all of them were powerful. But then, they were gone. The entire void shattered entirely, but there was no trace. It was pitch black without any light. Similarly, in the darkness, the scene where all experts towered in the void was long gone. There weren't any corpses, nor blood that filled the air. All gone. The void was gone along with Almighty's alliances over 100 experts. They were all gone. No, not entirely. At least there was one who survived. The person was Emperor God Xiaoluo. But Emperor God Xiaoluo then didn't look like an Emperor God expert at all. His hair was messy and his face was pale. He was covered in blood like a bloody man, and the chaotic divine treasure-level armor that was on the surface of his body let out a crisp sound, and there were cracks on it. It was a chaotic divine treasure. A chaotic divine treasure-level armor was hard to damage even if a great emperor launched a full hit, but then, it was damaged? Demon. You are a demon. Emperor God Xiao Luo looked terrified as he stared at Jian Wushuang as though he was looking at a monster while his body shivered vigorously. The surrounding experts from Star Extermination Alliance and Supreme Tin Alliance couldn't contain the fear in their hearts anymore. Is he human? Demon? He's a demon. My goodness, we are fighting against a demon? The experts from the two alliances, including some emperor gods, were screaming in despair. They were terrified. It was an alliance formed by over 100 almighties. They were extremely strong. However, Jian Wushuang had only performed one stroke. With one stroke, the powerful almighties alliance then vanished into thin air. Chapter 1919. Another incident. Almighty's alliance was gone. The large amount of experts vanished into thin air under Jian Wushuang's one stroke. Only Emperor God Xiao Luo barely survived under the sweep of sword light due to his strong power and strong defense. However, it was pushing his limits. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. There were 4 resplendent golden lights that burst out simultaneously. Emperor God Xiao Lui's eyes were wide open, but he couldn't counterattack at all. The golden light pierced his head directly. Emperor God Xiao Luo was killed on the spot. Then, all experts from Almighty's alliance were all dead. The scene struck fear in all experts from Star Extermination Alliance and Supreme Tin Alliance. Almighty's alliance is gone, and you're next. Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold, and he glanced at the experts from the other two alliances. They understood Jian Wushuang's cold gaze, and the experts from the other two alliances lost all will to withstand him. Run! Hurry up and run! The demons are coming for us. The experts from the two alliances were terrified by Jian Wushuang's terrifying stroke. Their pride as almighties was then non-existent. At that very moment, they weren't experts who were high and mighty. They were merely commoners, or not even commoners, but non-entities. What they wanted to do then was survive. They only wanted to survive. As for their resentment, or the secret skill of Star Palace, they couldn't be bothered about it then. They didn't dare to even think about it. They were dumbstruck by Jian Wushuang's stroke. Although there were still people who were rational in the two alliances, they knew that Jian Wushuang had performed the secret skill of Star Palace earlier that heightened the power of the stroke to that level. In a short period of time, he definitely couldn't perform another stroke. They themselves knew that, but they couldn't stop the other experts who were terrified. Come back! Hurry up and come back! Palace Master Wu Luo roared. Calm down. We still have fighting power. The Master of Emperor's Sword sect roared too. Emperor God Wu Yao and number 1 Divine King also wanted to turn the situation around. But it was useless. The experts who were terrified already couldn't hear what they were saying. They felt devastated and they were defeated. Then, if there were to be an only option to turn the situation around, it'd be someone's arrival to kill Jian Wushuang on the spot. As long as Jian Wushuang died, the experts could calm down and continue to fight. But the crucial question was who could kill Jian Wushuang among the two alliances. Emperor God Tianling? He was occupied by Jian Yi. On top of that, since the beginning of the fight, Jian Yi had performed countless techniques and skills. In terms of power, Jian Yi was finally stronger than him. With Jian Yi around, he didn't have any chance to attack. As for the others, it was impossible for them to kill Jian Wushuang. Lost? We've lost. Palace Master Wu Luo muttered. Although he wasn't willing to admit it, he knew that they'd lost. With 3 alliances, the fighting power of a total of over 200 almighties suffered a crushing defeat by Lineage of Star. Under Jian Wushuang's shocking stroke, they were terrified. They were heavily defeated in the war. They were in a fix. Let's leave too. If we don't go now, our lives will be threatened. Emperor God Wu Yao and the Master of Emperor's Sword sect stood side by side as they sighed. Without hesitation, The few peak Emperor gods started running too. The two alliances were defeated. Haha, everyone, kill them. The guest elders from lineage of Star started chasing after them under the lead of Emperor God Juin. Although they found it hard to calm themselves down, they knew that Jian Wushuang was on their side. With such an amazing existence, they felt even more confident. Kill. Die. The guest elders roared madly. Before the war started, they never thought that lineage of Star could defeat all three alliances alone. They had never expected it, nor had they imagined it. But then, it became reality. The experts from the other two alliances were fleeing while lineage of Star chased them out. As both parties shuttled to and fro in the galaxy, they arrived at the border of the galaxy very soon. The galaxy formation collapsed when Jian Wushuang gave full play to his Emperor Sword principle. It couldn't recover in a short period of time. Hence, the experts from the two alliances had a chance to escape. If that weren't so, Hall Master Yuan could totally take control of the galaxy formation and make all the experts from the two alliances stay back. But then, he could only watch as the experts from the two alliances ran outside the galaxy. However, just as lineage of Star intended to continue to chase after them, in an ordinary void outside the galaxy, there was a figure in a black robe standing there in silence. He was covered by the black robe, and his appearance was unclear. The surrounding void was also filled with boundless darkness. Jian Wushuang is really capable. He could kill all 100 of experts from Almighty's alliance with one stroke. The black-robed figure muttered. The sword principle he performed just now was Emperor Sword Principle. However, when he performed Emperor Sword Principle, he also played the secret skill of Star Palace. Looking at the power exploded from the Sword Principle, he should have successfully cultivated the third volume of the secret skill of Star Palace. The third volume increases power by 1,000 times. The black-robed figure couldn't help but clench his fist. The secret skill of Star Palace was very scary. Because it was scary, the experts in Eternal Chaotic World, including some great emperors, were tempted by the secret skill. Then, Jian Wushuang gave full play to the true scariness of the secret skill of Star Palace through the terrifying stroke earlier. That earlier stroke already reached the limit of a great emperor. Among the great emperors in Eternal Chaotic World, besides Emperor Bai, there shouldn't be anyone else who could give play to the similar power. Even I can't do it, the figure in a black robe muttered to himself. Through his remark, he affirmed the secret skill of Star Palace. Such a powerful secret skill fell into lineage of Star's hands. It is too wasteful. Let me carry on and promote this secret skill. Just as he spoke, the black-robed figure had already moved forward in the void. In the void outside the galaxy, the chase continued. The two alliances had already paid an extremely heavy price during the chase. However, Lineage of Star did not intend to let them go. But suddenly, rumble. There was boundless darkness that suddenly flowed out. The entire universe instantly drowned in boundless darkness, like abysmal Acheron. At the very core of the boundless darkness, a black-robed figure slowly stepped out. Looking at the newcomer, everyone was shocked and there was fear in their eyes. Jian Wushuang's eyes also dilated in shock. Abysmal Saint Master. Chapter 19:20 Great Emperor's Arrival. The boundless darkness swept across. Everything was engulfed in total darkness. The darkness seemed to have existed since ancient times. The experts from the two alliances, who were originally running in madness, the guest elders and Dao soldiers from Lineage of Star, involuntarily stopped. All of them looked at the source of the darkness. At the core of the boundless darkness, there was a figure in black robe. Everyone was attracted by the figure in the black robe. At that moment, the figure in the black robe was the ruler of the boundless darkness. It's Saint Master. Saint Master is here. Palace Master Wu Luo from Abysmal Palace and a few remaining experts from Abysmal Palace were thrilled with excitement when they saw the incomer. Abysmal Saint Master. Jian Wushuang's face grew grave. Abysmal Saint Master had revealed his intention to kill Jian Wushuang long ago. For instance, The reason why Abysmal Palace would fight with Lineage of Star had been instigated by Abysmal Saint Master. Then, Abysmal Saint Master revealed himself. On top of that, it wasn't just Abysmal Saint Master's consciousness embodiment, it was his original body. Abysmal Saint Master came personally with his original body. Great Emperor visits personally? Everyone at the scene was dumbfounded. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Then, he said politely, Jian Wushuang greets Abysmal Saint Master. I wonder why did Saint Master come to visit personally? Although Jian Wushuang knew his purpose for visiting, he couldn't just flip at him after all. Jian Wushuang didn't want to give Abysmal Saint Master any excuse to attack either. He bowed as he should. He displayed reverence as he should. Jian Wushuang, do you know you are guilty? Abysmal Saint Master was standing at the core of the darkness as a cold gaze burst out from the figure in black robe. Guilty? Jian Wushuang was stunned and shook his head. I don't know. Don't know? You massacred wantonly previously. Many Sir Gods and Emperor Gods from Sanctuary Alliance died by your hands. However, as you have great potential and you are gifted, we of Sanctuary Alliance have been rather forgiving. We never thought that you would behave even more wildly. In today's war, you killed over 100 Almighties from Sanctuary Alliance. Over 100 Almighties. You made Sanctuary Alliance suffer such a great loss, and you dare say you don't know your wrongdoing? Today, I will punish you on behalf of Sanctuary Alliance. Abysmal Saint Master's cold voice reverberated in the dark universe. His speech was tainted with undoubted dignity. Especially the part where he said he would punish him struck fear in the surrounding experts. Punish? Abysmal Saint Master wants to punish Jian Wushuang? There were many experts that were stunned. Some were shocked and some were excited. Especially the experts from the two alliance. They were instantly filled with happiness. With the terrifying stroke earlier, Jian Wushuang had wiped out over 100 Almighties from Almighty's alliance. The terrifying scene continued to replay in the expert's head and couldn't be pushed aside. In their hearts, Jian Wushuang had already become a demon. He had already become true death, a terrifying existence. They were terrified by Jian Wushuang's power. With Jian Wushuang was around, their pride and courage as an almighty was nowhere to be seen. The two alliances' defeats derived from it as well. But then, Abysmal Saint Master wanted to punish the demon, the supreme death. How could they not feel excited? How could they not find it comforting? The experts from Lineage of Star were naturally angry. Suddenly, Virum, there was a boundless aura that slowly soared. Everyone immediately looked and saw Qian Mingzi gripping a token tight. He had already smashed the token into pieces. Only Jian Wushuang knew Qian Mingzi's true identity, Purple Moon Emperor's servant. The token that Qian Mingzi had smashed was naturally Purple Moon Emperor's. As expected, the moment the token was smashed, a consciousness embodiment substantiated in the universe. His purple hair and cold, evil-looking face with a faint smile was simply enchanting. Purple Moon Emperor. It's Purple Moon Emperor. Purple Moon Emperor's consciousness embodiment has descended too. The experts at the scene exclaimed again. Abysmal Saint Master, who was like the ruler of darkness, looked, Purple Moon, what are you doing here? Abysmal Saint Master, this belongs to Purple Moon Sanctuary. As you can visit, why can't I, the owner of Purple Moon Sanctuary, be here too? Purple Moon Emperor smiled as he replied. That's true. Abysmal Saint Master nodded faintly. As you are here, you can be a witness for me. I am going to punish Jian Wushuang personally now. Punish? Abysmal Saint Master, how did Jian Wushuang offend you so badly that you would come personally in your original body to punish him? Purple Moon Emperor asked in a deep voice. Humph, he never offended me. However, all these years, he massacred wantonly in eternal chaotic world. He massacred a large number of experts previously. Today, he was even more ridiculous. He exterminated over 100 Almighties from Sanctuary Alliance with his power alone. It's not even enough if I were to kill such a vicious man 100 times over and over again, Abysmal Saint Master said in a cold voice. From what I know, the experts that Jian Wushuang killed were either those who shared deep-seated resentment against Lineage of Star, or those who cast greedy eyes over the secret skill of Star Palace. They took the initiative to charge to lineage of star. In other words, he did not massacre wantonly. He shouldn't be considered to be violating Sanctuary Alliance's rules, right? Purple Moon Emperor squinted his eyes and said, "Abysmal Saint Master, how about this? I already sent a message to Ancestor Tianshan and East Royal Emperor. The incident that happened over the years in Sanctuary Alliance is in their control. When they arrive, let's discuss and decide if Jian Wushuang has broken the rule and if he massacred wantonly. By then, it won't be too late to take action." Jian Wushuang has gone mad. Any extra moment he lives might bring a disaster to Sanctuary Alliance. It's unnecessary to wait for them. As I said, he violated the rules, he did. I say he should die. So he should. Abysmal Saint Master burst out a chilly stare. Purple Moon, move aside. Abysmal Saint Master, this is Purple Moon Sanctuary. This is my territory. Aren't you too barbaric in conduct? Purple Moon Emperor roared in anger. Barbaric? He. If you were to come in your original body, you might qualify for me to consider this again. However, with just your consciousness embodiment, you want to stop me? Go away. Abysmal Saint Master's gaze was cold. There was a sudden roar, and the roar contained boundless power, like the roar of heaven and earth. It instantly formed a terrifying space storm and spun to the void where Purple Moon Emperor's consciousness embodiment was. The void instantly shattered along with Purple Moon Emperor's consciousness embodiment. Abysmal, how dare you? Purple Moon Emperor was furious. However, he had yet to finish his sentence, and his consciousness embodiment dispersed. The surrounding people saw what had happened, and they looked shocked. No one had ever expected that they were both great emperors, but Abysmal Saint Master didn't bother with Purple Moon Emperor at all. He even extinguished Purple Moon Emperor's consciousness embodiment directly before everyone. Chapter 1921 Nowhere to Escape. Abysmal Saint Master is determined to kill me. He didn't even care about the rules of Sanctuary Alliance. He even extinguished Purple Moon Emperor's consciousness embodiment. Jian Wushuang's face grew grave. At the same time, Qian Mingzi immediately sent him a message. Jian Wushuang, Master sent me a message. He told you to hold on for a while, and that he will arrive personally in his original body soon. Jian Wushuang felt extremely solemn. He wanted Jian Wushuang to withstand for a while in Abysmal Saint Master's hands. Jian Wushuang, as I want to kill you. There is no one in this world who can save you. Die. Abysmal Saint Master let his murderous intention soar. He continued to stand on the spot, and there wasn't any obvious movement of his body, but the surrounding boundless darkness started churning in madness. Virum. The boundless darkness substantiated and formed a black spear in front of Jian Wushuang. The black spear could destroy everything. At the very moment it took shape, every expert revealed a hopeless expression. A great emperor descended and took action personally. As a great emperor, even if it was a casual hit, its power wouldn't be defendable by an ordinary emperor god. Then, Abysmal Saint Master took action personally. Swoosh! A black spear pierced the void and flew at Jian Wushuang. As the spear flew at him, Jian Wushuang could only feel the surrounding darkness pressing on him, and his power couldn't be performed under the pressure of the darkness. He didn't even have the ability to flee. Difference. Jian Wushuang then felt an unprecedented difference in power. Emperor God and Great Emperor was merely one step apart. However, the one step was vastly different. If I didn't perform my strongest trump card, increasing my power by 1,000 times via the third volume of the secret skill of Star Palace should be sufficient, or even breaking the spear before me. But now, Jian Wushuang shook his head slowly. He knew that he wouldn't be able to block Abysmal Saint Master. Jianyi! At the crucial moment, Jian Wushuang roared. Swoosh! There was a figure that appeared before Jian Wushuang, and it was Jian Wushuang's servant, Jianyi. As his servant, he was absolutely loyal to Jian Wushuang. With Jian Wushuang's command, even if he was going to die, he would never hesitate. Then, under Jian Wushuang's command, Jian Yi immediately pointed with his finger. With one point, heaven and earth could be destroyed. There was a ray of black light that burst out. The black light constantly magnified. It clashed with the black spear directly. Bang! There was a loud bang, and even space-time seemed to be unable to endure the power of both parties' attacks. After it clashed, swoosh! Jian Yi's figure turned into flowing light and retreated for tens of thousands of miles. Then, he stopped. Oh? Abysmal Saint Master looked Jian Yi in shock. To be able to block my hit, that's not too shabby. Maybe you stand a chance to fight against Underworld God. You might even be able to fight with a great emperor. It's a pity that I wasn't an ordinary great emperor like Purple Moon. I am in the top 3 of Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. All over the world, besides Emperor Bai, who else is my match? How dare you stop me? Now, go to hell together. Rumble. Heaven and earth shook. Abysmal Saint Master, who was at the core of the boundless darkness, attacked straight away. He was originally standing on the ground and randomly manipulated his divine power as a black spear to attack. But then, he instantly attacked. Jian Yi used that skill. Jian Wushuang's eyes were like lightning, and he let out a scream. Jian Yi, who stood in front of Jian Wushuang, had blood fog churning on his body. At the same time, there was a golden light that burst out from his eyes. Simultaneously, his body quivered and a strange bolt of power swept across. All core experts from Lineage of Star would be familiar with the bolt of power. It was the secret skill of Star Palace. Yes, Jian Yi had cultivated secret skill of Star Palace as well. When he was recovering his power in Lineage of Star, he was also preparing for the Century War. Jian Wushuang had intentionally sent Jian Yi to Scripture Depository of Lineage of Star, so that Jian Yi could receive the inheritance of secret skill of Star Palace. However, it was a pity that Jian Yi was similar to most of the experts from Lineage of Star. He had only managed to cultivate the first volume of secret skill of Star Palace. As for the second volume, although he put in a lot of effort, he hadn't succeeded. One should know that Jian Yi's fighting power could match evenly with an underworld god's. When he came across an ordinary great emperor like Purple Moon Emperor, who was at the bottom of the rank, he could fight a match. With such power, if he were to perform the first volume of the secret skill of Star Palace, he could instantly increase his power by tenfold. It enabled Jian Yi to possess the fighting power of a great emperor in an instant. The move was also one of the trump cards that Jian Wushuang had prepared in order to prevent the unpredictable. However, the unpredictable had happened then. Jian Yi, block him. Jian Wushuang roared. Roar. Jian Yi roared, and his aura instantly rose to a brand new level with the support of the power of Star. His body turned illusory and blocked the Abysmal Saint Master. The secret skill of Star Palace? Abysmal Saint Master squinted his eyes. It's a pity that it was only the first volume and the lasting period is only 10 breaths at most. Even if you could hold me back for 10 breaths, what happens after the 10 breaths? Abysmal Saint Master sneered. His understanding about the secret skill of Star Palace obviously was much higher than the others. He even knew the lasting period of the first volume of the secret skill of Star Palace. Just as Jian Yi was holding Abysmal Saint Master back, Jian Wushuang thought to himself, 10 breaths. Jian Yi could only hold him back for 10 breaths at most. Within this 10 breaths, I have to run with all my strength. Run, run, run. Jian Wushuang was decisive, and he didn't hesitate at all. At that very moment, he turned and ran at his fastest speed to the void far away. He knew that Abysmal Saint Master's main target was him. As for Lineage of Star, they shouldn't be involved. The worst possible scenario would be passing him the inheritance of secret skill of Star Palace. As for the other two alliances, they were heavily defeated, and it was impossible for them to pose any threat to Lineage of Star. Even if he ran away, Lineage of Star should be able to stay alive. However, just as he turned to run, Abysmal Saint Master, who stood by Jian Yi, already saw through his thoughts. "Wanna run? Hee hee, unless you're a great emperor, you can't run away from me in this universe." Abysmal Saint Master's confident laugh reverberated in the universe. Just as he spoke, the surrounding darkness suddenly came alive like an exotic beast. The boundless, dark magical clouds formed terrifyingly huge beasts, and these beasts were holding metal chains in their mouths. The darkness covered everything. Rumble. A huge darkness prison appeared out of nowhere. The entire universe, the entire space-time was instantly locked. Jin Wushuang and everyone on the spot were engulfed in the darkness. It was impossible for any of them to run away. Chapter 1922, Fought and Never Regret. Nowhere to run. Yes, the darkness prison had formed, and the entire space-time was frozen. Jin Wushuang had nowhere to run. There's no way to escape? Jin Wushuang looked at the darkness prison in front of him. He could feel the power of the darkness prison. With his power alone, it would have been impossible if he wanted to break the darkness prison to flee. The surrounding experts from Lineage of Star and the other two alliances looked at Jin Wushuang. He is doomed. A great emperor descended personally, and it is really extraordinary. Jin Wushuang can't escape. Although Jin Wushuang's power and talent is admirable, he is dealing with a great emperor after all. That's it for him. It's a pity. He's such a genius. The experts were sighing emotionally. They could tell that Jin Wushuang was in a hopeless situation. His outcome was definitely death. There was almost no possibility that he could stay alive. Even the experts from Lineage of Star, who were on the same side as Jin Wushuang, felt hopeless for his situation too. But just then, there was a sudden war intention that suddenly soared. Such war intention brought about boundless unyieldingness. What? The experts on the spot turned to look at the source of the war intention in shock. It's Jin Wushuang. Everyone stared. Before their gaze, Jin Wushuang's face was distorted and he looked ferocious. In his eyes, there was unprecedented madness. There was billowing war intention with boundless unyieldingness that swept out from his body. As I can't run away, let's fight a life-and-death battle. Jin Wushuang roared in anger, and his roar reverberated in the air. Heaven and earth quivered. Fight! 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 In every direction, including in all the experts' heads, there were roars that resounded. It never faded away. Everyone at the spot, including heaven and earth, could feel Jin Wushuang's unyieldingness. That's Jin Wushuang. He was unyielding in character, just like a huge rock. No matter how brutal the storm, he wouldn't move an inch. Even though he was cornered in a hopeless situation, he would never admit defeat. He would never lower his head, nor would he feel hopeless. Since birth until then, over the years, he had never known the word hopeless. Even if the universe won't tolerate it and the sky abandons me, even if my body were to be exterminated and vanish into thin air, I, Jin Wushuang, swear to fight a life-and-death battle. Fight and never regret. The universe moved. His soaring war intention shot to the highest heaven. Jin Wushuang stood erect in the dark void while Blood Mountain, sword in his hands, whistled and shrilled. Such unyieldingness was enough to shock the world. In the surrounding dark void, a large number of experts revealed shocked expressions. Everyone looked at Jin Wushuang with a complicated expression. No one expected that Jin Wushuang, who had reached the end of the road, who had reached a hopeless situation, would want to fight against sky and earth, against all living things in the universe. Jin Wushuang, although soaring Heaven King Palace and you shared deep-seated resentment, I, Tianling, am in awe of you. Emperor God Tianling looked at Jin Wushuang with a tinge of admiration as he stood in the void. Although the other experts viewed Jin Wushuang as their enemy and many wanted to eat his flesh and drink his blood, they couldn't help but revere him. From the bottom of their hearts, they determined that Jin Wushuang was a true expert. He was a super expert with indomitable spirit who never lowered his head. Then, the expert was going to fight the last battle of his life. Bang! There was a terrifying bang. Then, a flowing light burst out. It was Jianyi. The 10 breaths had ended and Jianyi had tried his best to hold back Abysmal Saint Master. But then, he had reached his limit. Abysmal Saint Master had finally freed himself. Jin Wushuang, you have great willpower. At such a moment, You are still unwilling to lower your head. One should know that if you were to kneel down and kowtow or beg for mercy, I might let you off the hook, abysmal Saint Master scoffed. Jian Wushuang never speak, but he slowly took steps forward in the void. The first step he took, bang. In between his eyebrows, the first ancient tribe star broke. Then, another step, bang, bang. The second and the third ancient tribe stars broke at the same time. The third step, bang, 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 bang. 7 ancient tribe stars broke simultaneously. 7 star broke altogether. Besides the secret skill of Star Palace, it was the last trump card that Jian Wushuang could use. Boundless ancient tribe bloodline power concentrated all over his body. As Jian Wushuang suddenly lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes were like 2 crimson streaks of lightning that burst out at abysmal Saint Master before him. At the same time, in the dark void, there was a beautiful world of mountains and rivers that appeared from nowhere. Mountain river map then spread out again. Rolling mountains and rivers, segregated into 9 provinces. Mountain River as Palm and 9 Province as Seal, found the country with rivers and mountains. 9 Province 4th Seal, Yin Province as the Seal. Turn up the cloud. As Jian Wushuang broke 7 stars, and the power of ancient tribe bloodline was drawn into Mountain River map. From the world of mountains and rivers, a lofty continent descended from the air. 9 Province, the 4th Seal. It was the strongest move that Jian Wushuang could perform using his power of 7 stars and all of the fighting power that he could bring to play. It was also his last move. After that move, either his opponent died or he would rumble. A lofty continent pressed down. In an instant, all living in the universe quivered in fear. The experts from the universe couldn't help but lifted their heads. Their eyes were filled with unprecedented fear. They felt the power contained in the lofty continent from above. The power also exceeded the range of an emperor god, and it had reached the level of a great emperor god. It was absolutely evenly matched to the strongest hit by a great emperor. But what they never expected was that, in such a hopeless situation, even Jian Wushuang, who had performed a stroke with the secret skill of Star Palace which had exterminated over 100 Almighties from Almighty's alliance, should have played all his trump cards. He was already at this state, but he still could perform such a terrifying hit that could match with a great emperor. He still had the power to go all out. Just how many trump cards does Jian Wushuang have? He's like a black hole. Earlier, he killed the entire Almighty's alliance with 1 stroke. Now, he can perform such a terrifying hit? Monster, Jian Wushuang is really a monster. It'd be best if Jian Wushuang died in this fight. If he doesn't, I can't imagine just how scary he will become in the future. Everyone was terrified. They were shocked. Chapter 1923. It's him. Palace Master. Among the crowd, Hall Master Gu Xian, Hall Master Nye Yun and Hall Master Yuan, who were far away, clenched their hands as their eyes shimmered with light. Lineage of Star, since its establishment, had had 2 palace masters. Both the palace masters were shocking. It was Master of Star Palace previously, and then it was Jian Wushuang. They were the mainstays of Lineage of Star, also the god in all experts' and disciples' hearts of Lineage of Star. Even though they were defeated before, they had never yielded nor lowered their heads. No matter how powerful their opponents were, they swore to fight a beautiful battle. They were their palace masters. At the core of the boundless void, abysmal Saint Master glanced at the lofty continent that had descended from the sky and looked shocked. Then, he humphed coldly and waved his sleeve. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Instantly, there were countless black lights that burst out. These lights could kill an emperor god easily, and there were more than a dozen of them. It was almost instantly that the lights hit the lofty continent. Rumble. There were instantly a few bangs within the descending lofty continent. The corners of the continent that were pierced by the black lights had a few holes, while boundless divine power swept out to the surroundings. Break! The low roar was like anger that reverberated in the sky. Even though the lofty continent was pierced with a dozen holes, it was still sturdily held together but never broke. The lofty continent continued to press down. Until then, it had covered Abysmal Saint Master entirely. Virum. The terrifying power finally exploded. The power exploded, and the surrounding billion miles of void instantly became barren. The terrifying power made everyone on the spot, including the peak Emperor gods, gulp. Just like Emperor God Tianling, his face was extremely solemn. Such power was totally impossible to withstand if one didn't possess the fighting power of a great emperor. Previously, he had wanted to kill Jian Wushuang, but it had only looked like a joke then. But just then, boundless darkness swept out madly and formed a huge darkness whirlpool. The darkness whirlpool swallowed everything in the universe mercilessly. It had also swallowed up the power that was given out from the lofty continent. In a short while, the entire universe had resumed its tranquility and the divine power was swallowed up. The remaining huge darkness whirlpool was still spinning in madness. In the core of the darkness whirlpool, there was a figure in a black robe standing. It was Abysmal Saint Master. As expected, looking at the sight, no one at the scene was surprised. They knew clearly that Jian Wushuang was fighting his last battle and performing his strongest, last hit, although it was powerful enough to move a great emperor move. However, Abysmal Saint Master was the third superb existence on Heaven and Earth's supreme ranking list. After all, among great emperors, Red Dragon King on the second place was as powerful as he was. Only the Supreme Emperor Bai could be above him. Such a powerful Emperor Bai was naturally impossible for Jian Wushuang to kill with one hit. It would be extremely difficult just to hurt him. In the huge whirlpool, Abysmal Saint Master patted the dust on his clothes and looked at Jian Wushuang with a pair of cold eyes and a tinge of disdain. Jian Wushuang, you're quite capable. After you perform the secret skill of Star Palace, you can still perform a hit that matches evenly with a great emperor's hit. If you hadn't used the secret skill of Star Palace earlier to kill Almighty's alliance, but had used it the third volume of secret skill of Star Palace in support of the technique just now to kill me, I'd be severely injured. What Abysmal Saint Master had said was the truth. Jian Wushuang was giving his all to launch the final hit, which reached the level of a great emperor. If he were to use the third volume of the secret skill of Star Palace, that'd be 1,000 times his current power. Even though he was an expert among the great emperors, he would definitely be severely injured, even if he survived under that kind of attack. It's a pity that you have exhausted your limited abilities. You don't stand a chance. Now, let me give you a ride. Abysmal Saint Master smirked, and there was black light that instantly burst out. Although the size of the black light wasn't big, the power contained was enough to kill any great emperor easily. Because of the hit that he had performed earlier, he had used up his power of ancient tribe bloodline after he had broken 7 stars altogether. Jian Wushuang then had a certain level of fighting power, but it was impossible for him to withstand the hit. It's going to end? Jian Wushuang couldn't help but mutter. But suddenly, Jian Wushuang stared. He could instantly feel the unique mark that someone had left on his body suddenly become scorching hot. A strange power swept out from the mark. Virum. The black light that burst out at Jian Wushuang suddenly dispersed into thin air without any trace. It vanished into thin air as though it didn't exist. A figure suddenly appeared before Jian Wushuang. With the appearance of the figure, the surrounding universe became quiet again. It was silent. No one spoke anymore. Everyone's attention was on the figure that had suddenly appeared. Even Jian Wushuang opened his eyes wide, and he stared at the person in front of him. It's him? Jian Wushuang was shocked and terrified. He was in a snow-white robe that wasn't tainted with any dust. He was icy with a tinge of arrogance. Both his hands were behind his body as he towered in the void with his slender body. There was no aura that was given out from his body, as though he was just air. However, such a person, his eye could see nothing worthwhile all around. He looked down on every living thing in the universe. He overlooked even heaven and earth with his deep eyes. He stood there without any action, without speaking, but everything in the universe lost its shine. Just like Abysmal Saint Master, he stood erect in the core of the boundless darkness, just like the ruler of the darkness. However, When the person appeared, the surrounding darkness immediately yielded to him. In front of the person was Abysmal Saint Master. He didn't seem to be an expert of great emperor level. He couldn't even be seen as an ordinary cultivator. It was as though he was just a non-entity. Yes, a non-entity. He saw nothing worthwhile, even though Abysmal Saint Master was only a non-entity in front of him. Hong. There was a sudden bang that resounded. It was from the surrounding darkness, and there was a hole in the darkness prison. Then, there was a figure that plunged in at high speed. That person was Purple Moon Emperor. His original body had arrived at the battlefield. However, no one had noticed his arrival. Everyone was attracted by the arrogant man in the snow-white robe in front of Jian Wushuang. Chapter 1924. One glance, one stroke. Who is he? Purple Moon Emperor looked at the arrogant man in the white robe in shock. He never seen him before. However, from the first glance, he could tell that he was very scary. Such scariness, he who was a great emperor who had never felt it from anyone else before. Jian Wushuang stared at the person in front of him. This person, no one knew him, but he knew him. He was the strange person, the mysterious expert that Jian Wushuang had met at Chilly Wind Valley back when he had been wandering in the ancient battlefield. He was a strange person. Back then, Jian Wushuang had offended him, but he didn't attack. Nor did he kill Jian Wushuang. But he left a unique mark on Jian Wushuang's body. Jian Wushuang couldn't remove the mark at all. But it was merely a mark, so Jian Wushuang didn't worry much about it. The mysterious expert from ancient battlefield appeared in front of him directly. Through the mark? What kind of technique was that? Who are you? The low voice belonged to Abysmal Saint Master. He was a great emperor after all, and he was the top existence among great emperors. Although he could feel the person in front of him was very strong and probably not any weaker than him, he could maintain his calmness. The arrogant man in the white robe who stood in front of Jian Wushuang didn't even look at Abysmal Saint Master, but only spat, "Go away." It was merely a short reply without any power. However, it gave an illusion to everyone that the reply was the universe's will. Courting death. Abysmal Saint Master suddenly became furious. He was Abysmal Saint Master. Even Emperor Bai wouldn't reprimand him so directly. The person who popped out of nowhere had commanded him to leave. How could he not be furious? In this world, besides Emperor Bai, I don't care about anyone else. Who the hell are you? Die. As Abysmal Saint Master raged furiously, there was a chilly gleam in his eyes and the surrounding boundless dark sky started flowing. Rumble. There were boundless dark clouds that swept out. Then, there was instantly a huge, dark beast, which was the size of 1,000,000 miles, that appeared from nowhere. The dark beast opened its mouth, and its mouth was a huge darkness whirlpool, the exact whirlpool that swallowed all the power of the seal, turn up the cloud, that Jian Wushuang had performed earlier. Then, the whirlpool was swirling at the arrogant man in the white robe. As the dark beast moved, it shattered the earth and split the sky. Everyone on the scene was terrified. Even Purple Moon Emperor's eyes dilated in shock when he saw it. He was also a great emperor, but Abysmal Saint Master was listed on the 3rd place, while he was at the bottom of the ranking list among all great emperors. The differences in their power was naturally vast. Even if he were to give his all, he could at most keep himself alive under Abysmal Saint Master's attack. Then, he could tell that Abysmal Saint Master had gone all out. This person, could he withstand Abysmal? Purple Moon Emperor muttered. Just then, the arrogant man in the white robe that everyone was fixing their gazes upon suddenly lifted his head. Without any other action, merely a simple act of lifting his head and a look. A glance and a will, bang. The dark beast that covered a range of 1,000,000 miles instantly shattered. The dark clouds then vanished into thin air. At the same time, the surrounding universe that was drowning in darkness because of Abysmal Saint Master's existence suddenly dispersed under the gaze of the arrogant man in the white robe. Everything disappeared in an instant, and the universe regained light. It was left with no trace of darkness. How is that possible? Abysmal Saint Master stared as he stood there. He couldn't feel any darkness from the surroundings. My goodness. Purple Moon Emperor was shocked. Everyone at the scene exclaimed in surprise. As you already attacked, I shall return with one stroke. The arrogant man in white robe remained at the same spot as he spoke coldly. In his hands that were placed behind him, he slowly extended one of the fingers and glided to the void where Abysmal Saint Master was. That glide was like an ordinary child drawing with his fingers in the void. It was smooth yet extremely simple. Virum. There was a sudden flash of sword light. The sword light wasn't glorious but rather ordinary and calm. However, such a sword light made Abysmal Saint Master's soul fly away and scatter. He tried his best to perform skills to withstand it, but he was surprised to find out that he couldn't move at all. Can't move? I, a great emperor, can't move? Abysmal Saint Master was dumbfounded as he quivered in fear. He could only watch as the sword light continued to magnify in his eyes. He couldn't even lift up his hand to block. Bang! The sword light descended, and there was a loud bang. The black armor that Abysmal Saint Master was wearing was a suit of armor from ancient times that he had obtained during the time he had wandered in an ancient mystery land many years ago. The armor was extremely strong, and it was definitely chaotic divine treasure level. It could even be much stronger than any ordinary chaotic divine treasure. With the armor, Abysmal Saint Master had even dared to venture into some dangerous places when he was in ancient mystery land. But then, as the sword light swept out, the armor that he had been wearing broke apart. It shattered into pieces. His chaotic divine treasure level armor shattered into pieces under the attack of the sword light. The power of the sword light then hit his body. Poof! Abysmal Saint Master lifted his head and spat a mouthful of blood. He flew out like a dead dog. However, the void surrounding him wasn't damaged at all, nor was there any divine power or sword light that swept out. It was only Abysmal Saint Master alone who was injured. Everyone saw the scene. Silence. It was dead silent. Everyone gawked at the arrogant man in the white robe. With one glance, he had split heaven and earth, shattered the dark beast, and dispersed the surrounding darkness. With one glide of his finger, there was a sword light that had shattered the armor on Abysmal Saint Master and caused Abysmal Saint Master to be severely injured. These were done by the man in the white robe. He, who the hell is he? Purple Moon Emperor was roaring madly in his heart. The roar was hysterical. The arrogant man in the white robe then put his hands behind his back again. He then looked in the direction of Abysmal Saint Master. You are not worth killing. Go away. His voice reverberated. Abysmal Saint Master then spat another mouthful of blood when he heard that, and he nearly fainted. All the surrounding experts stared. They then understood that Abysmal Saint Master was alive merely because he wasn't worth killing? Because he wasn't worthy? That was why he was alive. Everyone on the spot was dumbfounded. Chapter 1925, Take a Stroke of My Sword. Saint Master. Palace Master Wu Luo and other experts from Abysmal Palace came next to Abysmal Saint Master. Abysmal Saint Master's face was pale. The aura from his body wasn't even comparable to an ordinary Sir God's. He looked at the arrogant man in the white robe with hatred, but didn't dare to rage. He knew clearly that that man had the power to kill him easily. He was in great disbelief. Over the years, he had been on the third place on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. Even Red Dragon King, who was on the second place, didn't care about Red Dragon King much, even though he was on a higher ranking than he was. He thought that only Emperor Bai could really be above him in the world. He had always thought so. But then, when he saw the arrogant man in the white robe that day, the pride in him had instantly vanished. It was obvious that he belittled the world. Let's go. Abysmal Saint Master commanded with great difficulty. Then, he and everyone from Abysmal Palace left in a fix. The experts on the scene sighed emotionally at the sight. One should know that Abysmal Saint Master was behaving barbarically just a while ago. His terrifying power made everyone feel hopeless. In the blink of an eye, he had been severely injured, and he couldn't even utter a single word before he left. The one who had led to the current situation was the arrogant man in the white robe, who was the center of attention. Everyone was questioning from the bottom of their hearts with great curiosity. Who the hell is this person? Everyone was curious about the identity of the arrogant man in the white robe. Senior. Jian Wushuang instantly spoke with the intention to ask. However, the arrogant man in the white robe didn't turn to look at Jian Wushuang, but his gaze was fixed in another direction. Everyone looked in the direction where the arrogant man was looking. It was a vast void. However, at the end of the vast void, there was a faint black dot. Before everyone's gaze, the black dot continuously magnified. In the end, it appeared in front of everyone. The black dot was a human figure. He was in a gray robe and had white hair and white eyes. His skin was also terrifyingly fair. He was actually a man, but he had an enchanting appearance that put all women in eternal chaotic world to shame. Such an enchanting appearance with such fair skin, he looked rather different. The enchanting man with white hair and white eyes appeared in the void, and the experts then held their breaths in silence again. Purple Moon Emperor's eyes dilated in shock again. Bai, Emperor Bai. The moment someone called his name, it instantly stirred a hubbub. Emperor Bai. He is Emperor Bai? The supreme existence in eternal chaotic world, Emperor Bai, who is widely acknowledged as the strongest, has come here personally? My goodness, what is going on today? Everyone was dumbfounded. Great Emperor, the experts on the top of the pyramid in eternal chaotic world. Every one of them were truly high and above, overlords of the sanctuaries. Such an existence was hard to be seen normally, but then, Abysmal Saint Master and Purple Moon Emperor had made an appearance one after another. Then, there was a mysterious, arrogant man in a white robe that dispersed boundless darkness with one glance and injured Abysmal Saint Master with one stroke. By then, even Emperor Bai had come to the scene personally. He was the legendary Emperor Bai, the true strongest one in eternal chaotic world. Legend. That is Emperor Bai? Jian Wushuang looked at the newcomer with surprise as well. He had never expected the high and mighty Emperor Bai to rush to this side of the void at such a crucial moment. Plus, the moment Emperor Bai appeared, his white eyes, that seemed to be able to see through everything in the universe, were fixed upon the arrogant man in the white robe. As the strongest one, Emperor Bai was clear about just how powerful the man in the white robe was. You are the strongest one in the world now? The arrogant man in the white robe remained towering in the void as he looked at Emperor Bai coldly. I dare not accept the honor. I wonder what your name is? Emperor Bai flashed a gentle smile and behaved politely. If you can withstand my sword stroke, you'll get to know my name, the arrogant man in the white robe replied. Withstand your stroke? I'd like to try, Emperor Bai smiled faintly. A simple conversation and everyone's eyes dilated in shock. The arrogant man in the white robe, who had injured Abysmal Saint Master with one stroke, was going to fight with Emperor Bai now? Retreat. Hurry up and fall back. The experts at the scene quickly retreated far away without hesitation. Even experts like Jian Wushuang, Emperor God Tianling, Jin Yi quickly fall back at times like that. Even Purple Moon Emperor retreated without hesitation. They knew clearly that, no matter if it was Emperor Bai or the mysterious arrogant man in the white robe, they both had an extremely unrivaled power. Regarding the battle between the two, no great emperor dared to get involved. It was no different from courting death. In the vast void, the two human figures looked at one another 1,000,000 miles apart. In the expanse of the surrounding 1,000,000,000 miles, there was no one else. The experts from Lineage of Star and the remaining experts from the other two alliances had retreated far away. They were staring at the middle of the void with boundless excitement and anticipation with their eyes wide open. Even Purple Moon Emperor was extremely looking forward to the battle. Finally, the arrogant man in the white robe, who was at the core of the void, lifted his hand while leaving the other behind his back. Then, he extended one finger and glided it at the void before him. The movement was like he was scribbling. It was casual but smooth. There was no sword intention or divine power that spread out. However, at the very moment he moved his fingers, Hong! Heaven and earth shook. From the middle of the void, the sky and earth started splitting apart. A huge crack appeared from nowhere. As everyone looked on in terror, The crack magnified at a terrifying speed. 100 miles, 1,000 miles, 10,000 miles, million miles. In the end, it covered an expanse of 100 million miles. The 100 million miles crack appeared and crossed the entire universe. The surrounding space, air, including space-time, all elements in the universe became obsolete. In the entire universe, there was no other substance. There was a sword light that slowly lit. Very dim, an unnoticeable sword light. If it was on a normal day, the sword light would never attract anyone's attention. But then, the sword light was the only existing substance in the vast universe. It became the one and only. It became eternal. This stroke, Jin Wushuang, who was far away from the battlefield, saw the sword light that became the one and only, and his eyes lost focus. Chapter 1926 Emperor 13 Jin Wushuang was truly a sword cultivator. He possessed high comprehension level in sword principle. Then, when he saw the sword principle that the arrogant man in the white robe had performed, Jin Wushuang could only feel a brand new sword principle appeared before him. He had never thought that a stroke of sword could make all living things in the universe, including space-time, disperse. A sword was a sword after all, a sharp weapon to kill enemy. But then, a sword wasn't as simple. The experts at the scene were attracted by the sword principle that the arrogant man in the white robe had used. The sword light was like the core of the universe. Looking at the sword light, there was a burst of light from Emperor Bai's eyes. Then, his face grew solemn as well. Rumble. There was an aura that soared up from Emperor Bai. The aura was overlooking everything in the universe. It was an aura that was high above the masses. It belonged to the strongest person in the universe. Emperor Bai was an expert in eternal chaotic world. It was an aura that belonged to him. At the same time, a huge golden shadow appeared from his body. The golden shadow was a golden emperor. He was 99,000 zhang tall and 3,000 zhang broad. His golden eyes looked at everything as though it was nothing. His gaze looked as though the universe should yield to him. Emperor Bai attacked. He slowly lifted his slender arm. Then he clenched his fist tightly and punched. The golden emperor's shadow punched too. His punch was powerful enough to push away chaotic. However, regardless of if it was Emperor Bai's punch or the arrogant man's sword light, there was no overflow of power. It felt so ordinary. The power control of both parties were at a shocking level. Then, the two parties collided directly. Once they collided, boundless power swept out. The surrounding tens of billions of miles were engulfed by boundless power. However, even though the power was appalling, there wasn't any loud bang, only noises that were made of compressing energy. The experts who were watching from afar thought they were far enough away. However, when the two attacks collided and let out their true power, boundless power affected them too. There was a strong gale that could tear the sky, and no one could open their eyes under such strong wind. If there was one who could open his eyes, that'd only be Purple Moon Emperor. Purple Moon Emperor then looked terrified. Too strong, too strong. Merely the power of the peripheral was already so strong. Just how strong could the core power be? Purple Moon Emperor muttered. As a great emperor, he couldn't see the core seen on the battlefield. However, merely the power of the subsidiary was terrifying enough. He knew that if he were to be in the core of the battlefield with his power, he wouldn't be able to survive under such terrifying power. Virum. A terrifying power lasted for more than a dozen breaths and finally dispersed. The surrounding experts then opened their eyes and looked at the core of the battlefield. At first glance, everyone felt their scalps go numb as though everything was going to explode. On the battlefield, the void covering hundreds of millions of miles disappeared entirely. Everything vanished. There was only boundless darkness and a terrifying black hole that swallowed everything. The black hole was still expanding at a terrifyingly fast speed. Space-time disappeared? Jin Wushuang muttered. In the expanse hundreds of millions of miles, everything turned into nothing in an exchange of blows. The outcome of the battle between Emperor Bai and the arrogant man in the white robe. Scary. Such terrifying battle power was unbelievable to Jian Wushuang. Maybe only the scene that he was seeing before the huge coffin in the independent space in the 8th layer, the scene of ancient war, could compare with its power favorably. Too powerful. The surrounding people exclaimed in surprise. Every one of them was in unprecedented shock. In the expanse that turned into nothing, at the location in the middle, there were two figures that towered there. To be able to take one of my strokes, you're not too shabby. The arrogant man in the white robe looked at Emperor Bai, but his gaze remained cold. Emperor Bai squinted his eyes, but he looked solemn. With one exchange of blows, he obviously could tell how powerful the other party was. Forget about the fact that it was the second era. Even if it were the first era, no one would be that powerful. Just like the supreme experts from the first era, Sword Emperor Dugu was known to be the first in sword principle in the first era. However, in Emperor Bai's eyes, even Sword Emperor Dugu at his peak wasn't as scary as the mysterious, arrogant man in the white robe in front of him. The first era collapsed many years ago, and only I survived. I am much stronger than before. If Sword Emperor Dugu appears in front of me again, I am confident enough to defeat him. However, the person in front of me, I am not sure at all. This person, there was a commotion in Emperor Bai's heart. You are Emperor Bai, right? The arrogant man in the white robe's voice rang again. Although you're only of chaotic realm, to explode power far beyond chaotic realm under the circumstance of being restrained, you are qualified to know my name. Listen, my name is Emperor 13. Emperor 13? The mysterious expert's name is Emperor 13? There were countless experts who were impressed and also remembered the name in their hearts. The owner of the name was a super expert that could fight against Emperor Bai directly. Emperor Bai's face was cold, but he didn't speak. He had never heard of Emperor 13. He had never heard of it after the first era. Hence, there was no doubt that Emperor 13 was definitely from ancient times. The secret skill that you just performed, although it was powerful, it is a pity that it isn't complete. I happen to have the complete set of the secret skills. If you want it, I can give it to you, Emperor God 13 said coldly. Emperor Bai's gaze was fixed. Of course, the condition would be that you have to look after this little guy for me for the time being. For no time. 10,000 years at most. Emperor 13 pointed at Jian Wushuang behind him. Sure, Emperor Bai nodded. Then, Emperor 13's cold face revealed a faint smile. He then turned and vanished into thin air. This is... Emperor Bai saw, and his eyes dilated in shock. It's consciousness embodiment. Chapter 1927 Jian Wushuang and Emperor Bai. Consciousness embodiment. Different from consciousness incarnation. The incarnation was merely made of consciousness, but not any other power. It was only consciousness. However, consciousness embodiment had a certain level of fighting power, and one's fighting power would be related to a person's personal power and strength. Emperor Bai knew some experts from ancient times who were extremely powerful would form consciousness embodiment and go on war. However, he never expected that Emperor 13, who he had to go all out to deal with, was merely a consciousness embodiment. His consciousness embodiment was already this powerful. What if he came personally? Experts from ancient times. Emperor Bai clenched his pale fist. The surrounding experts saw that Emperor 13 suddenly disappeared, and they were confused. Especially Jian Wushuang. He had no idea why would Emperor 13 suddenly lend him a helping hand. Theoretically, he should have nothing to do with Emperor 13. Previously, he had interrupted the other party in ancient battlefield. Theoretically, even if he were to kill him directly, there wouldn't be any misunderstanding. But in the end, not only would Emperor 13 not kill him, but he also left a mark in his body. When he was in danger, Emperor 13 revealed himself to save him. Not only saving him, Emperor 13 even struck a deal with Emperor Bai to take care of him before he left. It was obvious that only one would do that if they were related. But honestly speaking, Jian Wushuang didn't even know who Emperor 13 was. He only knew that he came from ancient times. Besides that, he knew nothing. Swoosh. Then, There was a figure that moved and appeared next to Emperor Bai. Mr. Emperor Bai, Purple Moon Emperor greeted politely. They were both great emperors. However, when Purple Moon Emperor was talking to Emperor Bai, it was like a Sir God or Emperor God speaking to a great emperor. It was very normal. Although Emperor Bai was in Great Emperor realm, his power had surpassed Great Emperor. I just got here, and I have no idea about what happened earlier. You tell me. Emperor Bai glanced at Purple Moon Emperor. Yes. Purple Moon Emperor nodded and immediately told him everything he knew briefly. It included how barbaric Abysmal Saint Master was. He didn't care how Purple Moon Emperor stopped him but attacked Jian Wushuang directly. It also included how Abysmal Saint Master had destroyed his consciousness incarnation. Of course, he also told Emperor Bai the scene where the mysterious arrogant man in the white robe, Emperor 13, was defeated Abysmal Saint Master. Is that so? Emperor Bai heard and nodded faintly. Then, his pair of white eyes looked around. The war stops here now. Everyone go back to where you come from. Emperor Bai's voice was filled with authority. All the experts at the scene heard and didn't dare to go against his command. They bowed at Emperor Bai politely, one after another, and immediately left. When the two alliances left, there was an unwillingness and they were glad. After all, they were already defeated. If they were to continue to fight, Lineage of Star would only massacre them. Just as the experts from the two alliances left, Jian Wushuang, I wanted to make a trip to Lineage of Star. Will you welcome me? Emperor Bai looked at Jian Wushuang. Emperor Bai came personally. You bring radiance to Lineage of Star. How can I refuse? Please. Jian Wushuang wasn't arrogant nor inferior. Under the lead of Jian Wushuang, Emperor Bai and Purple Moon Emperor immediately walked to Lineage of Star. In the middle of Universe Galaxy, in the lair of Lineage of Star, where Jian Wushuang resided, Sword Star. In the lofty hall, there were only Jian Wushuang and Emperor Bai. As for the others, including Purple Moon Emperor, they were waiting outside. Jian Wushuang and Emperor Bai were sitting opposite one another while Emperor Bai held a cup of tea and sipped but never spoke. Jian Wushuang looked humble but not fearful. After a while, Emperor Bai finally put down the cup of tea. The pair of strange white eyes looked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, how long have you been in the state of Ultimate Real God? Jian Wushuang was surprised. Ultimate Real God, such a title, he had never told anyone. Because Emperor Bai was like him, an inverse cultivator, he knew it naturally. It has already been tens of thousands of years, Jian Wushuang replied. Only tens of thousands of years? Emperor Bai smiled faintly. Back then, Real God Wu Bei was in Ultimate Real God stage, much longer than you have been. He had been at the peak of Ultimate Real God stage for a very long time, and during that time, he requested to see me so many times and intended to obtain the 7th step of inverse cultivation skill from me. It was a pity that I never wanted to see him. Do you know why? Jian Wushuang shook his head. The 6th step of inverse cultivation skill was given to him by Real God Wu Bei. He had once talked to Real God Wu Bei as well, and he knew how helpless Real God Wu Bei felt. Real God Wu Bei had paid a great price in order to get the 7th step of inverse cultivation skill, but he had never got to see Emperor Bai even once before he died. I was not willing to see him because he was too weak, Emperor Bai replied coldly. Although he passed all 3 inverse cultivation tests and also reached the peak of Ultimate Real God. However, besides his identity, his comprehension towards doctrine and his opportunity to learn secret skill was extremely ordinary. Even if I were to pass him the 7th step of inverse cultivation skill for him to break through and reach almighty level, he would at most possess the fighting power of a great emperor, or maybe even only be at the bottom of one, because that was his limit. Such fighting power would be too weak. To the entire eternal chaotic world, there would be almost no influence at all. If so, why would I want to see him? Why would I want to pass him the skill? Jian Wushuang was stunned, and he was surprised. Real God Wu Bai's comprehension level wasn't high, nor did he have a lot of opportunities. Jian Wushuang knew about that. However, Emperor Bai wasn't willing to pass Real God Wu Bei at the 7th step of inverse cultivation skill because he didn't have high potential, which was something Jian Wushuang didn't expect. Real God Wu Bai's talent was ordinary, but you are different. Emperor Bai looked at Jian Wushuang. You are very talented. You are stronger than I am, and you are very fortunate. You carried a lot of opportunities on you. Otherwise, you wouldn't have countless trump cards and skills. If you were to break through and become an almighty, you could totally achieve something like me, if not become stronger. You would be extremely helpful to eternal chaotic world. Hence, I can give you the 7th step of inverse cultivation skill, but only under one condition. Chapter 1928 Emperor Bai's Condition. Emperor Bai, go ahead. Jin Wushuang was excited. The 7th step of inverse cultivation skill was the crucial factor of him becoming the strongest person in eternal chaotic world. Without the skill, no matter how great his skills and trump cards were, he wouldn't be able to compare with a true great emperor after all. However, with the skill, he can then try to break through and become an almighty. By then, he could easily reach great emperor level. He might even stand a chance to compare favorably with Emperor Bai. Hence, regardless of the price he had to pay in order to get the 7th step of inverse cultivation skill, head to it. Jin Wushuang had already made up his mind. As long as the conditions that Emperor Bai suggested didn't go against his principles, he would figure out a way to get it done no matter how difficult it was. The first condition is that I have to receive the inheritance of secret skill of Star Palace, Emperor Bai said directly. The secret skill of Star Palace, Jin Wushuang stunned. Emperor Bai is also interested in the secret skill of Star Palace? The secret skill is extremely unique. It is also extremely helpful to Great Emperor. Previously, I couldn't use it, but now, it's different, Emperor Bai said, but he didn't explain much. Jin Wushuang thought for a while and asked, Mr. Emperor Bai, I'd like to clarify if the secret skill of Star Palace is for you alone to cultivate or Emperor Bai intends to spread the secret skill widely, for the experts from Sanctuary Alliance to cultivate it? Lineage of Star obtained the secret skill of Star Palace relying on your own opportunity. Hence, it belongs to Lineage of Star alone. I wouldn't make Lineage of Star to announce the secret skill to the world. I only wanted to cultivate it myself, Emperor Bai answered. Then, there's no problem, Jin Wushuang agreed straight away. The secret skill of Star Palace was the biggest advantage and trump card that the experts and disciples from Lineage of Star had. If it wasn't necessary, Jin Wushuang wouldn't wish to spread the secret skill wide to the point that everyone knew it. Then, Lineage of Star would lose their advantage. However, if it was only Emperor Bai alone, there was no difference. Just like guest elders in Lineage of Star, Jin Wushuang promised to let them cultivate the secret skill of Star Palace as well. After this war, the 3 alliances are defeated. Almighty's alliance is even long gone. Lineage of Star could consider yourself a great victory. If I am not mistaken, you would be dealing with the other 2 alliances later on, right? Emperor Bai asked. Yes, Jin Wushuang nodded. No matter if it was Star Extermination Alliance or Supreme 10 Alliance, they came at Lineage of Star with a goal to root us out, especially Star Extermination Alliance. Back on Starland, they advanced and consolidated at every step to destroy Lineage of Star's foundation. They didn't want to leave Lineage of Star any chance. Now that Lineage of Star has passed through the calamity, I, of course, have to wait until I settle everything before I deal with them. I believe anyone would do the same as I do. You're right. The 2 alliances took the initiative to attack Lineage of Star, and it is only right and proper that you take revenge on them. However, my second condition is for Lineage of Star to not attack the 2 alliances for now, Emperor Bai said. Why? Jin Wushuang creased his eyebrows. Because the current situation is unusual, Emperor Bai looked. You know clearly that the existence of Sanctuary Alliance is to match against star demons in the 8 layers, Hidden Forces, Holocaust Sect, and also Acheron Palace. The 2 major dark forces were originally forced to hide in the dark by Sanctuary Alliance. They were like rats on the streets, and they didn't date to reveal themselves. Over the years, the 2 hidden forces started preparing for an attack. Not too long ago, Sanctuary Alliance received news that Holocaust Sect went through a drastic change and they were united by someone else ruling with an iron fist. On top of that, the actions of Acheron Palace for the past years, I'm afraid, in no time, Eternal chaotic world will be in chaos again. Sanctuary Alliance might come across a tragic war. At such a crucial moment, Sanctuary Alliance naturally has to figure out a way to maintain our power. Emperor Bai paused and continued, this time. The war between the three alliances and Lineage of Star. No one expected Lineage of Star to win a great victory. You even broke Star Extermination Alliance apart and made Almighty's alliance vanish into thin air. After this war, Almighties who passed away were more than 150 of them. To Sanctuary Alliance, it is a great loss. If both parties were to continue, it would only expend more of Sanctuary Alliance's fighting power. While an oyster and a kingfisher were engaged in a bitter tussle, a fisherman came along and carried them both off. In other words, the two dark forces benefit from it. Emperor Bai, I understand what you mean, Jian Wushuang's voice was deep. But the war isn't instigated by Lineage of Star. We are being taunted and bullied. Now that we've finally passed the calamity and stand a chance to counterattack, you want Lineage of Star to hold back? Jian Wushuang was unwilling. Not just him, but all experts in Lineage of Star were also aggrieved. They were only waiting for Jian Wushuang's command until they counterattacked the two alliances. If Jian Wushuang were to tell them to stop the war then, there might be a lot of people who were unhappy. I know that Lineage of Star is upset, but the current situation didn't allow you to continue the war. On top of that, although both alliances lost many experts in the war, their foundation is still solid. If they continued to work together, their fighting power would still be magnificent. If Lineage of Star were to leave the galaxy formation and enter their lairs to fight, the match would be hard to call. In the end, both parties might be in a stalemate situation. Sanctuary Alliance wouldn't allow that. I brought up the condition in order to provide Lineage of Star an opportunity to step out from a difficult position. You can announce to the outside world that you and I reached a mutual agreement that you have to stop for now. If Sanctuary Alliance were to get involved, it wouldn't be taken care of so easily, Emperor Bai said. Jian Wushuang's face grew in distress. He also knew Sanctuary Alliance's concern. If it was an ordinary period, it wouldn't matter if Lineage of Star were to continue to fight against the two alliances. Sanctuary Alliance wouldn't be bothered. But it was different then. Jian Wushuang, you actually really didn't have to continue the war. Even if you were to continue to fight, there wouldn't be any other result. You should know that there are some forces among the two alliances that have deep-rooted foundations. Some are even associated with the higher-ups in Sanctuary Alliance. For instance, Abysmal Palace has Abysmal Saint Master as their backer. Soaring Heaven King Palace also has Colored Glaze Emperor to lead for them. With great emperors involved, Lineage of Star can't destroy them. You might as well take the time to increase your power. After some time, when Eternal Chaotic World finally settles down, I reckon you should be an almighty by then, and your power should be able to compare favorably with the great emperors, or even with mine. By then, it'd be much easier if you wanted to destroy the two alliances, and Sanctuary Alliance definitely wouldn't say much, Emperor Bai said. Chapter 1929 Friendly? Hearing what Emperor Bai said, Jian Wushuang nodded faintly. He felt that Emperor Bai was right. Although Lineage of Star had won a great victory in the war, the two alliances would still possess fierce power if they were to reconstruct their teams. If Lineage of Star were to fight against the two alliances outside the galaxy formation, Lineage of Star really wouldn't stand much chance. As for destroying the major forces, it really was impossible. Emperor Bai, I promise you that Lineage of Star will not find trouble with the two alliances for now. However, if the two alliances were to find trouble with us, you couldn't blame me for that, Jian Wushuang said. Don't worry. As long as the two alliances aren't dumb, they should know what to do. Plus, Sanctuary Alliance will definitely send great emperors to give them warning personally, Emperor Bai said with a smile. Emperor Bai paused and continued, the last condition. I'd like to know, where did Emperor 13 come from and how is he related to you? Emperor 13? Jian Wushuang was stunned, then he flashed a bitter smile. Emperor Bai, to be frank with you, Emperor 13 and I merely met once, and we are not related to each other at all. However, when we first met, I am not sure why, but he left a mark in my body. This time, when I am in danger, he rushed over to me via the mark. As for his origins and why he helped me, I really have no idea. Jian Wushuang was stating the truth. He really didn't know anything about Emperor 13. The only thing that he knew was that Emperor 13 was an ancient expert, and he was from the ancient battlefield in his hometown. However, he would definitely not tell Emperor Bai about the ancient battlefield located in his hometown. I see, Emperor Bai creased his eyebrows. Emperor 13 is definitely a super expert from ancient times. He would save you and urge me to take care of you. It meant that he was related to you, but you have no idea why. Forget it. Ancient time was a secret to begin with. The ancient experts were mysterious. Emperor Bai smiled faintly. From his reply, it was obvious that he had once met an ancient expert, and probably more than one. Jian Wushuang, as you agreed with all the conditions that I brought up, I shall give you the 7th step of inverse cultivation skill. Emperor Bai said as he flipped his hand and took out a gray bead. Jian Wushuang's heart quivered at the sight of the gray bead. He was very familiar with the gray bead. From the beginning of cultivation skill until every step of inverse cultivation skill, they were all contained in a gray bead. The gray bead was extremely mysterious, and Jian Wushuang had yet to find out what mysterious raw material the gray bead made of. The 7th step of inverse cultivation skill is in the bead. Take a look. Emperor Bai passed the gray bead to Jian Wushuang directly. Jian Wushuang took it and briefly went through it. He was thrilled. He knew that it was really the 7th step of the inverse cultivation skill. Thank you, Emperor Bai. Jian Wushuang quickly thanked. You're welcome. Emperor Bai waved his hand. Emperor Bai, let me bring you to Lineage of Stars Scripture Depository to accept the inheritance of secret skill of Star Palace, Jian Wushuang said. All right, Emperor Bai nodded. Under Jian Wushuang's lead, Emperor Bai arrived at Scripture Depository and started receiving the inheritance of secret skill of Star Palace. Very soon, Emperor Bai walked out from Scripture Depository after inheritance had been completed. Emperor Bai, how did it go? Jian Wushuang asked with a smile. Secret skill of Star Palace is unfathomable. Although I received all 3 volumes, I'm afraid I could only cultivate the first volume. Emperor Bai smiled faintly. Emperor Bai could only cultivate the first volume as well? Jian Wushuang was surprised. It was as though everyone found it difficult to cultivate the secret skill of Star Palace. Most of them could only cultivate the first volume. Some couldn't even cultivate the first volume after they received the inheritance. As for the Master of Star Palace, he absorbed a drop of blood essence that belonged to an expert of 7-star black sect by chance. Hence, he successfully cultivated the second volume. However, Jian Wushuang didn't find the secret skill difficult. When he cultivated it, it could be considered smooth sailing. He had even cultivated the third volume. It inevitably made Jian Wushuang felt surprised. After Emperor Bai had received the inheritance, he didn't stay back any longer. In the galaxy, the experts from Lineage of Star, led by Jian Wushuang, came to farewell Emperor Bai. Jian Wushuang, this is my communication token. If you come across any problem in the future, you can send me a message. Emperor Bai gave Jian Wushuang his communication token before he left. The surrounding experts were surprised at the sight. Especially Purple Moon Emperor, he felt a complicated feeling, and he was looking at Jian Wushuang in jealousy. One should know that Emperor Bai was the strongest person in Sanctuary Alliance, and he was always aloof and set himself high. The experts from Sanctuary Alliance, including the Great Emperors, only 2 or 3 of them had his communication token. Great Emperors on the bottom of the level, like Purple Moon Emperor, never once had it. If he were to be looking for Emperor Bai, he had to look for someone to pass the message. But then, Jian Wushuang had received Emperor Bai's communication token. Plus, Emperor Bai was normally cold to others, even to great emperors. However, he was extremely friendly to Jian Wushuang. Purple Moon Emperor was even more confused. After Emperor Bai left, Purple Moon Emperor immediately came forward. Jian Wushuang, congratulations. Emperor Bai's communication token. Even I don't have it. Purple Moon Emperor smiled, and his attitude was entirely different from before. When he had been talking to Jian Wushuang earlier, he had referred to himself with an honorable pronoun. Then, he had only referred to himself as I. Purple Moon Emperor, you must be joking. I am only lucky. Plus, Emperor Bai seems to be an easy person to talk to. Jian Wushuang smiled. An easy person? Purple Moon Emperor smiled awkwardly. Jian Wushuang really found Emperor Bai friendly and easy to talk to. At least, during their conversation earlier, Emperor Bai didn't put on bureaucratic airs, nor did he impose anything on him. For instance, Emperor Bai could make Lineage of Star hand him the secret skill of Star Palace with one order. For Lineage of Star and the two alliances to stop the war, it could also be only ordered by Emperor Bai. However, Emperor Bai didn't force the order, but traded with him for the 7th step of inverse cultivation skill. Even when he told Jian Wushuang to stop Lineage of Star from fighting with the two alliances, he weighed the pros and cons on Jian Wushuang's behalf and let Jian Wushuang make the final decision. Then, Emperor Bai took the initiative to give him his communication token. Even Jian Wushuang was surprised himself. Could it be because Emperor 13 wanted Emperor Bai to take care of me, and that's why Emperor Bai is gentle to me? Jian Wushuang was confused. That's not right. Although Emperor 13 is powerful, there's no need to curry favor with me, right? Chapter 1930 in Peace. Although Jian Wushuang was confused, he didn't bother to think about it further. Sword Emperor, everything is settled and I shall bid you farewell, Purple Moon Emperor said. Thank you, Great Emperor, for helping. Jian Wushuang and Lineage of Star will remember this. Jian Wushuang expressed his gratitude. Haha, don't mention it. Purple Moon Emperor let out a hearty laugh. Then he turned to leave. As for Qian Mingzi, he naturally followed Purple Moon Emperor. Hall Master Yuan. Jian Wushuang looked at Hall Master Yuan by the side. Send down an order. Tell the experts of Lineage of Star to take back Starland. Yes, Hall Master Yuan nodded. Palace Master, how about the two alliances? Hall Master Nye Yun asked. The two alliances retreated and the war has ended for now, Jian Wushuang answered. Ended? We are letting the two alliances off the hook just like that? Hall Master Nye Yun's eyebrows were tightly knitted, and there was obviously reluctance in their eyes. Hall Master Yuan and Hall Master Gu Xian were upset too. Although Lineage of Star had won a great victory in the war, the two alliances weren't wiped off. Could it be because of Sanctuary Alliance? Hall Master Yuan turned to look at Jian Wushuang. Not only because of Sanctuary Alliance, but also because Eternal Chaotic World isn't peaceful for a while, Jian Wushuang said calmly. I have already reached a mutual agreement with Emperor Bai. Lineage of Star will stop fighting with the two alliances for now. After some time, when Eternal Chaotic World regains its stability, we will fight with them again. I understand, Hall Master Yuan nodded. Go ahead, Jian Wushuang waved. Although the two alliances aren't wiped out, Lineage of Star has survived the war and our danger has been resolved. The skies clear up after a storm. After this war, Lineage of Star will reach a brand new level after all. Most importantly, from today, there won't be anyone in Eternal Chaotic World who dares to cast greedy eyes over the secret skill of Star Palace in Lineage of Star. Lineage of Star will truly be in peace now. Sanctuary Alliance and all forces in Eternal Chaotic World had been watching after Lineage of Star and the three alliances. On the day when the three alliances finally fought with Lineage of Star, at first, almost everyone was certain that Lineage of Star would be destroyed and wiped out, without a chance to struggle. However, when the end result was announced, everyone found it unbelievable. The three alliances had been defeated. They were crushed. Star Extermination Alliance, who had attacked first, were defeated by Lineage of Star. There were almost 70 Almighties of them, but only less than 20 survived in the end. Supreme 10 Alliance did slightly better. Although quite a number of their Almighties were killed in the process of running away, it was much better compared to Star Extermination Alliance. The most tragic one would be Almighty's Alliance. Almighty's Alliance, that was made of more than 100 Almighties, should be the strongest among all three alliances. But in the end, Almighty's Alliance vanished into thin air. All experts had died and not one survived. Unbelievable. The result was entirely beyond one's expectation. Even the great emperors in Sanctuary Alliance didn't expect it would be so. Of course, The process of the war was gradually announced. Lineage of Star displayed their terrifying power and the true power of Universe Galaxy, especially Jian Wushuang's shocking stroke. One stroke destroyed the entire Almighty's alliance. Is that a joke? Hundreds of Almighties were massacred by Sword Emperor's one stroke. That's too scary. Sword Emperor is so scary. He's simply a demon. Countless people were astonished. They yielded because of the terrifying stroke that Jian Wushuang had revealed. Then, Great Emperor came personally to wipe out everything. Just as Jian Wushuang was in a desperate situation, a mysterious expert suddenly took action. With one glance, the boundless darkness dispersed. One stroke, and it shattered Abysmal Saint Master's defense armor, which led to severe injury of Abysmal Saint Master. If it wasn't because Abysmal Saint Master wasn't qualified enough, he would be long dead in the person's hands. Then, Emperor Bai came personally and had an exchange of blows with the mysterious expert. Hundreds of millions of miles vanished. Such a terrifying scene struck fear into everyone. No one expected that the war that was originally suppressed, the war that had no suspense, suddenly had such a drastic change from nowhere. But, regardless of the process, the result was confirmed. After the war, everyone understood that there was no one in eternal chaotic world that could pose a threat to Lineage of Star. The people who harbored deep-seated resentment and cast greedy eyes over secret skill of Star Palace, no matter how great their resentment or their greed was, they wouldn't dare to attack Lineage of Star. Just like the two remaining alliances, they immediately retreated to their old lair after the war and didn't dare to attack Lineage of Star again. Such a scene reminded people of Master of Star Palace's massacre when he was cornered by various forces many years ago. Back then, because of the Master of Star Palace's massacre, the forces in Eternal Chaotic World had been deterred. As long as the Master of Star Palace was alive, there were no forces who dared to attack Lineage of Star. But then, the war played an even greater deterrent force to Eternal Chaotic World. Not only were there more experts that had passed away, but also because of the terrifying stroke that Jian Wushuang performed. Most importantly, even when a great emperor attacked, Abysmal Saint Master, who was a great emperor in third place, left with a severe injury. Who would have the guts to move Lineage of Star? Just as all forces were still astonished, the higher-ups in Sanctuary Alliance showed the changed on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. On Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list, there was no change for the top 15 great emperors. Everyone knew about the mysterious expert that had appeared in the war, Emperor 13. However, because Emperor 13 was too mysterious and his background was too unique, even though he was on par with Emperor Bai or even more powerful than Emperor Bai, he wasn't listed on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. On the contrary, the ranking below the great emperors were drastic. There was no choice. There were too many experts that had died in the war in Universe Galaxy. There were many emperor gods from Almighty's alliance that were killed by Jian Wushuang. Hence, the change was drastic. Then, the ranking below Great Emperor on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list was as such. The 16th place on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list was still Underworld God. There was no doubt about it. Even though, regardless of if it were Jian Yi or Emperor God Tianling, they had displayed fighting power that could be compared to Underworld God favorably, they had never fought after all. On top of that, Underworld God was widely acknowledged previously. If there wasn't any battle achievement, it wouldn't change Underworld God's ranking. The 17th place on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list was Jian Wushuang. Chapter 1931 All Parties Surged. Jian Wushuang, Sword Emperor, the 17th place on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. He was second to Underworld God. When it was announced, even Jian Wushuang was surprised. One should know that although he was powerful, it was a little forceful to say that he was second to Underworld God among Emperor gods. Forget about the others, Jian Yi and Emperor God Tianling were already stronger than him. Plus, the boatman in black that Jian Wushuang had met on the way back from Emperor Sword Sect was also stronger than him. I'd like to see why the higher-ups in Sanctuary Alliance arranged themselves as such, Jian Wushuang muttered and continued to read. Sword Emperor once performed a shocking stroke and killed over 100 Almighties from Almighty's alliance. No one below Great Emperor rank could withstand the power of the one stroke. After the display of the shocking stroke, he was cornered by Abysmal Saint Master. At that crucial moment, he gave his all and launched a hit that could be compared favorably to a great emperor's. His trump cards were impressive. Plus, before he used any trump cards, he once fought against 3 peak emperor gods alone, and he had the upper hand. On top of that, he soul-controlled an expert with immeasurable skill, Jian Yi. With everything mentioned above, it is determined that Jian Wushuang's overall power could challenge an underworld god's. The moment he launches his trump card, even underworld god will have to move away. Hence his ranking on the 17th place on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. On the brand new Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list, the reason why Jian Wushuang was on that ranking was listed clearly. Hence, no one had the guts to doubt him. Even, there were some who thought the higher-ups of Sanctuary Alliance had ranked Jian Wushuang too low. He should be above Underworld God. After all, even Underworld gods had to avoid if they were to come across an Almighty's alliance that was made of over 100 Almighties. However, Jian Wushuang wielded his sword and killed everyone with one stroke. The terrifying stroke made everyone yield. Naturally, no one had any opinion about the ranking. It was Jian Wushuang himself who felt sheepish, because he had performed the terrifying stroke by putting the 3rd volume of Secret Skill of Star Palace to play all together. The 3rd volume of Secret Skill of Star Palace wasn't easy to perform. After performing it once, it would require a long time until he could perform it the 2nd time. Putting the 3rd volume of Secret Skill of Star Palace aside, he reckoned his other trump cards wouldn't enable him to match Underworld God evenly. However, it wasn't false that Jian Yi was soul-controlled. Soul control was considered one of his skills as well. If he were to fight alongside Jian Yi, he might stand a chance to pose a threat to Underworld God. After all, Jian Yi was an expert from ancient times. After he revealed his terrifying fighting power in Universe Galaxy, the higher-ups in Sanctuary Alliance had already listed him on the 18th place on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list, just below Jian Wushuang. After Jian Yi, it was followed by Emperor God Tianling. That was normal. Those who partook in that way knew that Emperor God Tianling gave his all when he had fought with Jian Yi, but in the end, Jian Yi had the upper hand. It was obvious that Jian Yi was slightly stronger than Emperor God Tianling. The ranking among the top few peak emperor gods changed, and the ranking of the other peak emperor gods and ordinary emperor gods was even higher. However, Jian Wushuang merely went through it simply but didn't bother much. He broke 7 stars in the earlier battle, and the power of ancient tribe bloodline was exhausted. He would require time to slowly recover. King of Venomous Worms, for the rest of this time, it'll have to depend on you, Jian Wushuang smiled. I'll try my best, King of Venomous Worms replied. The current King of Venomous Worms found it hard to assist Jian Wushuang in fighting his enemies on the level of peak Emperor God. However, his recovery power had still played a major factor. His recovery power was Jian Wushuang's biggest reliance. In boundless darkness, in the void that had no light, there was a dark palace floating. In the depth of the dark palace, on a lofty throne, there was a figure in a black robe that slowly appeared. The figure in the black robe had a pale face, and his aura was spiritless. It was Abysmal Saint Master. There was armor floating in front of Abysmal Saint Master. However, it was obvious that the armor was forcefully put together by shattered pieces. No way, forget about putting them back together. Even if I were to refine it entirely, the power of the armor would be diminished greatly. *M. Abysmal Saint Master clenched his hand, and there was billowing hatred in his eyes. He had paid a great price to get the armor from ancient Mystery Land, but it had broken apart straight away. Emperor 13. *MN Emperor 13. Just you wait. I can't do anything about you now, but it is only a matter of time until I peel your skin and break your bones. It'll let you know that letting me go is a great mistake. Not only you, but also Emperor Bai and Jian Wushuang. One day, I will step on all of you. I definitely will. Abysmal Saint Master roared in madness. As his bellows spread, there were a few flames that soared into the air in darkness. in the huge estate that looked like a human paradise. On the calm river, a boat was drifting casually. On the boat, there was a lazy man in a purple robe fishing with his bamboo rod. At the same time, he was listening to the report of a beautiful woman in a purple robe behind him. "Master, this is news from lineage of Star," the beautiful woman in a purple robe said politely. "They are defeated?" The lazy man looked surprised. Abysmal took action himself, but didn't get to kill Jian Wushuang? Abysmal is such rubbish. It wasn't because Abysmal Saint Master was not powerful. The crucial part is that a mysterious expert, Emperor 13, helped Jian Wushuang, and he was too powerful. Abysmal Saint Master couldn't even take one stroke. Even when Emperor Bai attacked, he didn't manage to score before the mysterious expert. If I'm not mistaken, Emperor 13 should be an expert from ancient times, the beautiful woman in the purple robe said. An expert from ancient times? The lazy man was surprised. As it involves ancient times, it isn't something I can take care of. Report this to Demon King. He might know the origins of Emperor 13. Then, the lazy man continued to fish. The beautiful woman in the purple robe nodded and disappeared from the boat. In the darkest place in eternal chaotic world, Gugu, there was a large amount of black river water that covered the entire universe. The river was like the Netherland. The black river water was like the water in the Netherland. This was the core of Acheron Palace. In the middle of the boundless netherworld, there was a floating island, and there was a pavilion towering on the island. In the depths, there was a pitch-black tower. The tower was huge, but there was only one level. Chapter 1932, the number 1 force in Sanctuary Alliance. In the tower, there was a huge bronze statue towering. The bronze statue was over 1,000 zhang tall, and he was wearing a bronze mask. He had a total of 8 hands, and the 8 hands were holding various weapons tightly. In front of the green bronze statue, it happened to be a figure in white robe knelt there politely. He had been kneeling there for 6 hours. Finally, there was a faint change in the bronze statue. On top of the statue, the only place the mask didn't cover was a pair of eyes, and they slowly looked down. I should say this before. If there isn't anything important, don't disturb me. A deep, old voice reverberated in the tower. Demon King, there is a mysterious expert in eternal chaotic world. He should be like you. He's also from ancient times. His name is Emperor 13. The person in a white robe was still kneeling politely. Oh? Emperor 13? He humphed. Is there a mirror image of how he fought? There is. The white-robed person waved, and immediately there was a mirror image that appeared in the tower. In the mirror image, Emperor 13 attacked and defeated Abysmal Saint Master with ease. Then, there was a scene when Emperor Bai fought. When he watched the scenes in the mirror image, the pair of eyes on the top of the bronze statue dilated in shock. It's him? An old voice asked with a tinge of shock. Demon King knew this person? The person in white robe couldn't help but ask. Yeah, of course I do. Emperor 13? Haha, it's a great name. But that's not right. It should be his name before he got famous, or a name that he gave himself when he wandered outside. The ancient voice resounded smilingly. This person is a big figure. A shocking figure. There were countless experts that partook in the life-destroying war back then. There were many that possessed great skills. Among the countless experts that partook in the war, this person's power could be in the top 5. What? The person who was kneeling down suddenly lifted her head and revealed an enchanting lattice appearance. Then, there was shock in her beautiful eyes. Top 5? In the ancient times war, his power could be in the top 5? If so, wouldn't he be stronger than you? Of course, he was stronger than I am. During the war back then, I had to avoid him when I saw him. Otherwise, my life would be threatened. However, that was back then. I am different now. The power in this universe is restricted greatly. My power couldn't be played, and it would be the same for him. Even if I were to fight against him, I would not be afraid. The bronze statue's voice sounded confident. The beautiful woman in the white robe then let out a breath of relief. As he is awake, The others should wake up soon. Haha, it has been so many years and it is finally here. Haha, I am quite excited. I wish that it could be ended completely this time. Go and get ready. Ha ha ha. The bronze statue's hysterical laughter reverberated in the entire tower. The beautiful woman in the white robe bowed politely and walked out of the tower. In the darkness, all forces surged, but Lineage of Star was at peace. Sanctuary Alliance came forth to mediate. The war between Lineage of Star and the two alliances couldn't continue. The rest of the time, Lineage of Star naturally needed to rebuild Starland. In the blink of an eye, 300 years had passed. In the 300 years, Lineage of Star had not only reconquered Starland, their power had also continued to expand. They had already covered a few lands, and they had the power to influence in Purple Moon Sanctuary. As within Sanctuary Alliance, although it had only been 300 years, Lineage of Star had already advanced and leaped to become a major force in Sanctuary Alliance. There was no doubt that no other force in Sanctuary Alliance could compare to the power that Lineage of Star possessed favorably. Lineage of Star had more say in Sanctuary Alliance than before too. Even the great emperors in Sanctuary Alliance had scruples with Lineage of Star. Firstly, they had received news that Jian Wushuang had already obtained the 7th step of inverse cultivation skill from Emperor Bai. It was only a matter of time until he would break through and become an almighty. Then, he would be on par with them or even be above them. Secondly, they also knew that there was a terrifying super expert backing Jian Wushuang who could compare to Emperor Bai favorably, Emperor 13. Because of these two reasons, the great emperors, of course, had to take it easy. As long as Lineage of Star was not behaving wildly, they had to turn a blind eye and not bother with them. The tide rises, the boat floats. Lineage of Star naturally changed with an upward trend as well. In a lofty hall, the higher-ups of Lineage of Star gathered there to have a discussion. The one leading was, of course, Jian Wushuang, followed by the 3 hall masters and deacon elders who were on real god level. As for guest elders, they were only guests. They wouldn't be involved with Lineage of Star's affairs on a normal basis. Palace Master, we have just received news that a disciple of Lineage of Star had a brush with a disciple of Real Martial Art Divine Church when he was wandering in Dragonfire Land on East Royal Sanctuary. Both parties fought. At first, the disciple of Lineage of Star had the upper hand. In the end, a real god from Real Martial Art Divine Church took action personally and injured our disciple badly, Hall Master Yuan said calmly. Hearing what Hall Master Yuan had said, the surrounding deacon elders looked at Hall Master Yuan with a strange look. Fighting between disciples and suffering some losses were minor matters that not worth mentioning. In a normal situation, Hall Master Yuan could command any one of the deacon elders to take care of it. However, at the higher-ups meeting, Hall Master Yuan had brought up something so petty and reported to Jian Wushuang. What was he trying to do? Just as the deacon elders were extremely confused, Jian Wushuang on the throne suddenly slammed the table and stood up. There was soaring anger in his eyes. Real Martial Art Divine Church? Humph! The master of Real Martial Art Divine Church has already died, and they are behaving so arrogantly. How dare they bully our disciples in Lineage of Star? They have guts. He Xiao. Jian Wushuang overlooked. Master. He Xiao, who was already a deacon elder in Lineage of Star, immediately stood up. Although Real Martial Arts Divine Church was in East Royal Sanctuary, Dragonfire Land isn't their territory. They merely have a few branches there. You bring 4 Dao soldiers and make a trip there. Wipe out the 2 branches of Real Martial Arts Divine Church in Dragonfire Land. I will let Emperor Gaju In hide in the dark. If the Almighties from Real Martial Arts Divine Church dare to make an appearance, eliminate them all at once. Chapter 1933 The Promise. Jian Wushuang was raging with anger. Yes, He Xian immediately took his order. The deacon elders in the hall exchanged a look, and they were shocked. It was merely fought among the disciples, and their disciples had suffered a minor loss. It was a trivial matter. But in the end, Jian Wushuang ordered He Xian to bring 4 Dao soldiers and wipe out the 2 branches of real martial art divine church. It was obvious that he had made a mountain out of a molehill. However, when they saw the cold expressions of the 3 hall masters, they immediately understood. It was obvious that Jian Wushuang and the other 3 hall masters had intentionally made a mountain out of a molehill. They also understood the reason behind it. Real Martial Art Divine Church was one of the 5 forces in Star Extermination Alliance. They had nearly cornered Lineage of Star to death. Even though, because of Sanctuary Alliance, Lineage of Star had agreed to stop meddling with the 2 alliances, the hatred was still there. Lineage of Star definitely had the upper hand. Even though he couldn't start a war, he had seized the chance to take revenge. For instance, it was just a trivial matter, but it was enough to become Lineage of Star's excuse. They wanted to look for an opportunity to deal with Real Martial Art Divine Church. They weren't afraid that Real Martial Art Divine Church would take revenge either. They even wished for Real Martial Art Divine Church to counterattack. The moment Real Martial Art Divine Church counterattacked, or they had the guts to take revenge, Lineage of Star had no scruples and would pound at them. By then, even Sanctuary Alliance couldn't say much. As for what happened next, He Xiu rushed to Dragon Fireland in East Royal Sanctuary and wiped out the 2 branches of Real Martial Art Divine Church with thunderous measures. After that, He Xian intentionally stayed back in Dragon Fireland for a while, as Jian Wushuang instructed. He waited for Real Martial Art Divine Church to find trouble in him. However, Real Martial Art Divine Church knew Lineage of Star's goal. Not only didn't they counterattack, they also apologized to Lineage of Star. Then, it ended. The forces in Sanctuary Alliance found out about it inside. Everyone could tell that Lineage of Star was making a mountain out of a molehill. They had intentionally picked on them. Plus, Lineage of Star had even wiped out the 2 branches of Real Martial Art Divine Church and killed many disciples of Real Martial Art Divine Church. But in the end, it was the master of Real Martial Art Divine Church who apologized. Sigh, they are not as powerful. It was merely a fight among the juniors. Isn't Lineage of Star behaving too barbarically? Barbaric? Are you dumb? Lineage of Star isn't dumb, but that derived from resentment. To your enemy, who is willing to let the opportunity slip. I think Lineage of Star isn't overboard. If I were him, I'd definitely do the same. Yeah, Lineage of Star is only barbaric to the forces from the 2 alliances. To forces and experts that share no resentment, they are rather peaceful. The Real Martial Art Divine Church asked for it as well. The forces from the 2 alliances, besides Abysmal Palace that has a great emperor attending garrison duty, which other forces aren't worried about Lineage of Star. Real Martial Art Divine Church bullied the junior by sending a real god expert to attack the universe god disciple of Lineage of Star personally. Isn't this courting death? All of the forces in Sanctuary Alliance was laughing about it. In the end, no one thought Lineage of Star was behaving ridiculously, but on the contrary, they found it right and proper. As for the barbaric stories of Lineage of Star, it was obviously unbelievable. After all, Lineage of Star was only barbaric towards the other enemies. Once they had found an opportunity or excuse, they would pound without hesitation. To the other forces and sects, they were peaceful. Both parties would sit down and talk about it if it were a trivial matter. In the blink of an eye, 200 years had passed. Lineage of Star had finally settled down. The forces that formed the 2 alliances back then had seen what had happened to the Real Martial Art Divine Church, and they had learned their lesson. They held scruples with Lineage of Star. When they had come across any expert or disciple from Lineage of Star, they'd hide far away. If they were to cross paths, they'd hold back as much as they could and not let Lineage of Star stand any chance to take revenge. Then, Jian Wushuang had already left Lineage of Star and arrived at an ordinary Holy Kingdom. The name of the Holy Kingdom was Holy Kingdom of Demon Heart. The ancient silver spaceship shuttled through the dark void. In no time, there was a floating land. There's the old lair of Holy Kingdom of Demon Heart? Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes. The king of Holy Kingdom of Demon Heart was a Sir God expert that was powerful. Of course, a Sir God was nothing before Jian Wushuang. The purpose of Jian Wushuang's trip was to kill him. In the dim, secret room, there was a scrawny elder in black. He was cultivating. He was King Demon Heart. He was also the king of Holy Kingdom of Demon Heart. Over the years, he had ruled the surrounding holy kingdoms, and he had a powerful background. Hence, he could march over eternal chaotic world unhindered. There was almost no one who dared to provoke him. He could be said to be a very relaxed and powerful figure. In his name, there was the word demon. His disposition was naturally very vicious. Legend said that the surrounding dozens of holy kingdoms would send a bunch of beautiful ladies to his old lair, and they were all virgins. At least thousands of people, and at most tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of people. But there was no one who walked out from his old lair. One day, room. There was a sudden shake of prohibition that covered the secret room. King Demon Heart, who was sitting there with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. Who is it? King Demon Heart's voice reverberated in the secret room. Swoosh. There was a figure that appeared in front of him from nowhere. Real God. King Demon Heart was surprised, and he already knew who the incomer was. I see. Sword Emperor came personally. Greetings. King Demon Heart bowed slightly at Jian Wushuang. Then, he smiled and said, Sword Emperor came today. I wonder what you have in mind. Whatever I can do, I'll do it for you. I came here today for one person, and also for a promise back then, Jian Wushuang said coldly. A person? Promise? King Demon Heart was confused. Real God Wu Bei. I wonder, does King Demon Heart remember him? Jian Wushuang said. Wu Bei. King Demon Heart's face instantly changed, and he could instantly guess the purpose of Jian Wushuang's visit. The sixth step of inverse cultivation skill was obtained from Real God Wu Bei. Back then, I promised him that I would kill you on his behalf when I had the power to. Today, I came to carry out my promise. Jian Wushuang's eyes were glistening as he raised his right hand. Sword Emperor, I am Great Emperor Zizus Man. Great Emperor Zisu owes me a favor, King Demon Heart said. Oh, yeah? Jian Wushuang's voice was cold, but there was no pause in his actions. He knew about King Demon Heart's background. As he dared to attack that day, he naturally had no scruples. Chapter 1934 Space-Time Gap. King Demon Heart saw that there was no sign of stopping in Jian Wushuang action, and he panicked. He immediately took out a token. Pack. King Demon Heart immediately smashed the token and roared, Great Emperor Zisu, save me! Jian Wushuang wants to kill me. The token belonged to Great Emperor Zisu. Theoretically, when a token was smashed, Great Emperor Zizus' consciousness incarnation should descend. Although it was just a consciousness incarnation, Jian Wushuang had to show respect when a Great Emperor made an appearance. At least, that was what King Demon Heart thought. However, he had never expected that there would be no movement at all after the token was smashed. There were no changes in the entire secret room. Great Emperor Zizus' consciousness incarnation didn't come? How is it possible? Why didn't Great Emperor Zizus' consciousness incarnation descend? Could Great Emperor be cultivating in seclusion? Impossible, impossible. King Demon Heart felt hopeless then. If Great Emperor Zizus' consciousness incarnation were to be second, he might have had a string of hope. However, without Great Emperor Zizus' consciousness incarnation, Jian Wushuang naturally wouldn't delay further. Jian Wushuang's palm rose, and there was a resplendent golden light that appeared from nowhere. The golden light was the Hongjun golden sword. Die! Jian Wushuang bellowed, and the resplendent golden light burst out. No! King Demon Heart's face changed. He knew Jian Wushuang was powerful, and he also knew the terrifying Hongyun golden sword. Although it was only one Hongjun golden sword, it would still be like slaughtering a chicken to kill him. Sword Emperor, don't kill me. I was only following orders to scheme against Real God Wu Bei back then. Real God Wu Bei's death wasn't my intention. It was Great Emperor Zizus. Great Emperor Zisu wanted me to scheme against Real God Wu Bei. King Demon Heart roared from the bottom of his heart. However, Jian Wushuang didn't bother about his roaring. The resplendent golden light didn't pause and spread at a terrifying speed and pierced King Demon Heart's skull. Before King Demon Heart died, his eyes were wide open and there was unwillingness on his face. Jin Wushuang stood on the spot and waved. Then, the Hong Jun golden sword flew back next to him, and he put it in Qian Kuren ring. Looking at King Demon Heart's cold, dead body, Jin Wushuang squinted his eyes. King Demon Heart was really Great Emperor Zi's man. Rumor had it that Great Emperor Zi did owe King Demon Heart a favor. However, when King Demon Heart had asked him for help earlier, he hadn't cared and he hadn't bothered descending in consciousness incarnation either. Jin Wushuang creased his eyebrows. Great Emperor Zi, a super expert on the 5th place on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. Previously, Jin Wushuang had had scruples. Hence, he had never once attacked King Demon Heart. But then, Lineage of Star was at peace, and he had many trump cards on hand. On top of that, Emperor 13 had made an appearance to save him previously. Hence, great emperors in eternal chaotic world had scruples. As a result, Jin Wushuang had no scruples to attack King Demon Heart. Before he had come, Jin Wushuang had already made preparations to deal with Great Emperor Zi. Once Great Emperor Zi appeared in consciousness incarnation, Jin Wushuang would continue to kill King Demon Heart. He believed that Great Emperor wouldn't fall out with him, or even fight with him because of the King Demon Heart. But he had never expected that Great Emperor Zi wouldn't even reveal himself. He didn't even descend in consciousness incarnation, but had let him kill King Demon Heart. What is Great Emperor Zi thinking? Jin Wushuang was confused. Besides, Jin Wushuang was surprised at whatever King Demon Heart had said earlier. The one who had schemed against real God Wu Bei back then wasn't King Demon Heart, but Great Emperor Zi? Was it a joke? A great emperor? Why would he scheme against real God Wu Bei out of nowhere? Regardless, I've done whatever I promised real God Wu Bei. I already killed King Demon Heart. As for if it involved Great Emperor Zi, Jin Wushuang squinted his eyes. Forget about the fact that it was only King Demon Heart's comment alone. It might not be real. Even if it was real, I couldn't do anything about a great emperor. Jin Wushuang shook his head but didn't think further. He then turned to leave. However, he didn't know that at that very moment, on the boat that was drifting on the river at the estate that was like human paradise, the lazy man who was fishing on the boat, Great Emperor Zi, was smiling. Jin Wushuang came personally to kill Demon Heart? It seems like it is because of real God Wu Bei. It's just Demon Heart. So what if you kill him? I will let you off the hook this time. I hope it ends here. The lazy man smiled and continued to fish. Just as Jin Wushuang was on the way to Holy Kingdom of Demon Heart to kill King Demon Heart, in Ancient Mystery Land. The Ancient Mystery Land that originally opened once every 5 million years and opens for 10,000 years each time. It still wasn't closing after it had reached the 10,000-year limit. As all the experts in Eternal Chaotic World were surprised, they were also filled with excitement. One should know that Ancient Mystery Land contained many opportunities. After all these years, there had been many experts that had gone into Ancient Mystery Land to look for an opportunity again. Emperor God Xia Xian was only an Emperor God on the bottom rank among all Emperor Gods in Eternal Chaotic World. His power was ordinary, and he hadn't had much luck all this while. Ever since Ancient Mystery Land opened, he had been wandering in Ancient Mystery Land. Previously, when he had wandered for the given limit of 10,000 years, he hadn't received any good opportunity. But then, when he entered Ancient Mystery Land to wander, he had finally found a strange land after a few thousand years. I never expected that there would be a space-time gap hidden under the ruin. This is so secretive. Emperor God Xiezin's eyes were shimmering when he saw the space-time gap before him. The space-time gap gave him a feeling that it was like a space-time tunnel. He had no idea where the other side of the gap was. It might be a dangerous land, but it might also be an opportunity. He wasn't confident. Wealth comes from danger. Let's bet. Emperor God Xian clenched his teeth. He had finally made up his mind after being in deep thought for very long. He moved and immersed himself in the space-time gap. He disappeared very quickly. When he appeared again, Virum, Emperor God Xian appeared in an entirely different universe. Looking at the situation, he was still on an ancient battlefield. Emperor God Xia Xian wouldn't recognize the ancient aura wrongly. However, the ancient battlefield was obviously different from the ancient battlefield in ancient Mystery Land. The spiritual influence of heaven and earth here is so abundant. It's abundant. The intensity of it might be at least 10 times stronger than 10 cultivation sanctuaries. How could there be a place so filled with spiritual influence of heaven and earth? Where's this place? Is it still in ancient Mystery Land? Emperor God Xia Xian was confused. However, he knew that the place that he was at was definitely extremely different from ancient Mystery Land. Emperor God Xia Xian immediately started probing the surroundings. However, if he could put his soul power over everything around him, he would realize that he had come to another ancient battlefield. The ancient battlefield was much bigger and more spacious than the ancient battlefield in ancient Mystery Land. Plus, the battlefield was engulfed in a huge space-time storm. At the core of the battlefield, there was a huge, boundless skull that would shock everyone. At the core of the skull, there was a huge world. That huge world was Green Fire World. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.